Morning and welcome to day 3, and what an intriguing day we've got lined up here. Umpires Jack Shantry and Martin Saggers on their way out to the middle, followed by the Worcestershire team and the Price brothers. My name's Dan Whiting. I'm joined here by Ian Randall. Good morning, Ian. How are you?
I'm all right, Dan. Our team did creditably in the quiz last night, the Exiles quiz. The Up the Gas team won,
right?
which had certainly J.R. Bracey in it at one point.
Right, okay.
Credit to the players who turned up last night, because a lot of them did.
All of them did virtually.
Paul Van Riekeren stayed to the end.
Yes.
There were no questions on anything Dutch, unfortunately, which was a bit of a problem for him. But I left before the last round, and the table I was on came third, which is all right.
Very good. I was with Tom Price. And I think it's always good to attach yourself to someone who's got a first-class honours degree from Durham. And he used that to full effect in that he knew what colour the second O was in Google and the colour of Mickey Mouse's shoes.
Right, that went completely over my head. I did get a couple of questions.
And Fred Flintstone's tie, I think he got that as well. I think so, yeah.
Well, we might just come back to the quiz in a little while, because Josh Baker's going to bowl the first over of the day. There are 5 overs to go until the second new ball, so it might be Baker and D'Oliveira to start. We'll see. Baker anyway in to Ollie Price, who starts on 75. There's just the one slip in, Adam Hose. And at the other end, he's got his elder brother on 41. Gloucestershire 212 for 4, so they're still 194 in arrears. Now 193 with the first run of the day. Out to Azhar Ali at deep cover. So there were 2 very crickety questions. One was tied in with the 1973 Gillette Cup win. Obviously, that's being mentioned or remembered with the dinner later in the season. Pleasant shot from Price as Baker floats on outside the off stump, and he'll get 1. So Tom to 42. Could you name the 73 team? Was the one, and our table got it absolutely nailed on, by the way.
Oh, and it's your. I mean, if you were a mastermind, this would be your specialist subject.
And Baker in. Ollie Price again out to Azhar at deep point, and they then had to name the 2015 team that won the Royal London One Day Cup.
Yeah. Now,
I was on a motorway that day, trying to drive home from Doncaster in a very poor reception area.
On your holidays, were you?
Yeah. Baker in and outside the off stump and let go by Tom Price. So I wasn't at the ground, but I was, in a bizarre way, at the ground for part of the semi-final. And again, Tom Price lets that go. I say part of the semi-final because the semi-final, of course, was at Headingley against Yorkshire. And I was on rugby commentary duty that day at Yorkshire Carnegie, over the back of the cricket ground.
Okay.
So I watched most of the Yorkshire innings, but didn't see any of the chase.
Right.
So, and as not being at the final either, I kind of based my selection to some degree on the semi-final team. So I got 9 out of the 11, which was probably 2 fewer than I should have got.
Geraint Jones, did you get?
No, I got Jones. And we are going to see spin from both ends just at the moment.
Yeah, D'Oliveira. It's going to take us through. So 95 these two are put on, the Price brothers. Rebuilt last night. A little bit circumspect at times, but they had to do a job, and what fine jobs they've done for their side. 2 very, very good cricketers here in the Price brothers. Oh, that's a leading edge. Tom just calls Ollie through for a single.
So I got 9 out of the team, and I knew that Liam Norwell had played in the semi-final.
But Miles was...
He was.
Yeah.
But Miles came in literally at the last minute for Norwell. And then I was really bouldered googly by the wicket-keeping situation.
Price.
So I knew Geraint Jones had played.
Yeah.
So I didn't put Gareth Roderick in.
Right.
I had Cobain instead of Roderick. So that was why I didn't have a...
Tom plays that pleasantly out to Finch. There's a little bit of... Tensions were running high between Finch and Tom Price yesterday afternoon. It was both nothing untoward, just both competitive, both going at each other. That's defended into the onside. That completes the first over from the College Green end. 2-1-7 for 4. Ollie Price is on 78. Tom Price on 43. And if neither of these two are on an England Lions tour this winter, I will be shocked. There you go. That's a statement, isn't it, Ian?
Yes. So you think at least one will go?
I think at least one will go. Possibly both.
What's their schedule, though? That's the thing. Where are they going and when are they going and what formats are they playing?
The Price brothers or England Lions?
England Lions, that's the thing. Baker into Tom Price, who's pushing that quietly out to Libby at backward point. Forecast at the moment exactly what we were promised. Baker in and steered away again off the front foot, which was basically quite grey early on and then brightening, and then this afternoon a bit like yesterday.
Very nice, we'll take that. Got to 79 in Warwickshire yesterday. 79 I think it was in Henley and Arden or Stratford or somewhere like that, which isn't a million miles away from here.
No, you can drive to Stratford in an hour from here.
Yeah.
Baker again to Tom Price. It's a bit short this time. He can just chop it away to Libby. And I'm sure both these two know that the spinners are just getting Worcestershire up to the 80 over mark, and then it will be Pennington and Leach.
New ball will be interesting. Will it go to the boundary quicker? Will it nip about a little bit more? Leach bowled beautifully either side of tee yesterday. Just doing what he's done for years, basically, didn't he? You know, just putting in the right areas, nibbles it about a little bit. And what a fine servant to the game of cricket and Worcestershire cricket he's been.
Josh Baker in once more. Again, Tom Price, time to go back. And out into the offside via Kashi Valley, back to Baker. Round the wicket, got a short run. And sliding attempt to stop from Jake Libby, can't retrieve that. And again, it's Kashi Valley with the return. Another single, and they've dealt in singles exclusively this so far in the 3 overs of the morning. So,
did it rain here in the night, Ian?
It didn't. No, it didn't.
The covers were quite wet this morning.
The covers were quite wet.
Oh, interesting. Well, so I'm not far from here. I'm a lot closer to here than I am to Bristol. But we had no rain at home, for sure.
As I drove home last night, that bit by Bristol and Avonmouth absolutely threw it down with that sort of, that fine drizzle, but loads of it.
Interesting.
And once you got down the bottom of the hill, down the M5 from Avonmouth, nothing at all. Really strange. Here's D'Oliveira. 3 overs, none for 3. He's going to go around the wicket to Tom Price, who just plays that nicely out into the covers. There's a rather wild throw comes in from Finch to Roderick.
I don't think Roderick would have appreciated that early in the day.
Wakes him up.
Would have got a glare back to the fielder.
I think keepers hate it more. Ollie Price just opens the face there. He might get 2 here. Yeah, he will.
And that's the 100 partnership.
It's the 100 partnership. Well batted, the Price brothers.
And actually, they've been almost 53 and 45 off the bat. So, yes, 98 off the bat out of 101, but they've shared the responsibility reasonably evenly.
Yeah, 2 hours 20 since Tom joined Ollie at the crease. That's a nice shot from Ollie Price. That's going to go all the way. And almost knocks over Ian Randall's cup of coffee.
I think I was more concerned about the computer, actually.
Actually, he had a tweet yesterday. I forgot to see it. Defended. Had a tweet yesterday asking, you know, what's weaker at the moment?
Oh.
Regarding Gloucestershire's injury list.
I saw that as well. I know the person who sent it.
Defended. Or your cup of tea. Your cup of tea still doing the rounds, Ian?
It's cold now, Dan.
It was cold. It was cold when it arrived, Ian.
That wasn't cold.
It was made with puddle water. It must have been cold. Olivia's gone back over the wicket. That turns past the outside edge of Ollie Price's bat. That's a good delivery there. Let's have another look at this. Be interesting to see. Zafar Gahar will probably be looking at this with vested interest. That really went. Oliveira looks like a... I like to see a leg spinner. Doesn't just roll it out of the hand. Actually gives it a rip. You know, a proper sort of snap.
That might be the last ball he bowls in this spell.
It might be.
Baker then. Worcestershire bowled 4 overs in 9 minutes this morning. Sort of over 8 we like. Pushed out again by Tom Price into the offside.
Yep. We're now under 100 overs for the day.
Baker again. Tom Price forward. Yeah, I must confess that there were some rounds where Dan would have done really well on the quiz last night. What was it about? Was it streets and roads in London?
Yeah, I got 19 out of 20 there.
Oh, very good.
Didn't get Beau Brummel down Jermyn Street, which should have done really.
I must confess there were probably about one of those that I knew. I did get a couple of others right in other areas.
Did you get the state that has more under the death penalty than anyone else?
No, didn't get that.
Yeah, Texas. I knew that.
Baker around the wicket to Tom Price once more into the ground. Square out to Oliveira, who feels well again. Pick up one more. I didn't know the three nations. Was it the 3 largest nations without an airport?
Yeah, no, I didn't get that either. Didn't get that.
Didn't get that.
Andorra, Liechtenstein, and
Monaco. Baker around the wicket and steered by Ollie Price round the corner. He wants 2, but he'll only get 1.
Yeah, Texas, they get rid of people for fun. They're a bit like my umpiring on a Saturday afternoon.
So that's the end of the old ball, you would suspect. Oh, yes, it's definitely the end of the old ball because Joe Leach has got his cap off straight away.
Yeah.
So 2:27 for 4. There's the signal. So 12 runs added in the 5 overs against the old ball, and now
this will be interesting.
This will be the hour that may dictate how the rest of the day unfolds to some degree.
Where do you see this game going today, Ian?
I still think, I mean, Worcestershire might be in a position where they could set Gloucestershire something, but they've got to get a meaningful lead, and I don't think 50 is a meaningful lead.
No.
Really.
No.
It still feels a pitch where the bowling side have got to work very hard to take their wickets.
Here's Leach with the new ball.
And that may be what they think is the problem on the last day. Even if it's a 60 or a 70 or 75 over chase, are they going to be able to take 10 wickets in that time frame?
Well, for the sake of the game, I hope one of 2 things happens. I hope either Gloucestershire can put on 350 today, maybe, give them 570, give them a lead of 170. Here's Leach. That's defended by Price. That's with the new ball. That's going to run away down there. and will go away for 4 runs down to third. Ollie Price moves on to 89, 231 for 4.
That's one possibility.
So that's what, I think Gloucestershire fans hope for. Worcestershire fans will hope that they can bowl them out for, another 100 runs, for instance, which will give them a lead of 75. Slap a load today and give Gloucestershire an awkward last day tomorrow. But for the sake of the game, I'll come on to that. Price defence. For the sake of the game, what we don't want is parity.
Oh no, parity will make it difficult.
Parity kills the game.
Parity will make it hard to engineer something. But Gloucestershire's attitude will be, can we get as close as we can? And bear in mind that...
I think their attitude will be take a lead here.
Well, yes, but you've got to start by saying, can we get as close as we can to 406?
Yeah. Am I running before I can walk?
Well, that wouldn't be the first time.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
And we don't know. We think Matt Taylor will bat, but that remains to be seen.
Leach, Ollie Price, just gets a little late on that. I spoke to Matt Taylor last night. He's hopeful. He's going to be all right. He's saying, the longer he's the more time he's got for the antibiotics to kick in. He's got an infection in the toe, so the longer that the antibiotics have got to kick in, the better. Do you
see him bowling? Not sure about that.
Probably not. Probably not.
Back to 2 slips now, of course, with the new ball. So Baker and Leach, Baker and Hose in its slip.
Ollie Price defending resolutely. 11 more for his 100. For his second 100 of the season. Second 100 of his career. He's got to the 80s twice here at Cheltenham in the matter of a few days. What a fine cricketer he is.
I was discussing last night actually the concept of Player of the Year, because the Exiles quiz, Zafar Gahar was presented with the Exiles Player of the Year for 2022.
Yeah.
Traditionally done the following festival for the Exiles Player of the Year.
Leach. Ollie Price presses onto that front foot defence and the over.
Actually was Ollie Price. And so why was that? Because he's having an improving season in the Championship. He had a good season in the T20, even though the team really did not. And he could still have an impact in the 50 over tournament as well.
He's my player of the year. He's my player of the year, Ollie Price. Tom's not far behind, but at the moment, Ollie...
Tom doesn't play much T20, you see, whereas Ollie actually he's got an extra card on his...
But there are a number of
hand,
people,
so to speak.
There are a number of people in contention. I mean, Miles Hammond's been the leading run scorer. Chris Dent's starting to get good again.
But if you're talking all formats and both disciplines...
Ollie Price is probably up there at the moment.
Dylan Pennington then to share the new ball with Joe Leach from the Chapel end. That's the same end he bowled from yesterday. Tom Price to face him. And he's bowling first ball. Was that off an inside edge?
I think so.
Pennington with the wicket. And Tom Price goes for a more than useful 46.
Yeah, massive inside edge.
Big inside edge. But a stand of 111 with his brother for the 5th wicket, fully justifying his promotion to number 6 in the order. And he looks disappointed as he walks off, but he's made an important contribution.
Yeah, very good innings there from Tom Price. Gutsed it out last night. You normally associate him with flamboyant shots, and he actually gutsed that out last night. Very proud of him. And I had a chat with him about his innings last night, and Yeah, he was pleased with it. He said he was tired. He said Ollie got him through it.
Jack Taylor in at number 7.
I had a very interesting chat last night with James Bracey and Chris Dent. And they're there, we're talking football. Chris Dent's a Bristol City fan. James Bracey, as we know, is a Gashead. I said, do you two sort of row amongst each other, you know, about it? And they sort of joked. And they said they're the only blokes in that dressing room who support the Bristol sides. The rest, he said, we've got 9 blokes in that dressing room from Oxfordshire who all support Liverpool and Man United. Which I thought was quite telling.
So here's a Tottenham supporter waiting to take his first ball. Jack Taylor. From Pennington. Right for LVW. And Martin Saggers always fired him.
He looked a long way forward there.
He's fired him first ball, and Jack Taylor, he had a long think, to be fair, Martin Saggers. So Pennington's on a hat-trick, and he's an experienced umpire. Jack Taylor walking very slowly off. I don't know whether he thought either there was a nick there.
I thought it was height. I thought he looked quite a long way forward.
So we can have another look on one of the monitors close to us. I don't think it's height. The debate might be whether it was just going down the leg side.
We will try and get you that.
It's just about on the knee roll. It's one of those marginal ones. Zafagahar in at number 8, probably a little earlier than he would have imagined, and Pennington on the hat-trick, and he's going to come round the wicket to the left-hander. And I'm not saying this to be smart after the event, but Jack Taylor against a new ball was probably not Gloucestershire's ideal scenario. Having not played much red ball lately, and to come in literally with the second over of the new ball, bowler's fresh, not his absolutely choice situation. So here is the hat-trick ball for Pennington then, to the left-handed Zafar. He's going to bowl around the wicket. 3 slips in. Pennington to Zafagahar, who defends. Back up the pitch. But a bit like Leach yesterday, when he got 2 wickets in an over.
Wickets have fallen in clusters in this game, hasn't they?
Pennington now the same. Leach was either side of T, I get that, but Pennington with a good start.
What can these two do?
Zafar waits. Pennington right around the wicket 2, and that's off the outside half of the bat out to Kashif Ali. To come back to your point though about parity in a curious kind of way.
I think Gloucestershire will be pleased with parity from here.
Does Gloucestershire getting bowled out actually, strange enough, increase their chances of winning, because they might actually have a target set, whereas the more they get, the more likely they're not going to be able to.
That's an interesting point, Ian.
You know, if they get bowled out with a deficit of 100, they might actually find themselves batting on the last day with something to go for.
Tough love. A bit of tough love.
We
want to see a game, don't we?
Yeah.
We want to see a good game of cricket here.
We saw a game last week that kind of fizzled out a bit when Gloucestershire got... yes, the weather had an impact. But Glamorgan getting a big first innings score and the rain did not help. Pennington into Zafar, is forward. I mean, let's be clear, Zafar is no mug with the bat.
No, absolutely not.
479 balls he's faced this year at the start of this innings. His average is 21, which is handy for somebody batting at his level. He can score more than that. I mean, his numbers last year with the bat were particularly impressive. He says just scrabbling for last year's averages. 493 runs at 27 last year.
Thanks to Harry Clements there, jumping in and saving the day.
So Leach will be encouraged by that. Worcestershire might feel that they've got almost one end open now. And obviously they've got a second bowling point.
But they want to get rid of the immovable object. It's Oliver John Price.
I mean, this is something about Championship cricket where you get to the ground maybe at 9:30 and there are countless conversations with other people at the ground, you know, either things they've noticed or things they want to tell you in some instances.
Leach to Price, who just plays that pleasantly into the onside, moves into the 90s.
And one of the conversations that...
Oh, he's Oliver Joseph Price, actually. Oliver Joseph.
And one of the conversations about Ollie's innings yesterday was, it was a bit like an old-fashioned number 3.
Who, Ollie?
Yeah. It wasn't a Bazball approach, if dare one say it.
No, I think what he's got though, he's got the ability to play both ways. He's got the shots, he can score quickly, but also I thought what he showed yesterday was real application, and that's what pleased me most about this innings. You know, I watched his 100 up at Headingley. I've seen him score runs this season. I've seen him score, you know, score that 80 odd last week. But what really pleased me about yesterday was he gutsed it out. Leach around the wicket to Zafar Gohar. Plays it into the covers to Azhar-Ali. I saw those two having a good chat yesterday. Azhar-Ali and Zafar Gohar both have played for Pakistan. Azhar-Ali 96 more times than Zafar, but both have played international cricket for Pakistan.
I've got
what a career Azhar-Ali's had.
Talk about conversations. Just one footnote.
Oh, there's Azhar-Ali belying his 38 years, swooping in from the covers like a panther, whereas Ian Randall swoops in from the covers like a panda.
Used to drive a Fiat. Not one of those though. Conversation in the wake of the forum yesterday.
Yeah.
And just a little bit of clarification on what Will Brown said about the T20 for next year and the fact that the club are hopeful of it coming back here.
Leach to Zafar, who plays that one pleasantly. Ali dives again, saves some runs there, but they get through for a single.
So Will said hopeful of getting T20 back here at Cheltenham next year. So spectator I know, funnily enough, went to ask Will what exactly he meant by that comment. What was kind of the backstory behind that comment? I'll tell you what the backstory was.
Go on.
After this ball, because it's one ball left in the over.
Okay. Leach defended. Go on, Ian, tell us.
And the backstory is
yeah,
that Will Brown believes that T20 Finals Day will be moved back to where it used to be in September.
I think that would be a good thing.
And that then opens the window to play the group stages over a longer period.
I think it's got to be early September though, because I think Dew comes in late September at night under the lights. But I think the final should be played under lights. And, you know, when it's played on the 3rd of July or 5th of July or whatever it is, it's still light then, isn't it? It's still light at 9 o'clock at night.
Here's Pennington. 2 wickets already to bowl again to Zafar around the wicket, and that's pushed out into the offside. So if you've just come in...
You missed much, James.
...halfway through this... A, this conversation, and B, the play, which has been underway for 27 minutes. Pennington's taken 2 wickets this morning, 2 in 2 balls. Tom Price bowled off an inside edge for 46, and then Jack Taylor LBW, or judged LBW by Martin Saggers, first ball for 0. Zafar Gahar survived the hat-trick ball. He's facing Pennington now. Oh, that's fielded by the bowler off his own bowling. But that was not in a public forum. That question, but it was asked, not in a secretive sense. Will was quite open with that information, in sense that the reasoning behind the fact that T20 may be able to come back here is the fact of that moving of the hopeful moving of the finals day.
Well, let us know what you think at home. Drop us a line. Commentators at Gloss CCC. Would you rather see the T20 final back in September, or keep it where it is in July and play it in a block?
I'll extend that. Would you like to see T20 back at Cheltenham? Because that would mean that Bristol would lose 2 games. But the club have to think about the fact that if as soon as somebody says T20 Cheltenham, the phone starts ringing, or the computers,
the carrier pigeon comes.
Start clicking into gear with people buying tickets, and hospitality for that matter. Pennington round the wicket. Zafar steers that all along the ground out to point where
the carrier pigeon sent on his way with a score in its beak.
Yeah, to D'Oliveira. You know, the club knows that T20 here is a profitable ticket.
Yeah, and I think if you played, you know, maybe fans who wouldn't bring that many normally in T20, Sussex,
Kent,
or Sussex, or Hampshire, then I think you'd probably maximise your gate receipts for the year.
Pleasantly driven by Zafar Gahar.
Worcestershire have got an issue with T20 as well, because they've got no lights, have they? So they've got to play it at strange times.
I find it very odd that Worcestershire would play a T20 game any later than 4:30.
Is that the council?
And well, they don't want to. But I don't know whether it's the council, but there's the aesthetics of the lights in the cathedral.
Yeah, but the cathedral's floodlit at night.
2, 3, 3 for 6. Pennington in. Zafar goes back, and he just about jabs the back down on that.
I mean, if the cathedral's floodlit at night, surely, you know, if it's good enough for Gordy, it's good enough for Worcestershire County Cricket Club, isn't it?
The maiden over from Pennington. Dan's getting onto into the
never discussed
into the pulpit now. Over.
I am. It's my Friday sermon.
Yeah.
Crowd there enjoying themselves. Nice warm sunshine. Going to get even warmer later on. Get your factor on, guys.
I think somebody said to me it was 79 here yesterday.
79 in Stratford. Leach to Ollie Price. Is Ian Randall's chopper?
Did you have that bike when you were young?
A chopper?
Yeah.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I had a racer.
Did you? Yeah.
Yeah, I was more of a racer type of guy. What about you? Were you a chopper or
No, I wasn't.
A grifter?
What was a grifter?
Do you remember a grifter? Do you have a BMX, Ian?
A what?
Or a penny farthing, was it?
Oh, yeah.
Leach. Oh, that's well bowled. Price watches that all the way onto the bat. Thick inside edge, runs down to fine leg.
I know we go to. Sometimes the conversation goes in very odd directions. You see, I think that
this is normal behaviour.
Yeah, there are obviously large retailers who sell bicycles.
Yes. Beginning with H.
Pardon?
Beginning with H.
Possibly yes, or beginning with E. And the concept of
Leach to Zafar. Yeah.
The concept of actually running a cycle shop that only repairs or services cycles is a very that's kind of an old-fashioned trade, isn't it?
Niche.
Yeah, very few of those.
Yeah, yeah.
Any trades you think that are particularly niche in 2023? And I would put a cycle repair shop in that bracket. Drop us a line to our commentators' email.
A thatcher.
Yeah. Well, that's a skill.
Oh, that beats that for outside the off stump.
That's a skill.
Yeah, but Thatcher, I mean, you know.
But that I don't want to be unkind to staff of cycle repair shops, but that is a to me that's an old-fashioned trade.
Well, the internet has ruined a lot of these trades, hasn't it? You know, as technology's moved on, it's ruined games as well. One of my favourite games is
Disposable Society.
That's driven pleasantly, no run. The Ring doorbell has ruined one of my favourite games, which was Knock Down Ginger, which was the art of knocking on people's doors and running away. And the Ring doorbell has completely ruined that game for all kids in this day and age. It's gone. It's out the window.
When someone says, "What are you doing at my front door?" and in fact they're probably in Mallorca.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, Zaffa thought about playing at that and then removes his bat at the last minute. 2, 3, 4 for 6. Zaffa's on 1. Ollie Price 91. Leach 3 for 38. Pennington 3 for 38.
Beautiful symmetry for James Healy.
Yeah. And Knockdown Ginger is called different names in various parts of the country, isn't it? I believe. I believe some people call it knocking dollies out of bed. Well, Harry Clements is looking at us with bemusement. What's it called in Stourbridge, Harry? Knock door run. Knock door run. Knock Ginger in Bristol. In Yeovil, knock Ginger. In London it was always knock down Ginger. Ian, what was it when you played it as a kid?
I didn't play it, I don't think. I wasn't aware of it.
It's one of the finest games ever thought of.
Pennington. In all, Ollie Price has got a very thin edge on that. It's gone down to third man. Good stop by Joe Leach down there. They'll only get one. Ollie Price, was that a deliberate steer? Didn't look it from our angle. I think we are, to be fair, at backward square leg to the right-hander. And anyway, Price goes to 91. 234 for 6.
Drop us a line on the commentary.
Now.
Drop us a line on the commentary if you've got a different name for it from your part of the world.
I'd say, or underrated and underused trades in 2023.
Yeah, we'll take that. We'll take both those subjects this morning. We look forward to your emails. There it is. There's our email address. Drop us a line.
And obviously, we're quite happy if you want to email us about the cricket as well.
Yeah, we'll take that as well.
Pennington. He's brisk this morning, that's for sure.
Oh, that's quick.
That is sharp, and Zaffa has to duck.
Is that over the head? That's got to be close.
Well, that's the one, says Martin Saggers. I think Zaffa did genuinely sort of duck there. It wasn't a big sway of the way, but you can see why some very respected observers of the media like the look of Pennington.
Yeah, I like the look of him as well. I think he's got something of the Morne Morkel about him.
It's a proper acceleration to the crease. Zaffa going back is, don't say nearly beaten, just does enough to survive and steer it out to Libby in the gully. Worcestershire know this is a big hour, the new ball, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Gloucestershire know as well.
Big effort from the bowlers, and they could give themselves a big target. They could give themselves far too many runs for Gloucestershire to get if they were then to be positive with the bat.
Yeah.
Pennington passed on past Saggers, and Zaffa's hit on the high on the thigh pad, so there's no appeal. sun is not out at the moment, so it's probably just helping. It is quite a muggy morning.
Australia's 75 for 1, Ian.
So they've added 14 in 37 minutes, which is pedestrian. Obviously, there were matches finished yesterday. 3 matches in the first division finished yesterday. All the other games in this round of championship fixtures end today, other than this one. Well, it would be a surprise if this one ended today. It's not impossible, but unlikely, you would feel. Pennington again to Zaffer. He looks happier coming forward to the ball that's pitched up than playing back to the one that's back of a length. Punch of gloves between Ollie Price and the Pakistan all-rounder. 1 ball left in this Pennington over. Very high bat from Zafar, he can judge where his off stump is and let that go. Pennington's taken both wickets to fall this morning, 2 in 2 balls, and that's why Worcestershire have got their second bowling point, 235 for 6 in reply to 406. So Gloucestershire at the moment still shy of the follow-on figure. Still need another 22.
Don't know if you heard my chat with Josh Shaw yesterday. I put him on a little bonus for the 50 over competition. I said, if you put one into this marquee, I'll buy you a pint, which he took the bet on. I said, if you put one over the pavilion here, then I'll buy you dinner. If you put one over the chapel, I'll buy you a house.
Not many have hit it over the pavilion, to be fair.
Ben Wells hit one over the pavilion last year, didn't he? We were playing right over this side of the square. Here's Leach. Ollie Price drives handsomely, only to find D'Oliveira at mid-off, captaining from a much more conventional position today. He was at backward point yesterday, but Jake Libby's gone to backward point. D'Oliveira's gone to mid-off. I don't see many people captain the game from backward point.
He may be there because Leach is bowling.
Tickled around the corner by Ollie Price.
And when Leach wasn't bowling yesterday, Leach was either at mid-off or mid-on. So you kind of had an experienced professional in one of those other positions, and D'Oliveira fielding where he felt he could be perhaps of equal value. It's moved again now. It's gone to point for Zafar Gahar.
Defended. Zafar here with a strike rate of 4.3, 1 of 23 balls. It's most un-Zafar-like.
Perhaps he thinks there are runs here for him if he gets in, if he gets properly in.
Well, yeah, there are. It's a good deck. It's a good wicket. The players don't seem to think it will break up. Zafar defends. The players don't seem to think it will break up on day 4. They think it will, the surface will remain intact.
Which is why James Bracey, I'm sure that was in his thinking when he won the toss and decided to have a bowl first, is that you hope to end up batting last on it, where you may think you've got more chance of winning by batting than taking 10 wickets.
Leach around the wicket. Zafar plays it into the onside. Quick run, but a misfield there from Kashif Ali. And
he and Pennington coming onto the ball there. And
I thought Pennington was in a better position there, perhaps.
Somebody should have called and said, whose it was.
Ollie Price is quite quick though, isn't he? Between the wickets, Pennington would have thrown probably at Price's end, at the wicket-keeper's end. Here's Joe Leach. Past Chantry. Price up on his toes, defends. We've had nearly 3/4 of an hour here this morning at Cheltenham College. Gloucestershire have lost a couple of wickets. Tom Price went for very patient 46, and Jack Taylor went first ball LBW, which raised one or two eyebrows perhaps amongst the spectators here. Martin Saggers certainly took his time about it.
You couldn't say it was an instant decision.
No, absolutely not. He thought about it.
Tom Price's numbers in the end: 98 balls faced for his 46, 4 fours.
We're going to be here till 1:10. Remember, we've got a elongated day.
And Pennington comes charging in from the chapel end. That's taken quite low by Roderick.
So lunch at 1:10, tea at 4 o'clock, and we're going to have 104 overs in the day.
So Leach has bowled 4 overs this morning. I would think he would probably back himself on another 3, and then Worcestershire might need to make the change. Pennington,
he's fitter than he looks, Leach.
Pennington, though, tends to be used in shorter bursts than that. His run is certainly longer. Here he is again, and Zafar, say, squeeze that out on the leg side. He does, but the cry was of no from Ollie Price.
Just got a little darker here, hasn't it?
Yeah, is that? That is literally because the cloud base over the ground is a bit greyer.
Bright sunshine this morning when I left my country retreat.
One where the helicopter lands. Zafar waiting for Pennington, staying around the wicket. Again, it's short, and Zafar does duck.
But the Cleve Hill there, bathed in sunshine. Ian Randall's small holding up there on the hills.
Yeah, well, at least we can see the hill. That's the
Squire. Ian the Squire Randall.
That's the good thing.
Sure, he's got his shepherds out there looking after the sheep. The serfs are working today, aren't they, Ian?
Pennington, Zafar all the way along the ground. Pennington gets up. That was in any way close to him. He did fling himself at that. Was that in the air far enough for it to be even contemplated as just a fraction of a chance of a Gordon bowl? It would have been a miracle catch. It was quite firmly hit. But the only thing about Pennington is, because he's so tall, he's got a long way to get down. 25 added this morning. Zafar clips that up to mid on. There's going to be no run. It is quite gloomy out there.
It is gloomy, yeah.
Particularly with,
I think this light might be.
Particularly with bowlers of this pace.
Yeah, I'm wondering how far away we are from.
Martin Saggers, did you have a look round over the chapel to see what was potentially heading in our direction? There is some threatening-looking stuff out that way.
Not forecast.
Pennington in again to Zafar, steers that to Kashif Ali. Good stop, but not absolutely clean, but he certainly prevented the run. And umpire Chantry perhaps a little less concerned with, I don't mean to be disparaging to Leach, but he wouldn't be as quick as Pennington. Pennington with another maiden, 18 over 6 maidens, 3 for 39. Good figures.
Chantry. Was that on a scorecard? Were you telling me about that?
No, it was in a document where his name was no, it was Paul Hibbard on the email yesterday.
Oh yes, that's right.
Said that he'd seen a card with, it might even have been not Jack but his father when Brian played, that his name was listed as Chantray, not Chantry.
Brian was here yesterday, wasn't he? Saw him, had a nice chat with him and his wife. Leach to Price. That's a nice shot. That's going to go all the way down there. What a lovely shot.
Got a bottom hand in that. And Ollie gets to within a boundary of a second championship 100.
Yeah, it just brings the bottom hand in to get it into the area that he wanted. Manipulated the ball. Very clever cricket there.
Now then, I don't think anybody will be looking away too much with Ollie Price on 97.
Oh, Leach answers back in the best possible sense.
.244 balls, Ollie Price.
And there it is. There's his 100, Ollie Price. Beautiful square cut. Takes into three figures for the second time this season. 244 balls, exactly 300 minutes with 12 fours. And as I said earlier, surely he should be on an England Lions tour this winter.
Yep, and got to be very much front of thinking for Player of the Year with another format to come, which he can also have an impact in.
Leach. Price defends. However, he knows he's still got a big job to do for his side. As Graham Gooch would put it, a small ton's not good enough. He needs to go and get a big daddy ton now, doesn't he, Ollie Price? If he goes on and gets a 170, he'll go a long way to ensuring his side gets something out of this game. Let's just work backwards of square on the offside. Libby does the fielding. Chantry just having a look there at Leach's footholes.
Bear in mind, this is only Ollie Price's 20th first-class match. So if you go back to as far as the Leicestershire home game, it's going to give you his numbers.
Defended.
It's the end of the over. So Leicestershire at home, he made 85, which was the career best at the time, and then 41 in the second innings, which obviously a game that Gloucestershire went on to lose. At Headingley, he only batted once and made 113. That was obviously his maiden first-class 100 for career best. In the match at Durham, he made 23 and 4. And then in the Glamorgan game, again, only batted once and made 84. So in his last 5 first-class innings, he has made 2 centuries and an 80.
Yeah. It's in fine touch.
And Richardson just walking round the boundary with I think maybe a drink for a bowler potentially. Maybe for Leach, maybe a word as well with his most experienced bowler. He's down at fine leg for Pennington, who's Moves in again to Zaffer, very nearly yorks him, and Zaffer's literally dancing to get his feet out of the way of that.
Zaffer, he's always entertaining, isn't he?
He's gone back over the wicket. It's a good Yorker, that.
It was a good Yorker. Zaffer did very well there.
Bit of spectator movement in the Sanford Road stand. Pennington in and Zaffer off the outside edge of the bat, but all the way along the ground to Kashif Ali. At backward point. Just one or two jackets being put on. I wonder if there is just the very, very slight mizzle in the air at the moment.
James Healy has surpassed himself.
Pennington in, Zaffer again defends.
Today, being the good team man that he is, he's brought in some milk chocolate hobnobs. And James, I can't. You've gone up in my estimation, mate. You really have.
Pennington back at the end of this quite long run. He's starting well on the College Square. Up to Zaffer again, staying over the wicket. Having almost bowled him with that Yorker first ball of this over.
Harry Clements, team analyst, who's in with us today, he's saying that
he's not allowed those biscuits.
His biscuit of choice is a chocolate digestive. Ben Feasy, what's your? I bet your home baked. Your butler. What does your butler make you, Ben?
He makes me
Shortbreads. Ian Randall, what's your biscuit of choice?
Pennington into Zaffer. Ooh, plays it back to the bowler. Pennington feigns to throw to the stumps. See, I'm more of a cereal bar than biscuit man. You see,
okay.
that wouldn't surprise you.
No. I like a custard cream.
Do you?
I like to dunk them as well. Like them almost to the point where they're collapsing, but not quite. James Healy's nodding in approval with the custard cream. Any biscuit, he's saying. Dog biscuits. Bonios.
Pennington in. Zaffer, who's made 2 from 37 balls now. Defends last ball of Pennington's over. That's another maiden. This morning, Pennington has only conceded 1 run in 5 overs. He's taken 2 for 1 in 5 overs.
Parsimonious Pennington.
And Worcestershire have at least got their second bowling point. I mean, the game's not moving anywhere at the moment because Gloucestershire aren't scoring. They've only added 33 in 55 minutes. So that's
Price motored.
Slow progress.
I think the wickets have had something to do with that. Ollie Price hit 2 fours in the last over from Leach. 1 down the ground. And that square cut, which took him to 3 figures. Second 100 of what is no doubt going to be many in his career. Outside off stump. Price leaves alone.
Scores from elsewhere, particularly important the game at Derby in the 2nd division. They are still with the opening pair together there. Harry Kame and Lewis Rees, I think, are the 2. Yeah, Rees has got 80 and Kame has got 45. Derbyshire 128 without loss. They're still 75 behind, but that game looks to be heading for a draw.
Just tickled down to find leg for a single. So Harry came and stayed, did he?
He did. Let's see what's happening at Scarborough, because that was the other game in the 2nd division. There was talk of possible declarations there. Haven't played in the first hour. That's probably going to absolutely batten down that, I would think. Durham's lead is Durham trail by 234. The Yorkshire we need a double forfeit there to make anything of that. I don't see that somehow.
Ben Feasy was there yesterday, watching the rain come down. Our match day announcer today. As Zaffa just defends that into the offside.
Bear in mind, they're only inspecting at 12, so there's going to be a further delay. That game really hasn't progressed very far at all.
Mine Emerson's gone back to the pub this morning. He's in there at 11 o'clock.
Notts might be able to set Kent something at Trent Bridge.
Very impressed with the attitude of the Gloucestershire players last night, Ian. All of them turned up. Just turned round the corner there from Zaffa, no run. All of them turned up, all of them engaged with the fans. None of them were sort of aloof.
No.
You know, and I thought they were a credit to the club last night.
Well, they didn't stay to the end of the quiz, but that was fair enough.
They'd had 104 overs in the day. But I thought they were, you know, goes to show the close-knit relationship here between fans, players, staff, and what a lovely cricket club it is here at Gloucestershire. Leach. Around the wicket, no run.
Zaffa's had 2 singles so far. He's been in for 40 balls. Dropping Kashif Ali back onto the rope at deep square. Leach doesn't bowl much that's short, but that's liable to be a double bluff, you'd have thought.
Leach, shaven-headed. Comes in, that completes his over. He's 3 for 49 off 22. Zaffa's on 2, Ollie Price on 102. Gloucestershire 4 runs away from their first batting point.
And 10 runs away from the follow-on. That's also Pennington, despite his economy and his 2 wickets this morning, that's him done for a while. So he's bowled this morning. Pennington, as we say, he's taken 2 for 1 in 5 overs.
Yeah, good spell. Very impressive.
But when you put as much in as he does, then the spells tend to be shorter. So Baker, with a ball that's only 11 overs old, is going to try his luck from the Chaplain. So he's gone to spin rather than to Matthew Waite. I mean, Waite may perhaps replace Leach. That may be the thinking.
Yeah.
But Baker's been economical. What can he do with the harder ball here? Forced away off the back foot by Ollie Price out into the offside. Worcestershire have gone down to 1 slip again. Which is a short, fine leg on the single. And Baker trots in past Empire Saggers. Ollie Price.
See how low Ollie Price gets there with his forward defensive. Gets right down, watches the ball all the way.
Calmly, he's spinning, but Leach will try and throw it in the stumps at the strikers end. Backing up was Pennington. They did scamper through for a single. So the question is now, what will Baker's approach be to Zaffa? He's going to go over the wicket. Hose moves across. He's been in the slips throughout this game. And Leach then goes to backward point. Zaffa's been very, very patient.
Yeah, certainly has.
So far. And he's topped that at almost looked as if that was almost a full toss, which he thought he could crack away through the offside, but only bounced it out to Ben Gibbon, who's on the field as a sub-fielder at the moment. I'm not sure who has gone off. It's neither of the bowlers who we've already seen, because Pennington and Leach are still out there. Baker, and again to Zafar. That was a bit more watchful, out onto the leg side. Leach may be trotting off shortly because he's going to change places with Kashivali here. Baker staying over the wicket, and again Zafar with a big stride forward, so nothing doing there. And Leach actually isn't going off, he's walking back towards duties at the College lawn end, but he's not going to bowl. Matthew Waite is going to come on for the first time today.
Yeah, Waite's coming into the attack. None for 32 off 14 with 4 maidens as part of that analysis.
Yeah, so you say he was tidy yesterday without looking really dangerous.
Yeah, I agree.
But part of that was to do with how this pitch is played, and there was a debate in the forum yesterday where Will Brown was talking about the international wickets at Bristol and how the ground staff have basically got 4 weeks to prepare that pitch, and of course it's not the only responsibility, but Christian Brain has a year to try and get these college pitches as good as he can, along with the other duties obviously for other sports and the other sites that Cheltenham College owns.
Here's Waite from the College lawn end. Ollie Price goes back, watchful in defence. Alan Richardson here, just giving a nod of approval. Served the county with a lot of overs under his belt. Went to Middlesex for a bit. And now in charge and hoping that Worcestershire go up this year. It's a little bit of brighter sky coming over from our left-hand side as we look towards the ground. Oh, Ollie Price, that just dropped short of second slip. Hose there at second slip. Don't think it carried, did it? Let's have another look at it here on the replay. No, just short.
Uneven bounce might be the thing that comes into play on this wicket. If it isn't moving sideways very much, which the bowlers have said it's not, then the bounce might be the one thing that becomes a weapon for them.
Price plays that wide of Leach at mid-on. Good sliding stop there. Good athleticism.
It's not been a very Cheltenham-like morning, this, is it? 36 runs in an hour.
No, but it's been good cricket. Still.
Bit of a contrast to what we've been used to.
Zafar defends again.
What was the stat about, was it Ed Pollock? I think there was a drawn game at New Road where I think he batted for 2 hours and made 6 in the 4th innings, with Worcestershire trying to see the game out.
Zafar defends.
Zafar's heading for that sort of territory at the moment.
He's got 2 off 46 balls. As I said, it's most un-Zafar-like.
he sees the time to attack when the ball's a bit older. That's the thing. And it's only 13 overs old still.
Defended again. Proper dig in this from Zafagahar. He's 2 of 47. Ollie Price is 104 of 256 balls. Gloucestershire only going on at 2.7 and over. They're 248 for 6 off 93.
So obviously 17 overs left to get batting points. 300 looks the realistic target from here. Would be hard to see them getting any further than that. Unless there is a distinct change in the rate. Bakers to continue with his slow left arm spin from the chapel end. Ollie Price on 104. Quietly up to Finch at mid-off, who we've not seen bowl yet today. Quite expensive yesterday. Baker in. Ollie Price used his feet. Oh, it's almost the first time he's done that. And Ben Gibbon fields as a sub at short mid-wicket. Baker off about 4 paces in. Ollie Price defends. I'm sure what Brett
I think it's bowled well, Baker.
Yeah, what Brett Oliveira doesn't. I mean, that maybe he hasn't used Finch. He doesn't want to leak 30 runs quickly.
No, he doesn't want to undo the good work from this morning.
Baker in again. Wants a quicker one. And you know they've kept the lid on things. Worcestershire here. They've taken only 2 wickets, but they've prevented Gloucestershire getting away. Tossed up and worked for a single by Price out to Henry Cullen. So a couple of sub-fielders on the ground at the moment for Worcestershire, both Cullen and Gibbon.
He looks young, Cullen. How old's Cullen? Let's have a look at Cullen. How old is Cullen?
Baker into Zafra, which was a more aggressive shot, and it spins out once more to Henry Cullen.
And Blake Cullen from Middlesex in there. Not Blake Cullen. Henry Cullen looks... He does look about 10. I've seen embryos look older.
The sun has returned.
He does look really young.
He is 20.
Is he 20?
Yeah.
Yeah, he must have had a downhill paper round.
Born April 2003.
Whoa. Tom Price last night telling me he's only born in 2000. It made me feel very old. Born right in the turn of the millennium. Wait. His bowling now is, that's not a command, by the way. Here he is into Ollie Price, who defends.
Harry Clements has just put 4 fingers up for the number of boundaries in the first hour and 12 minutes.
Oh.
Only 4.
And 2 of them were off 1 over from Ollie Price. Yeah.
So it's been...
In fact, Ollie Price has hit all 4.
Careful work.
Just left alone there. Good to have Ben Feasy back with us as well. He's, as I said, been up to Scarborough. There's 2 bays at Scarborough. One's far more middle class probably than the other. No prizes for guessing which one Ben stayed in. Let's just say he hasn't returned with a Kiss Me Quick hat.
This Gloucestershire card is a very kind of lopsided affair, isn't it? You've got Tom Price 46, Joe Phillips 80, and Ollie Price 105 not out. Nobody else in double figures.
Yeah. And what, 23-year-old, 22-year-old, and a 19-year-old.
And only 7 extras in, and we're into the 95th over.
Yeah. Nice shot from Ollie Price. Doesn't really have any power in it. Had a little chat with Joe Phillips last night. I said, were you gutted? He said he was at the time. He said he's all right now. He's actually quite pleased with sort of what he'd achieved, but at the time he was absolutely gutted walking off. But I think from what we saw yesterday, I think there'll be many, many more opportunities for Joe Phillips in the future. Weight just bowls to Price.
Yeah, and good temperament from him yesterday. That was the striking thing.
Some of his shots through the covers off front and back foot, I was really, really impressed with. And
scored heavily square of the wicket.
Both of us said as well he had a lot of time, didn't he? Especially against the new ball. He looked like he's got.
Wasn't hurried.
No, and and Pennington did come steaming in at him as well. And
I get the impression, if you were facing Mark Wood at the Oval, it would be probably a different issue. But
well, naturally, you'd play him with a stick of rhubarb, but
Baker to continue. That threatening cloud seems to have passed round us, which is
blue skies behind.
Good to see. Gloucestershire need 1 run for a batting point. Zaffer won't get it there. He's again defending. Goes back into his crease. The colourful marquees around the perimeter of this ground. Obviously it was, if you go back pre-COVID, a lot of the marquees were white, but different setup now. Baker in and Zaffer again. We thought about a single there, but
what's your favourite marquee here? You a fan of the Rossoneri over there, the black
what?
And the Rossoneri, the black and red stripes.
I think they're distinct. I quite like the
AC Milan with a Fiorentina next to it.
Quite like the one with the sun on it behind the scoreboard.
That's the nice one.
The hub marquee is I did call it a Chelsea blue yesterday. I think that's probably about as close as I would go.
What about this one here that we were working out of riddle with spiders and wasps?
Baker in and Zaffer. We thought about a single there, but it's gone behind square, and Jake Libby's onto it quickly. Baker passed on past Saggers. That's shorter, but still Zaffer defending. Almost in one mindset at the moment. Almost a
strike rate is 3.7. Someone's been in touch, haven't they, Ian?
Just make sure I get the right email.
Who's been in touch with us?
Mrs. or Mr. Smith has been in touch.
Mr. Smith or Mrs.?
This Ollie Price is a serious talent, they say. How far do you think he can go career-wise? The sky is the limit, surely. I remember watching him and Tom bat together for a certain Oxfordshire club called Great Tew. It was clear to see that only one player would make it. It's cleared. Interesting. The Oxfordshire scouting from Gloucestershire has certainly paid off in recent years.
Yeah, speaking to Tom last night about Great and Little Chew Cricket
sorry,
Club.
I've read that wrong. I thought he implied, our correspondent, that Tom Price as well in the same team, but he actually says Tom Chesser. So
Tom Chesser.
I don't know who Tom Chesser is. Apologies.
No, I don't know who Tom Chesser is.
If they should be watching on the stream, but Ollie Price certainly does have a future.
His weight to Ollie Price.
Actually, he has a present as well, let's be clear.
Yep, Great and Little Chew Cricket Club. They play at the Taylor Oval, I believe, due to the work that Jack Taylor's grandfather and Kevin Taylor have both put into that. Who's Kevin Taylor's Jack and Matt's father. Lovely guy. And I believe it's called the Taylor Oval. It's Great and Little Chew Cricket Club. Tom was telling me also there's a younger brother called Will who plays at, I think it's Cumnor Cricket Club, just outside Oxford. But as for Ollie Price, that's a nice shot. Doesn't get it past Pennington at mid-off. As for Ollie Price, yeah, I think he can go all the way. I mean, to go all the way, I think you need a little bit of luck. I think you need things to go your way. I think timing often helps as well. But I think Ollie Price...
And somewhere, somebody has got to watch you and see that there is an ability to be drawn out.
Yeah. But I think this innings has really impressed me here with him because, you know, we know he's got the shots, we know he's got the flamboyancy, we know he's got the... There we go. Just as I was talking about. And that is a batting point for Gloucestershire. We know he's got the shots, we know he's got the talent, but now what we've seen here is he's got the mental fortitude and the application, and that's what's been really impressive about this knock. So I think Ollie Price can go all the way. Tom, I think, you know, he's eye-catching, isn't he? He makes things happen during a game. He's often pure theatre, isn't he? As we saw against Worcestershire, got 100 and a hat-trick on the same day. I think he might well get on an England Lions tour as well this winter. Be interesting to see. But, you know, they normally take a squad, don't they, of about
16?
Often more with Lions. I think often sort of 18. So I think he'll be in that sort of, both will be in that young group that they're keeping an eye on. But there's some good young players around the country in there. I saw James Rue was the first player to 1,000 runs yesterday. I think he'll get a Lions tour. I was talking about the young batters, wicket keepers around the country.
Well, Rue's weight of runs is going to...
Well, Rue's up there. Jamie Smith at Surrey. We saw him get a 200 against Gloucestershire last year. I think he's a wonderful player. Finley Bean up at Yorkshire. He's a batsman wicket keeper. I think he's a very, very good player.
He got runs at Worcester in the game I saw.
There's one more as well. I can't remember who it was.
Lewis Hill. I bowled down a googly there.
Lovely weather for the time of year.
But the Leicestershire analyst had a field day with that innings at Bristol.
100's 100 though, isn't it? That's gone down the leg side. That's going to be 4 leg byes, I think. Yes, it is.
And follow on saved, if we're being absolutely critical about where Gloucestershire started the day. That was the first target, just to make sure there wasn't a complete crumble, and Worcestershire had the chance to enforce the follow on. They don't now, so it's now becoming a target of how close can Gloucestershire get to the 406.
Carter's pretty decent at Sussex. I mean, you know, he's okay. Ollie Robinson's the other one.
Yeah.
Who's, 24, who's scored a hell of a lot of runs this season in a side looking for promotion. That's a nice shot. Well fielded there by Pennington. D'Oliveira wouldn't have reached out, I don't think, but Pennington gets down and saves 4 runs.
They tried to play that through mid-off because Baker had gone across to effectively to a second short catching mid-wicket. So Worcestershire have had an hour and 20 minutes in the field this morning. 2 wickets in Pennington's first over with the second new ball. It started with the 2 spinners and they've gone back now to Baker again.
Now, Ian, I've got a bit of a gripe.
Where is this heading?
I've heard some lies in my time. I've heard some mistruths.
Untruth, surely.
Untruths.
Baker around the wicket. Ollie Price defends.
Taxi drivers telling me they'll be there in 5.
Right, yes.
The check's in the post. And the cricketers who's who telling me that D'Oliveira is 5'9". I mean, he's not 5'9". He can't be 5'9".
Long.
Maybe it's because we've
a long single there to Ollie Price.
Maybe it's because we've seen him against
point.
Sort of next to Pennington and, you know, Finch and people like that. Perhaps it's a trick of the eye.
Baker to Zafar. And a run for Zafar. His 55th ball.
Gets his run rate going from...
Gets his 3rd single.
Gets his run rate up from 3.7 to 5.5.
I'm not going to throw Harry under a bus here, but how many dots between runs 2 and 3 for Zafar? Or how many balls between runs 2 and 3? Ollie Price goes back. That may not be a swiftly answered question, but I'll pose it anyway.
Gotta love Zafar. Ooh, Zafar Gahar.
Ollie Price on 111. So he needs 3 for a career best, because 113 not out at the moment is his career best. It's a different question for Zafar would be on what delivery did he score his 2nd run? That would be the easier way to answer that, and we can do the maths ourselves.
Baker's been quite tidy, I think.
Yeah.
Don't you? I think he's got he's bowled with control. He's given his captain control, which is often a spinner's job in the first innings of a game, isn't it? And then when the pitch wears a little bit, it's to take wickets. But often their job in the first innings is to give their skipper control, and I think Baker's done a little bit of that.
So I reckon there's... Well, I'll let Harry count because it's easier. There are drinks at the moment. Baker's bowled 25 overs for 59, but only 3 maidens in there. So by and large, there has been a single somewhere in a Baker over. And in fact, we think there are 30 balls between runs 2 and 3 for Zafar in his knock this morning, and there's been a wicket in the test match as well.
Yeah, Marnus caught Joe Root. What a catch! What a catch that is!
Left-handed, one-handed.
Probably Bairstow's catch, actually, I'd say. But Root's gone diving away one-handed to his left. I would say that's Bairstow's catch.
Just to say, at Scarborough, they've had no play this morning, and they will have a look again at 1 o'clock.
Marnus there with 9 off 82, trying to emulate Zafar Gahar.
Here, 260 for 6, so Gloucestershire have added 48 this morning for the loss of Tom Price and Jack Taylor in successive deliveries to Dylan Pennington. Tom Price bowled off an inside edge, and Jack Taylor adjudged LBW first ball.
There was the view there over the college we just had. It looks a little bit moody. It doesn't look that moody to the naked eye. But it looks like it.
It's a very picturesque scene when the sun is out. It's always the way with an outground.
Not all of them. As I'm about to say at lunchtime here, I'm doing an outground special on my own in the hub. Not all outgrounds are pretty. Uxbridge with the din of the A40 going off behind you. The BP oil refinery ground at Landarcy. Now, I've never been there, but it doesn't exactly sound like the sort of place you want to take the missus away for a romantic weekend, does it? Ben Feasy. Right, you're on a warning for that one, Ben. He's just told me that the oil refinery ground's very slick. That is a written warning. You're consider yourself told.
So after the drinks break, that sometimes brings a break in batsman's concentration.
Yeah.
Can bring a wicket.
He can.
Wonder whether Matthew Waite can do that.
Yeah, he's done for 38 or 17. Zaffer defends. So, Gloucestershire have got just under 12 overs now to try and get the next 40 runs for their next batting point. They're only going to end up with 2 batting points out of this, aren't they? Maximum, I think. I can't see them getting 350, getting 90 off the next 12, can you?
Not the way these two have been going about it, no.
No. Deficit at the moment is 146. Zaffer whipping that one through the leg side. Can only find Kashif Ali. Zaffer plays that into the offside where the 5'9" Brett D'Oliveira fields.
I'd be quite happy if I was 5'9". You wouldn't catch me in the second row of a rugby team, that's for sure.
You were no. My son plays second row. He's had 3 concussion injuries this year where he's had to sit out a couple of weeks. Oh, Zaffer flashes. Zaffer's top score is 100, which he got for Central Punjab versus Balochistan at Quetta in 2019. Zaffer is 5'11". So he just defends that into the offside.
How tall does that esteemed publication say Graham van Buren is?
Got a thing on height here, haven't we? We've got a thing on height this morning. Here's weight. That's got to be over the head, surely. It's a no ball, yeah. Graham van Buren is 5'7".
That's about right. I sometimes wonder about how genuine they are, some of those numbers, and whether a player fills the form in almost, with a sense of humour. But with Graham, I think 5'7's about right.
Yeah. Wait, last baldy over. That's another bouncer. That one's not over head height. As that goes through.
Just a suspicion, actually, when Waite bowled that last ball, that his front foot may have not been planted absolutely rigid. It may just have almost, where that area is where the front foot is coming down, inevitably, over a period of 200 overs or so in a game, it's going to become a little bit loose. And I think Waite's front foot just almost didn't land true and was just pushing forward just a fraction, which he probably wouldn't want. So they may have to, certainly at lunch, may have to do a little bit of repair work on that area.
He sounds like my cup of tea here, Matthew Waite, because in the Cricketers Who's Who, he's asked now the best delivery he's ever bowled, and he said he ran in, tripped up, it bounced 3 times, and Hasib Hamid hit it for 4. So, a bit harsh from Hasib. He normally just leaves that alone, surely.
So
Josh Shaw told us he's known as Pingu because he moves like a penguin. Josh Shaw and then big mates from back in Wakefield.
So Baker bowled 7 overs for 10 this morning, and he's now being replaced by Adam Finch. So this is where Gloucestershire may, on the evidence of yesterday, be able to raise the run rate a little bit. Finch to Ollie Price, who does defend initially. Finch bowled 10 overs for 53 and was by some distance the most expensive of the Worcestershire bowlers.
Yeah, he wasn't a happy boy yesterday, Finch.
And he bowled Phillips off a no ball.
It's a good Yorker.
It was.
It was off 21 yards.
Yeah. And seemed to struggle a bit after that. From the Chapel end, here he is bowling to Ollie Price, who clips him up to mid-on on the bounce. Waite is there. Joe Leach is at mid-off. I was going to have a word with Finch, depending on how things go. I'm sure he'll be having a word anyway. Who's now the one slip? Baker is at deep square, and there's a long leg and a third man. Pulled round the corner, but no great power by Ollie Price. Out to Baker. .50 runs added by Gloucestershire this morning in an hour and 35 minutes. So
Ollie Price gets off Nelson as well.
Now 51 added with that single. There are the partnerships. Big one between the Price brothers. And this one, despite Zaffar's modest contribution, has, I mean, I don't know whether, could you say it has soaked up some time in the game? That feels like a very negative thing to say. But
yeah, you could say he's soaked up time, he's soaked up pressure.
He's kind of, he's in an old-fashioned opener sense, he's trying to see the new ball off, but the game has stagnated a bit. Worcestershire putting a short leg in for Zaffar. Finch is going to bowl round the wicket to him, and they're going to move Leach and leave the gap at mid-on. Leach is going to go down. In fact, they're just literally shuffling the positions of some of the fielders. Leach is going away down to fine leg, and Hose is back into the gully. That's a short one from Finch. And Zaffar gets out of the way. So Worcestershire effectively are leaving the gap at mid-on, which suggests that there isn't much going to be drivable for Zaffar. They're going to try and go short of a length to him with the short leg in. Just try and see if there's any weakness against the short ball. Finch again to Zaffar. That is Actually pitched up, but it strikes him on the pad and dribbles out on the leg side.
It's good commitment there from Azhar Ali, isn't it? 97 tests. Comes in as you overseas and offers to do short leg. I think that's fair play. Wonderful career.
Finch again to Zafar, who again defends. And I'm not sure. Has Azhar only actually got those lightweight pads on there? If he has, they're very, very. I'm not sure he has got those pads on. You know, I think he's
paper mache.
Yeah, and they're not as discernible or distinguishable as the ones that the Gloucestershire shortlist, those Joe Phillips was wearing, for example, unless he's got trousers that are cut differently. I mean, I don't want to use the phrase skinny jeans here, but some of the players' trousers are narrower.
A little bit like your chinois there, Ian.
So catchers in front of the wicket now for weight. So Libby and Baker are at effectively short cover and short mid-wicket.
Down the leg side, Ollie Price has a little flick at that. Yeah, he's got Baker at sort of like a short mid-wicket, and he's got a second short mid-wicket where D'Oliveira's put himself in at as well.
And then Libby
slightly square and
short straight cover.
And Libby's at a short extra. So maybe this pitch is slowing up, maybe it's a little bit sort of more placid perhaps. As Price picks out Baker, one of those two short mid-ons. Another private jet going in. Gloucestershire Airport. Ian Randall's got that much money. He gets his shepherds from Cleve Hill and flies them into Gloucestershire Airport near his home, where they double up as gardeners. Wait past Shantry. Ollie Price gets that one through past Oliveira. Is he going to get at least two? Leach does the fielding down there, and he comes back for three. Leach diving stop, saves the four. Didn't know whether. Oh, it is gone for four, is it? Is that gone for four? No, it is three.
I think he stopped it, but went past the ball and then had to get him.
I don't think he knew where it was for a bit. He was looking around for the
feet.
ball. It's like it's a knock. Everyone was just on Frontier. Leach was searching for the ball down there.
They shan't do the Eddie Waring commentary. Worcestershire a +5 on the over rate, by the way, at the moment.
Zafar. Eddie Waring, yeah. Aye.
That's enough of that.
And it's an open under.
Thank you. Lancashire have declared at Old Trafford 5:44 for 7. So Northants 203 behind on first innings, 42 for 2. It's a rearguard action there.
Wait to Zafar. Plays that one down to fine leg where Finch does the fielding.
Knots have declared. They've set Kent 407. I'm not going to get those, I don't think. This is the last day. Kent 7 for 1. So again, it's a question of... That's two sides at the bottom of the table scrabbling for draws today in the First Division. In the Second Division, no play so far at Scarborough. And Derbyshire's opening pair still together against Glamorgan. That game heading towards a draw.
Wait to Price. Oh! What's happened there?
It's gone straight to Baker.
That's good captaincy.
By having those short straight catches in, he clipped it straight to him.
Good captaincy there from D'Oliveira. Puts the man there. And Ollie Price with a career best 115. Fantastic innings.
6 hours he was out there, all but a minute. 285 balls. And he raises his bat to the member stand as he walks off. He's been the glue of this innings ever since Chris Dent was out.
But now, Gloucestershire have got a job to do.
Zaman Akhtar at number 9.
Yeah. When was the last time two guys with the letter Z were at the crease together, Ian?
On a Friday.
On a Friday. You tell me. At Cheltenham.
Yeah. Where is Brian Holford when you want questions like that answered? He's an expert on things like that.
If you know back at home, let us know. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Great knock, Ollie Price. He'll be disappointed with himself, but he should hold his head up with what he's achieved as opposed to the manner he's got out in.
So Zafar might now play a few more shots, I would think. There's one, forcibly out through the offside off Finch, and he'll pick up 2 runs. Yes, effectively what Worcestershire did with Price, they kind of tried to restrict his scoring areas, and then put extra traffic in the areas where he had found scoring profitable.
A bit like Gloucestershire County Council's Highways Agency Department, isn't it?
Finch, there's a short ball. Zafar ducks underneath.
You know, I found a very nice road last night. My journey to the M5 was blocked off, where you've sent me through Sherdington.
Yep,
that
correct,
way.
Yeah.
So I took the A46 towards Stroud and joined the M5 further down. And there's a view there which looks out over Gloucester, and you can see the Brecon beacons in the distance. It was an amazing view.
So you would have gone, which way you would have
And I went down through Painswick.
Yes.
And down to Stroud. Painswick's a very nice little village, very pleasant.
Yeah, you've gone on
the A46.
Got on at junction 13 then, would you?
Yeah, I joined it at the Stroud junction, yeah.
Yeah, 13.
So I took the A46 down to Stroud and then went on to... Took the road towards, I think, Frampton on 7. And picked up the M5 there.
They play cricket on the green at Frampton.
Ah, get any wickets? Get wickets?
I've only played there a couple of times. I don't think so.
Stroud Cricket Club's down there. It's home with Jack Russell.
He played at Farm Hill, home ground of Stroud.
Yeah, I thought I was very impressed with that road. Some of the views from there were pretty spectacular. And I was trying to work out whether it was the Brecon beacons in the distance or the Malvern Hills, would it have been?
I think...
Because you look out over Gloucester when you're up on the hill there.
Brecon would be too far,
Would it?
I think, from there.
So the A46, you're looking out over Gloucester, so you're probably looking west, aren't you?
See, I tend to keep my eyes on the road rather than see
Well,
rather than the scenery.
that did cross my path because you're on a chicane there with quite a big drop down below you. So it was mesmerising, but I didn't want to, you know, put it over the edge either.
Just talking about roads in that sort of sense. If you know your Tour de France, there is a climb up to a very famous finish of a stage on the Tour. Not on the Tour every year, at Alpe d'Huez. And there are, I think, is it 27 bends on that road that twists its way up
You cycled
the
it?
mountain. No, I have not cycled it. I've been up it in a bus.
I'm going to do this last over before I... Actually, I'll hang around for a couple more. Is Waite to Zaffa, who flicks that one through mid-wicket. He's going to get a couple here, actually. He's placed that one quite nicely.
Yeah, Dan at 1:10 up to date.
Got no guests in. I have to talk to myself. I'm used to that.
You are the star attraction.
I'm used to that. We'll be talking about outgrounds. Some of the wonderful outgrounds, of which one of them we're at currently. We'll be talking about Buxton in the snow. I'll be talking about Wellingborough School, where the headmaster pilfered a step from W.G. Grace's house in Down End. Zaffa tickles that one through square for a single.
Yeah, they put Baker.
Apparently you're supposed to step on the step for good luck before you go out to bat. But Andrew Radd from BBC Northampton always used to do that, and he said he barely scored a run on the ground. So, yeah, there you go. I'll be talking about all the outgrounds that Gloucestershire have played at. Clifton College, Cirencester, the 3 at Gloucester, which is the Spa ground, the Wagon Works and Archdeacon Meadow, which is at King's School. Morton in Marsh, Stroud, Lydney. I'll be talking about the grounds that Worcestershire have played at Kidderminster, which they had to out of necessity when New Road flooded. Amblecote, Hereford, where they played in the racecourse. Dudley, Stourbridge, Stourport. That's just gloved down through square by Zoom Actor. A little bit of verbal going off out there.
So we don't know if Matt Taylor will bat. The kind of the line we were told was if essential. Now, if Gloucestershire were 100 behind, I wonder if it would be deemed as essential. Then I mean, it's soaking up time, isn't it?
Bouncer to Zaffa Gahar. I'll be talking about Oakham School, where Worcestershire played last week. There's outgrounds going on at the moment. Scarborough. Yorkshire also played at Ackland Park, Middlesbrough, Bradford Park Avenue. They played at York in recent years. That's a new ground for them. Harrogate they played at. And then the 2 in Sheffield, Bramall Lane and Abbeydale.
Should say that Lewis Rees has completed his century for Derbyshire against Glamorgan. Their opening pair still together in the second innings.
Shot from Zaffa. Crunches that one through mid-wicket. Smashes the ball into the concrete in front of us.
You know, that ball is 23 overs old. It didn't look an awful lot of shine on it, did there? That just dropped in front of us.
That ball looked like it had a paper round like you, Ian.
Yes, Derbyshire's opening pair have batted for 62 overs against Glamorgan. Unbroken. 179 for no wicket.
See, Godalman's hardly getting in the side now at Derbyshire. That's a lovely shot from Zafar. Caressed through the covers. There's a bit of chirp going on out there.
Not now.
Waite rather ruefully takes his cap at a success in the last over.
There's a touch of the David Gower about that, wasn't there? There it is. There's Waite just appraising Zafar's technique. Giving him some pointers on how to play the cover drive, perhaps. Waite got 64.
Finch is going to keep going at the moment from the Chapel End. We're 17 minutes from lunch. Lunch is at 10 past 1 today because of the extended overs in the day. 104 overs. But I say Worcestershire are +5 on the over rate, so they're miles in front. And Gloucestershire have got a further 7 overs to potentially get 18 and get another batting point. At the end of this pretty long run, it's not quite as long as Pennington's, but it's heading that way. Zaman Akhtar to face, and he's defended back up the pitch in Finch Fields. They're heading towards lunch in the Test match as well. Australia 108 for 2 in reply to England's 283. So 2 matches ongoing in the first division elsewhere and 1 in the second. Lunch scores of those to come when they reach their junctions. Zaman Akhtar plays that on the bounce past Azhar Ali at short leg. Wasn't a chance, but he gets a single. And Gloucestershire up by 1 more run. 283 for 7. Finch around the wicket to Zafar, who does well to keep that down. That was well back of a length, and he's now faced 79 balls for his 18. That is deceptive, because he's played far more in the way of shots in the last 10 minutes than he has previously. Still the short leg in for Finch. It's worked in the air, but safely behind square on the leg side by Zafar. He'll get 1, and that's all there will be.
Just remind you can still get tickets for the Ministry of Sound event in Bristol tonight, or you can even walk up and pay on the gate if you want. There's a few still available. Be a great event, and you've got nothing to do on a Friday night in Bristol. Pop down there.
Oliver just pushing the fielder at point back 3 or 4 yards for Zaman Akhtar. That's down the leg side from Finch and taken by Roderick. So the wickets to fall this morning. Tom Price bowled by Pennington for 46, big inside edge on Pennington's first over with the second new ball and the second over with the second new ball. Then next delivery, Jack Taylor adjudged LBW. It was one of those tight ones. Umpire Martin Saggers didn't hurry his decision, but he did raise his finger ultimately. And then Ollie Price caught by Baker off Matthew Waite. Baker having been moved to a short straight mid-on, really. Ollie Price 285 balls, just under 6 hours and 14 fours in his 115, which was his second 100 of the season, second first-class 100 of his career, and a career best as well.
Pete in sunny Sutherland. So the A46 where he grew up, Upton St Leonard's, between Prinknash.
No, Prinish, Dan.
Pringish. There you go. Good job. I've got some local knowledge. Painswick and Gloucester. So most likely it was the Malverns you could see across the Severn Valley. Here's Waite to Zafar. Plays it down the ground. Back to him.
Yeah, there's an abbey at Prinish.
Prinish.
Well, there was
Silent K, as in sort of knife, and
That's
knave, and knot, as in Alan. Thanks, Feely. Just said knickers.
Yeah. The
Zafar just pushes that into the offside.
there was a new, in inverted commas, abbey built at Prinish, but the monks I don't think ever moved in.
Oh. Oh. Why not?
Well, there became fewer and fewer of them.
Didn't they like their housing accommodation?
So there was some talk at one stage of it almost being developed separately.
Wait to Zafar.
But I don't think
There's
that.
still a little bit of chirp out there.
I'm sure the fact that didn't ever happen. So it's kind of sat waiting for someone to decide what they want to do with it.
Ooh. Don't fancy buying it yourself here? Second home? All that. Buy to let. Zafar just plays that out to D'Oliveira, out at
the plan at one
mid-wicket.
stage, I'm sure, might have been for it to become a venue for conferences and to generate funds that would keep the old abbey going, because it was clearly an old building. Old buildings cost a lot of money to maintain, but once the monks didn't decided they didn't want to move into the new one, it's kind of, I say, a little bit like this game this morning at times. It's stagnated.
Yeah.
You've got 10 minutes to your talk. Do you need to?
Yeah, I'm gonna give it this ball. Actually, I'm gonna depart now. Ian Randall will take you through to lunch, and we'll see you after lunch.
So Dan Whiting off to meet his fans in the hub, and here is Matthew Waite bowling to Zaman Akhtar, who plays that quietly up to Pennington at mid-off. 73-4-3 Gloucestershire's net score in the 2 hours this morning. And we do hope to have Sarah Blowen from the Gloucestershire Exiles with us this afternoon at some stage. Had a good day on their day here at the festival. Nice shot from Zaman Akhtar. Nothing wrong with that. Little pleasant push up to mid-off. This is the 100 and that is the conclusion of the 105th over for Gloucestershire in their pursuit of batting points. So 5 overs to go, 14 needed, and there are 8 minutes to go until lunch. So it might be that it's 2 overs this side of the interval and 3 after it for Gloucestershire to get those 14. There'll still be 100 in arrears at that stage. And as we've said at times during the morning's commentary, the more they squeeze that Worcestershire advantage down, the greater likelihood is that getting a positive result, win-loss to either side, out of this game would be more difficult. Finch bowls to Zamanakta, who's going to take a sharp single out to Kashif Ali, who tries to throw it at the stumps at the non-striker's end. It's come off Zamanakta's bat inadvertently, and the umpire has signified that it will be 5. Finch won't have enjoyed that much. The bowlers do not enjoy that sort of situation. It was pure fortune that Akhtar's bat diverted the ball away. He wasn't looking to do that deliberately, but that might make the difference in Gloucestershire getting to that 300. Finch again to Zafar, down the leg side, taken by Roderick. His work's been really clean in this match, Gareth Roderick. Worcestershire bowlers have helped him by and large being tidy. Not an awful lot has beaten the bat, not truly. But Zafar's got a slip and a leg slip to contend with, and a backward point. Finch staying around the wicket, and Zafar goes underneath the short one, and that's going to be called as a no ball. Martin Saggers has finally, I think there's been a couple that have been borderline, but he's saying to Finch that is too short, and therefore Gloucestershire score advances, and it increases the possibility of there only being 2 overs between now and the break. Can Gloucestershire get there with without any further damage? They need 7 more for a batting point. Alan Richardson and Kabir Ali down at the chapel end of the ground, and there's a wicket for Finch. He's finally got Zafar caught by weight. A low catch at short mid-off, and Zafar, having got to 20 pretty patiently, has to go, and Finch finally has a wicket. Good low catch from Waite, actually. Although we can, whether James Healy's got a chance to show that again or not. Maybe do it at the end of the over, but Zafar's departure brings in Paul van Meekeren at number 10. And of course now there is a possibility that we may go on, because at 9 wickets down, if Matt Taylor was to come out to bat, the lunch interval would be delayed. So Worcestershire want an extra bowling point here as well. That's the other subplot in this. 1 more wicket would get them the bowling point, and they've got 4 overs and 2 balls to do it. So Van Meekeren has got 2 balls in this over to survive. We don't often talk about Paul's first-class batting because it's a very small sample size. He's got 106 runs at 9 in his career in first-class cricket. So Finch might think a fast straight one might do the trick here. Well, it was pretty full, and Van Meekeren got inside the line. Just about. 293 for 8 then. Worcestershire would be therefore hopeful of a 100-run lead. That might just move the game forward a little bit. Oh, Van Meekeren has bowled him. I thought he played on there. So Van Meekeren at 7 minutes past 1 departs. 2 wickets in the over for Finch. And it looks as if Matt Taylor is going to bat, because Zaman Akhtar is waiting there for him to come out. So Van Meekeren out for naught. Worcestershire have their batting point, their bowling point rather, that they wanted. So they're going to take 7 bonus points from this game. And here is Matt Taylor. So lunch will now be taken when the last wicket falls. And Finch with a chance of improving his figures quite considerably at the end here. He's now taken 2 for 66. Leach 3 wickets, Pennington 3 wickets. But 293 for 7 has become 293 for 9. So Finch with 1 ball to bowl at Matt Taylor, who's batting with this sore toe here. And that's down the leg side, he steps inside the line, and Finch frustrated it wasn't absolutely on the stumps there, but still a good over for him. 2 wickets in the over. And now Zum Akhtar and Matt Taylor, can they somehow scramble the 7 that Gloucestershire need in the remaining 4 overs for batting points? And I think unsurprisingly Worcestershire want to finish this and get batting themselves, so Joe Leach has been called back into the attack, and I wonder if actually Pennington might be recalled as well if necessary here. So Zaman Akhtar's got 8. It's a fine leg, but not a third man for Leach. Akhtar waits for him and clips it on the bounce. First bounce out to Kashif Ali in the covers. Leach would back himself here to try and pick up this last wicket. It's unclear at this point. So Matt Taylor batting at 11, but unclear whether he will bowl or not. I think that's probably unlikely, you would think. And Akhtar will just fishes at that delivery from Leach. Doesn't get a touch, and through again to Roderick. They are at lunch at the Oval. Australia 115 for 2 in reply to England's 283. Give you a couple of lunch scores in a moment. Kent in trouble against Notts, trying to save the game at Trent Bridge. Leach in here, and Akhtar defends again out to Jake Libby at point. So Notts have been sent. So Notts have set Kent 407 to win, and Kent are 17 for 3 at lunch. And they're scrabbling to get a key draw at the bottom of the table. Same with Northants, who are still 149 behind Lancashire. They're batting in their second innings. They are 53 for 2. Here, Worcestershire trying to get the last wicket. Akhtar, in the air over Pennington. That's no mean feat. He'll come back for 2. The ball is held up, rather plugged in the outfield, and they will take a comfortable couple. Akhtar on to 10, and Gloucestershire to 295 for 9. So those 2 matches, the scores in the first division. In the second division, Derbyshire at lunch 185 without loss against Glamorgan. They trail by 18. Cast iron draw there. Leach into Akhtar, who tries to play a crunching drive. That would have gone way past Pennington at mid-off, and he got hold of that, but he didn't. So Glamorgan and Derbyshire heading for a draw. Yorkshire and Durham. There will be no more play at Scarborough. Play abandoned for the day. Match drawn. So the leaders, no damage done there really. Leach to Zamanachter, who's played at that and again not read the line. So 107 overs gone. And Matt Taylor on the strike. Still to Finch. They haven't changed the mode of attack here. Worcestershire, I think, given Finch had 2 wickets in the last over, it would have been harsh to have taken him off, but what will his target be? I wonder, will it be to go for the full Yorker, which accounted for Van Meekeren? .295 for 9. Gloucestershire need 5 more. Matt Taylor again defends. I think the toe that's caused him the problem is on his right foot, so it's his back foot when he's batting. Weight is again in quite short at mid-on. He's quite fairly straight as well. Finch to bowl to Taylor, who's just steered that out to Jake Libby at point. There was that last shot from Zamanachter in the last over went over Dylan Pennington and kind of plugged in the outfield. They didn't exactly sprint looking for a third run. It was a very comfortable 2, and I don't think Matt Taylor's going to be running too many sharp singles with that painful toe. He waits again. Oh, he's clipped that in the air. That's over Kashi Valley, and that's gone for 6, and that's got Gloucestershire to their second batting point. That's gone over our marquee and landed on the top. If you can't run, I suppose that's the simplest solution. Just clear the rope. And even if Kashi Valley had been on the boundary, he'd have had no chance of putting that in. So Taylor to 6 with 1 scoring shot, and Gloucestershire past the 300. Deficit 105. Finch to bowl again to Taylor, who's gone high in the air here. This should be caught. Roderick should take it and does. So in a sense, the achievement was successfully ticked off in that Gloucestershire got the extra batting point, but Taylor clearly was in some discomfort out there. He hobbles off having made 6. Finch has finished with 3 quick wickets, and lunch will now be taken with Worcestershire 105 runs in front. And now the tactics for them become fascinating. Do they think they've got enough time and enough overs, with, as you can see, 71 remaining on the day, for them to build a big enough lead and then try tomorrow to bowl Gloucestershire out? So from 212 for 4, Gloucestershire have got to 301 all out this morning. So 6 wickets have fallen, 3 of them in a clatter to Adam Finch at the end. He's finished with 3 for 72. Joe Leach 3 for 51. Dylan Pennington 3 for 39, and Matthew Waite 1 for 58. Ollie Price, the star of the show really, with 115, a career best. Tom Price made 46, he was the first man out today. So the wickets to fall today: Tom Price bowled Pennington 46, Jack Taylor LBW bowled Pennington no score, and then Ollie Price caught Baker bowled Waite 115. Zafar Kahar called Waite bowled Finch 20. Paul Van Meekeren bowled Finch no score. Matt Taylor caught Roderick bowled Finch 6. Zaman Akhtar, another not out for him, 10 not out. There were 15 extras, 301 all out, Gloucestershire, and the other was Chibola's. Josh Baker, 0 for 59 from 25 overs, and Brett Oliveira 4 overs for 10, and Kashif Ali 1 over for 5. We will resume at about 5 minutes to 2 here at Cheltenham when Worcestershire's second innings will get underway. They've already got a cushion of a lead of 105. How quickly can they add to it? How quickly can Gloucestershire perhaps make a real game of this by getting through their top order? Join us at 5 to 2 for the resumption.
Welcome back to second half of the game. Umpires Martin Saggers and Jack Shantry make their way out to the middle. They swap ends, of course.
And just to complete this at the fraction scenario, the middle third of the day.
Yeah.
Gloucestershire lost the last 3 wickets for only 8, but in that you've got a batsman who's barely played any red ball cricket in the last 5 years, and another batsman who was batting on one leg, in essence.
Yeah, he's got his tracksuit on as well, so I don't expect to see him bowling.
Or even fielding, for that matter.
No.
Let's to see who actually might be out there. Ed Middleton, we think, is going to be out as a sub fielder. But Tom Price is going to open the bowling with Worcestershire with a 105 run lead and 71 overs left in the day. So, as Dan said, it will be Roderick and Libby. How aggressive will they be? Is the question. Price to Roderick, who defends the first ball, and Ed Middleton is in fact at deep square, so he is the sub fielder for Gloucestershire in this Worcestershire second innings.
Dylan Pennington was superb, wasn't he? I thought this morning. 3 for 39 off 19.
And today, 2 for 1 off 5 overs. Price to Roderick. And Roderick lets that go. Through to keeper James Bracey. And Gloucestershire got a delicate balance here. They want early wickets, but they don't want Worcestershire to get away from them. But if they were to get 260 off 60 odd overs, which is what they got on the first day, they'd be very close to declaration territory by the end of play. Roderick pushes that out on the offside, fielded by Phillips. The pitch, though, is 2 days older. It's just a question of whether there is any inconsistent bounce out there. I think more than sideways move, it's more about bounce.
Yeah, I think so. I think what we're going to see now is Worcestershire. They'll have a little look first of all, but I think they'll be looking to put their foot on the accelerator this afternoon.
Price into Roderick.
If they can get 250, 280 this afternoon. 280 gives them close on 400, doesn't it? And then they can have a go back at Gloucestershire tomorrow. They'll want to leave themselves probably at least 80 overs to bowl a side out on this pitch. Minimum.
So 2 new balls. Second new ball still with some kind of
maybe
impact.
85.
Tom Price to Roderick. Try for LBW, but Martin Saggers looks. Jack Shantry looks down straight away.
That hurt Roderick.
Where did that hit? Roderick's quite square, as you can see, on the thigh pad. Price in this first over of the Worcestershire second innings. Roderick's
walking down the pitch there to Tom Price.
Low angled bat out on the offside. A maiden to start, and with no Matt Taylor, Zaman Akhtar is going to open for Gloucestershire from the College Lawn end. Yeah, being a seam bowler down, I suspect he's going to mean a long ball for Zafar Gahar.
Yeah, you can see that coming.
He's going to probably from the College Chapel end. to just try and apply a break, really.
The injuries continue, don't they?
It's been a season of problems with fitness. We did talk about the hypothesis of a 100-run advantage for one of these teams might increase the chance of a positive outcome. That's what we've ended up with.
Yeah. Zamanakta there. We're going to have a guest coming on in 15-20 minutes or so. 5 minutes.
I was told 2 o'clock. So, you know, as a star guest, they couldn't be fashionably late.
Akhtar in. That's worked round the corner. I think that's runs there. It's gone away quite quickly down that hill. So Jake Libby opens his account for the match. Another wicket at the Oval. Stuart Broad. Travis Head. Short ball perhaps. Stuart Broad doing a victory celebration. Libby defends. Victory celebration a couple of times around the Oval. And just up to the Elephant and Castle and back again.
Just to say that
Round the Elephant.
Kent are in severe danger of being beaten by Notts at Trent Bridge. They were set 407 and they are 35 for 4.
Akhtar into Libby. Ooh, there's nearly a mix-up there.
That, of course, is in the First Division. And Kent's batting has been a big problem for them all season. And that will be another nudge towards relegation. And make Middlesex's win at Edgbaston look even more valuable to them.
I think that puts Kent in the bottom 2 then, doesn't it?
Well, it turns out Northants get on. Northants are above them, of course, at the moment.
Libby punches that into the offside.
That's me trying to remember the table in my head. Northants are bottom of the table. They are 73 for 2, still trailing Lancashire by 129. So plenty of work to do for them at Old Trafford. Play abandoned for the day at Scarborough, so there are only 3 matches currently in play. This is the only one in the Second Division other than the game at Derby, which is absolutely bolted on for a draw.
Marty's in the pub. He'll be saying Scarborough's too far south. Akhtar. Good leave there from Libby.
So 2 overs in, and Gloucestershire really looking at this Worcestershire second innings with 4 main bowlers, 3 seam bowlers and Zafar Gahar. Matt Taylor did bat at number 11. He ran a 2, he ambled a 2, which he probably would rather he didn't, and then pulled Adam Finch for 6 before skying the next ball to Gareth Roderick.
I saw that from down there. It landed on the roof of this marquee, didn't it?
It did.
Yeah. You nervous, Ian? Do you think it's going to come through?
I did wonder if it was going to bounce off the wall of the pavilion at one stage. But it got Gloucestershire past the 300, which was the purpose of the shot. And I think Taylor then knew that, in a sense, he'd done what he went out to do. And it was a question of scrabbling what he could from there. Nice shot from Roderick. That's gone firmly down the ground. That will go all the way for 4 to the boundary at the chapel end. Dan's been talking to his fans at lunch about outground cricket, so he's going to go and restock the energy levels to some degree with a hot coffee or something similar. Here is Tom Price into Roderick, or tries to squeeze that. He wanted to go straighter than that with that shot, and it in the end ended up at Zafar Gahar at mid-on. So Dan's going to take a quick break, and we're going to be joined by a lady who we've been talking about since the first day of this match. We wondered whether she was with us on the first day, and it rained. We wondered whether she's going to be with us on the second day, and the diary is just too busy. And here is Tom Price into Roderick, who's using his feet once again there to steer that behind square, and he'll come back for 2. Sarah Blowen, the chair of the Gloucestershire Exiles, you're very welcome.
Oh, well, thank you, Ian. That's lovely to be here, and hello to all the Exiles watching and listening out there, wherever you are.
Had a very convivial evening last night. How did your team do in the quiz?
Well, yeah,
okay.
we were doing really, really well. You are talking to a past winner of the amazing festival quiz here. So yeah, how the mighty have fallen, Ian. How the mighty have fallen.
So you weren't in first 3 then, I take it.
No.
Right. 8 without loss, Worcestershire, and Roderick defends back up to Tom Price. No, so my first involvement in the quiz, that was a no ball, by the way. My first involvement in the quiz, I know a lot of the players were there, certainly for the first part of the evening, so fair play to them after a long day. And our team, not thanks to me very much in any way, so did actually come 3rd, which was very creditable.
You took the place that we probably would have if we hadn't been we'd gambled on the all or nothing final round. That's quite a nail-biter of a round, isn't that, Ian?
Price in, and Roderick lets that go through to James Bracey. Yeah, they said the quiz was very well set up. I know that you raised about £200 for the club on the raffle, and let's just throw back a bit to your day, Exiles Day, where there was a cheque presented to the club. I think, was it for £3,500?
Yeah. The generosity of our Gloucestershire Exiles is quite remarkable.
Price in from the chapel end. Roderick forces that away past Chris Dent at wide mid-off. They'll come back for 2. Dent's sliding stop, which we see so often, and throw in keeps them down to a couple. And the principle of an exile is fairly straightforward, isn't it?
Well, you would think, but actually exile is more a state of mind than a physical reality, actually,
right.
Ian. I mean, the Gloucestershire Exiles was set up in 1971, so it's an organisation that's over 50 years old, bringing together people who love Gloucestershire cricket wherever they are.
Price in again to Roderick, who again defends that low-angled bat. And that's the end of the 3rd over of this Worcestershire second innings. They are 12 without loss. You need to add 105 to get the overall lead. I can just about do that.
Yes, and but back in the 1970s, still a lot of people left Gloucestershire, like the London Irish, London Welsh, to go up to the Big Smoke for work. Wanted to follow Gloucestershire, and so the Gloucestershire Exiles were born with that kind of expat West Country community. And it's grown from there.
And some people, although they are no longer true exiles, maintain their membership even though they actually still live in the county. Here is Akhtar from the College Lawn end. That was a jumpy bit of defending from Jake Libby. Didn't look very comfortable with that. The 2 slips, Jack Taylor and Ollie Price. Played it softly on the bounce to first slip. So a couple of friends of mine who are actually not true exiles but are members of the Exiles were at the quiz last night for that very reason. They live within the county. Libby can't get that away from Akhtar. It's straight to Dent. So who would have been your longest distance traveller for your day on Wednesday? Because we've had about 130 here.
So we had about 135, which is great, which is a good number, and people have travelled from all over the UK and beyond to attend. So people are very, very loyal. We have members all over the world, but even on Neville Road as well.
Achter in. Libby clips that again off his legs. There should be only one there. Down in front of the, what we're calling the, is it the AC Milan marquee with the black and red stripes? No, Harry's nodding at me. 13 without loss. So was there anybody here literally who had flown in on Wednesday?
Well, Mike Proctor and Courtney Walsh.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I think we can count them as flying in. Yeah, and great to see Courtney here. Still immensely. I mean, Mike has been back on regular occasions, but Courtney's visits fewer and further between, but still immensely popular for his sterling efforts. Down the leg side from Achter, taken by Bracey.
Yes, and both of them are great friends of the Exiles. Mike in particular, because we helped to set up the Mike Proctor Foundation to support his work with disadvantaged children in the township communities around his home in Durban. And Courtney is a multiple past winner of the Exiles Player of the Year award, which is awarded every year, voted for by members of the Gloucestershire Exiles.
Achter from the College lawn end. Libby clips that straight to mid-wicket. There's no chance of a run there. So what have you got? About 300 members thereabouts?
Yes. And as I was saying before, a lot of people who've returned to the county retain their membership, but a lot of people who have never left the county or Bristol want to be members, because we produce a magazine called Outside Edge twice a year.
I'll come back to that in a minute. Pushed into the offside by Roderick. He scampers a single. So not everybody, and this has been brought home to me recently in a very different way, not everybody has internet access or is very digitally aware. So you can actually get a physical copy of the magazine as opposed to a digital one.
Absolutely, and we feel that that's very important, not just for the collectors, the completists who like to have a complete set of things. We know that there's a whole sort of market for cricket memorabilia out there, but it's a lovely, lovely thing. Outside Edge comes out at the beginning of the season and after the end of the season, and you can just then sit down and enjoy just reading about Gloucestershire cricket past, present and future whenever you want, from a beautiful small full colour magazine.
Change of bat for Roderick. Not quite sure what was wrong with the other one, but he switched it, and Tom Price continued to strive for this first breakthrough in this Worcestershire second innings. Gloucestershire this morning all out for 301, at which point lunch was taken. We were beyond the allotted time at that stage. So 212 for 4 overnight to 301 all out. 3 quick wickets for Adam Finch at the end of that innings. Ollie Price made a career best 115, and Tom Price 46. They were the main contributors today to be dismissed. Tom Price to Roderick again. Defends. Just to go back to that digital viz physical brochure, can you have a digital one if you want it?
If you ask us, yes, we can provide it, but we don't provide it as sort of a standard, because obviously it's part of the special thing that you get for your membership, and membership of the Exiles starts from £10 a year, and it's really, really good value.
That is a very small sum by most membership standards. Tom Price in. Roderick pulls straight to Ed Middleton, who's at deep backward square. It's a solid stop. And they come back again to extend that digital point. Do you have a website or not?
So, because anybody wanting to contact the Exiles, if you Google Gloucestershire Exiles, it should come up with our homepage on the Gloucestershire County Cricket Club website.
Right.
You can read all about our events, what we're about, and how to contact us.
Get another flick away from Libby. They're just accumulating the singles here, these two Worcestershire openers at the moment, in these early stages of their second innings. So if that shows the tie-in with the club, then, in the sense that your page is effectively on the Gloucestershire website.
Absolutely. And I mean, we have aspirations to perhaps have a web page of our own. So if anybody out there is listening who wants to help us with that, get in touch. But we do have links to the club, and we can I can tell you about that after this next ball.
Roderick again shuffling outside his crease, but only to defend against the threat of Price. You've been here for all 3 days. Have you thought that Ollie Price has taken a step towards potential Exiles Player of the Year for 2023?
Well, this is the interesting thing, isn't it? Yeah, last night we were able to present the Player of the Year tankard for 2022 to Zafar Gohar.
Roderick search Price for weight. That's gone up to the aforementioned Zafar at mid-on, no run, and that was for his efforts last season. That was a no ball, by the way.
Yes, yeah, and I mean he's had particularly in the latter part of the season, both last year and the year before, really impressive figures, and I think that in the plaudits that we received from our members, that we were able to pass on to him, which appeared in Outside Edge, he was delighted to have that recognised.
I might ask you about just the principle of the vote in a minute. Here is Tom Price in. Roderick again steers that time into the offside. No run. Phillips does the fielding. So was he a runaway winner?
He was a runaway winner. Absolutely. Yeah. Yes. And we asked people to, give a name, but also to give a reason, and that's really lovely, because then we always make sure that copies of Outside Edge get into the dressing room and into the offices of the club, and then they can read what the fans think about their performances. And so that was really lovely to see him last night. And I think you're right. Yeah, Ollie Price has done himself a lot of favours here at this festival, hasn't he?
Yeah, and as Dan and I were discussing before lunch, he's done well in 2 formats, and he's still got a 3rd format ahead of him, in which he will again play regularly. Zaman Akhtar in, nice shot from Libby. He's punched that away past Chris Dent. He should haul it in just inside the rope, and they've taken 2, and that's all there will be. That's one of the images of not just this festival, but any ground in which Chris Dent is fielding. We've got the pursuit of the ball, the slide and the throw all in one movement.
It's beautiful to watch, isn't it? Really accomplished fielding.
Very rarely has an errant throw on his return. 20 for no wicket. Worcestershire in their second innings, down the leg side from Zaman, a bit frustrated by the line there. James Bracey tumbling away down the slope to take. So in terms of your fundraising efforts that have drawn this £3,500, and I think you raised more, so £3,500 presented to the club on Wednesday.
That's right,
Ian, and more money collected because of your Exiles Day here this week.
Absolutely.
Zaman into Libby. There's no chance of even a leg by there. It's dribbled out into the leg side. Are you able to share with us what sort of money that was?
So we've made over £2,000 on Wednesday at our Exiles Day. So the Cheltenham Festival Exiles Day is a long-standing event, happens every single year. It's a kind of a homecoming for exiles, and many Gloucestershire fans who live in exile might be the only day cricket that they see in the season.
Zaman sprinting in. Right up over the wicket. Half an appeal for an LBW, but ball's just dribbling out on the leg side. Might have been an inside edge there too.
Yes, and the Exiles have always existed really to have fun, promote friendship, so that it's quite lonely sometimes when you might live in London and watch your cricket at the Oval and Gloucestershire are playing.
So
And
did you find under COVID then that one of your purposes, if you like, was, I'll continue that after this ball from Zaman, which is defended, was almost to pick up the phone and speak to other exiles just to check they were okay?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think that that's when an organisation like ours comes into its own, because people know each other, there are friendships there, they can talk about things, because as we all know, we don't just talk about cricket when we stand here all day or sit round the boundary. And so real friendships formed at that time, and we were able to keep people updated electronically.
Zaman in, that's again Libby deep in his crease and steers that around the corner. There was no bat on that though.
Yes, we
Leg
were.
by signalled.
Sorry, and yes,
That's
and through COVID, we were even able to bring out a copy of Outside Edge, which landed on people's doormats and was incredibly welcome to have that sort of late in 2020. So, you know, we tried our best to keep people connected through that really difficult time, and our event here at the Cheltenham Festival in 2021 was one of the first events back for the club. So it was wonderful to have over 100 people join us then.
So you have a big day in the summer.
Yes.
You have the magazine, which is basically spring and autumn.
Yes.
What about anything in the winter? I'll explain that after this start of Tom Price's new over. Libby's not faced him a lot, and he's steered that down to third man, and they'll just get one.
So every second year we have a fundraising dinner at Lord's in round about February time in the lovely surroundings of the committee dining room, which is up at the top of the pavilion, and we have a speaker who
and we know what the food reputation is like at Lord's.
Absolutely. It is everything that you imagine it to be and more.
Price to Roderick on 10. He's gone. Caught. Well caught by Ollie Price. So the brothers strike again. Ollie takes his 18th catch of the season, and that's equal now with James Bracey. Roderick has to go. It's a sharp chance, this. Two hands, but just that extra split second that Ollie Price had by going with the trajectory of the ball rather than going at it. And Roderick frustratingly removes his helmet as he comes off. He goes, and Worcestershire are 22 for 1, 127 runs in front, and that will bring the experienced Azhar Ali out to bat at number 3. Price brothers quite a combination one way or another, with a wicket in the first innings by that same method and that big stand in the middle order that we saw yesterday and today.
That was amazing, and such maturity. Yesterday to just stay in and not to hit out. It was wonderful.
At 4 down, when Tom Price came to the wicket, he was obviously batting at 6, which he hadn't done previously, but. He stayed for almost 2.5 hours until he was bowled off an inside edge this morning with the second new ball by Dylan Pennington. Pennington bowled well today. He took 2 wickets for 1 run in 5 overs, which was
that's good going.
A good stint. Now then, Azhar Ali, can he get those 38-year-old feet moving quickly against Tom Price? We're about to see. Steers that away. A pleasant looking shot. Chase for Dent and for Joe Phillips. Joe Phillips has given it up. Is there a bit of relay work there? There might be, but in fact it's beaten Dent in the end down into that Sanford Road stand for 4. You're a lover of cricket, full stop. Have you been to other out? Have you been to? I mean, Dan did
Dan's
his talk.
Done his list is here in front of me.
His outgrounds. So have you been to Arundel or Scarborough or Chesterfield?
I haven't been to Scarborough, but I've been to Arundel, yes, that's a glorious place to watch cricket.
Azhar again. Ooh, that was forceful for a second ball. It was a no ball, and Price is having a little bit of an issue overstepping here. He had this a bit last year at the festival. Sometimes it is that slight slope across the square which can make it a bit awkward for the bowlers if they're not used to it. So do you find that your members come to you through other members? Is that rather than
a whole variety of ways? We've
any other route?
Yeah, and they find us through now finding us online as well. Finding us through things like the Gloucestershire supporters Facebook group, or, as very often happens, it will just be two people sitting next to each other around the boundary having a conversation. Yeah. And so,
I mean, one might argue there is no better recommendation than somebody you know who is also a member of that organisation, whatever it be it the Gloucestershire Exiles or any of the other cricket societies around the country. Azza waits for Tom Price, who pushes that back up the field. So, for example, the Cricket Society based at New Road, Worcester, is run by a gentleman called Mike Hitchings, and he is the biggest enthusiast for that organisation you can imagine. Not only does he effectively just try and run all the admin for it, he publicises it, tries to spread the word for it. He's here this week. Never fails to mention it in a conversation, and Price in again to Azra, lets that go. That's the end of a successful over for Tom Price. First wicket in this second innings. Worcestershire 28 for 1, and that kind of energy permeates out, doesn't it?
It does. It absolutely does. And we've got flyers that we hand out as well, and it's a nice way because you can, people might want to think about it before they join, and sometimes it is in the depths of winter when there is no cricket. And
so just go back to this Lord's event, yes, then, because that's probably one that might make people sit up and take notice a bit.
Yeah. So.
Is it a lunch or is it an evening event?
It's an evening event.
Right,
it's an evening event.
So Zaman Akhtar in. Bracey asks about a faint nick off the bat of Jake Libby, bat or glove, but umpire Sagar's not interested. Do you find that because it's an evening, it may mean that it's more the London-based Exiles who go?
Well, you would think so, wouldn't you? But actually, people do come for all over because it's an excuse to do an overnight in London. So yes, we aim to please.
Zaman Akhtar in and squeezed away by Libby into the leg side. They'll just get one.
But it's also an opportunity to see inside bits of the pavilion that you don't necessarily see.
Oh, right.
So the committee dining room, and to actually have somebody like the likes of Andrew Strauss or whoever in any given year who's very close to the top and the inside of English cricket to in a very sort of informal setting, in beautiful surrounds, but in a quite informal evening, to hear more about the state of cricket in the country.
There's a burning question I've got for you in a minute about the 2024 event then. Akhtar in, plays that hurriedly, a bit of a swivel really before at least he kept the shot down. He'll get a single down to fine leg. So have you booked your speaker yet?
We haven't. Who do you want us to book then, Ian? Who do you want us to book? Who do you want to hear from?
He sat behind you.
Unaccustomed as he is.
No, I think who was your speaker last year or this year?
Steve Snell.
Oh, right. Zaman Akhtar in once more to Libby. Lets that go.
But there is a but. Steve very generously, along with David Jones, the club chairman, they stepped in because our designated speaker, who we should have heard from, was Richard Gould.
Right.
Who
had a busy diary, I think.
Who had a very busy diary that week, and in fact, I think he would have been coming to us the day that he took up his new position.
Here is Akhtar once more. Libby defends. Gloucestershire started reasonably positively in this second innings. Yes, I imagine that when Gould was said yes, that's fine. He
Little did he know.
Yeah, he would not have known that was
indeed
that was around the corner for him.
But we had very nice communications with him, and so maybe for 2024 he might be the man that we're hearing from.
Worked onto the leg side on the bounce. So just before we let you head off into other things, purely as a supporter, what was your view yesterday when Will Brown said in the forum, T20 cricket back at Cheltenham 2024? That was the hope. Did that excite you?
Yes. I really like the 50. I really like the 50 over games. So I'm looking forward to next week. I know that for the club, T20 cricket brings in the crowds, and that creates an atmosphere like no other at Cheltenham, doesn't it? So is that a diplomatic answer enough for you?
I think that's a diplomatic answer. Some people like the fact that you can get 100 overs for your day, so to speak.
Yeah.
Tom Price has a big appeal, and Jack Santry's absolutely not interested in that at all. Tom Price looks at the floor, and he's outside the line there. So Jack Santry says no. I think that it is a delicate balance, and if the reasons that we're hearing as to why that T20 is possible is correct, and no reason to believe it's not, then there'll be a lot of people who will be wanting to watch that T20 here at Cheltenham in 2024.
Well, absolutely, and that's it, isn't it? Because it's about the whole shape of the season and what that might mean.
And
absolutely.
The discussion yesterday of the very relevant point, and we're going back to this finally, in the sense that the Exos membership is £10, which is great value.
Very great value.
And yet you look at the other end of the scale, and the schedule this year was asking a supporter, if they were effectively coming on a match-to-match basis, to watch all the T20 cricket within one pay month.
I know.
And
yes.
that was hard.
Yes.
Undoubtedly. So if that window to play the T20 is stretched, it will enable the short format to be played here at Cheltenham, but also it'd be easier for people's cash flows.
And that's what it's got to be about, hasn't it? It's one of the ways in which to perpetuate the game and perpetuate the festival. Because
sorry, just lastly, when the money you've collected from Cheltenham, the raffle from last night and the day you've had, when do the club receive that money? At the Lord's event, or does that come next year? Does that money go to the club next year? Steered out by Zafran to the offside.
So what we try to do is to give a donation probably about twice a year at events, if we can, where members are present. So the sum of 3,500 that we gave on Wednesday to the club, which they'll receive directly, represents fundraising by our members, donations, and this February's Lord's dinner. And then obviously we made a phenomenal amount on Wednesday as well, and through the generosity of all of our members and their guests, and that will be given at the end of the season.
Steered into the leg side by Azza, and Ed Middleton with the fielding. So where are you going to watch for the rest of the afternoon?
I'm going to be probably a bit of the time in the at mid-on in the stand in front of the pavilion here, which is I quite like to watch that. You get an elevated view, but probably a little bit of wandering, because this is a kind of homecoming for me too, and meeting people that have known me over the decades that I've been coming to Cheltenham.
I was going to say, I'm not going to ask you how many. I'm not going to ask you how many.
That's very kind.
Tom Price in to Azra. He's not really paid a shot at that, and again umpire Chantry says no. So two big LBW shouts in that over, both turned down. Let's look at the second one. Tom Price from the chapel end. Umpire Shantry's pretty clear. To be fair to both umpires in this match, they've both been really thoughtful about their decision. Martin Saggers had one LBW this morning which he really pondered over before raising the finger, and Jack Shantry there ultimately declining Tom Price's appeal. Sarah, pleasure to see you as ever.
Thank you very much, Ian.
Thanks for the quiz last night, which was great fun. I must go again, and enjoy the rest of this game, however it unfolds.
Indeed. Yeah, it's going to be intriguing. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time.
And hand you back to Dan.
Thanks.
Who has a big head? These are very big. Yeah,
I think we'll leave that there. And there we leave Dan Whiting. 32 for 1.
I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not, actually, but there you go. No, lovely to see you, Sarah. Fantastic.
Thank you.
As Actor comes in and bowls to Libby, Tom Price couldn't believe that one.
The second one?
The second one. I think it ran along Ali's bat face as he tried to withdraw. Ian, we've had a bit of news come through regarding Yorkshire, and it's on your email, and I want you to read it out.
Okay, it's from the ECB.
From the ECB.
And that's obviously made following the abandonment of the Yorkshire-Durham game today.
Defended there by Libby.
So they've published the sanctions in relation to Yorkshire County Cricket Club. ECB Chief Executive Richard Gould said these are serious charges relating to racism over a prolonged period. There can be no place for it in our game. The penalties announced by the Cricket Disciplinary Commission mark the end of a thorough disciplinary process. No one should have to experience what Azim Rafiq...
Libby just pushes one into the offside and gets through for a single.
What Azim Rafiq went through in cricket, and we once again thank him for his courage in speaking out. Since this hearing took place, the Independent Commission for Equity in Cricket has published its report. It demonstrates just how much there still is for our game to do in order to stamp out discrimination and become the inclusive sport we all want. We must work together as a game to learn from the events that led to this case and to respond thoroughly to that report.
So how many points?
I'm going to get to that in a moment.
Defended.
We recognise that Yorkshire, he concludes, have made significant progress since Azim came forward, first under Lord Patel's leadership and since then under its current management, and is committed to becoming an inclusive club. They have set the club on a path to a much brighter and more inclusive future, and we will continue to support the new leadership at Yorkshire to build on the progress made so far. And there is a link which I will open to tell you what the decision was.
Actor in Ali defends.
The rumour was it was to be between 24 and 48.
Here we go, I've got it here. So Yorkshire County Cricket Club have had a reprimand. They've also been fined 400,000, which is broken down as followed. 80,000 in respect of charge 1, 50 in respect of charge 2, 135 in respect of charge 3, and 135,000 in respect of charge 4. 300,000 of that fine is to be suspended for a period of 2 years. So, I mean, they've been fined £100,000 definitely. They've also received a 48-point deduction in the County Championship 2023 in respect of charge 1, and a 4-point deduction in the 2023 T20 Blast. Well, that's not going to make any difference, is it? Yorkshire got 14 days to appeal.
So no penalty in the competition that's in front of them. Effectively, it's a points deduction effectively in one tournament currently being played.
Yeah. So that probably puts Yorkshire at the bottom of the table now, doesn't it?
It would do, yes, quite comfortably. So they would go from 93 to 45.
They just got 5 today for the drawn game. So
right, okay.
They've got 50 now.
So that's their promotion bid gone. Libby defends. Tom Price fields off his own bowling. And to be fair, Jonathan Doidge, who covers Yorkshire for BBC Radio Leeds and the other Yorkshire stations, was saying that the kind of all the mood music suggested that a good portion of the fine, if there was a fine, would be suspended. So they have to then operate in the right manner to avoid paying it. And that obviously the points deduction is at the higher end of what was thought to be likely to be coming down the track.
Yeah. Sarah Blowen's fantastic guest, isn't she? Really is.
Very enthusiastic about Gloucestershire cricket.
She is a proper cricket badger. I mean, we're bad enough, Ian, but she is a,
and
lovely lady.
To be chair of an organisation with 300 members, which is more than a lot of cricket societies would have. Cricket societies would have somewhere sort of 150 to 200 in quite a lot of cases. I think the Worcestershire one's got about 200. Tom Price in. Libby cuts, but not with real force. There's a chase for Josh Shaw, who's out there as a sub-fielder. And he will keep them down to 2 in front of the Sanford roadside. You can see how she would sort of treat those members almost as family.
She's a lovely lady. Got a lot of time for her.
Price with 1 wicket to his name. Would like another, but Libby's going to steer another single. And she's trying to rotate the strike here, Worcestershire. They're not being too dour about this position, are they?
No, they're not. Is it dur or dour?
Well, it depends where you come from, I suppose.
Have you become Scottish since I've gone for London?
No.
Bit of a dour man.
Was it the phrase I always associate it with Scottish weather is dreich.
Dreich.
Which sort of miserable.
Okay.
That's another word for it. Not. Azar tries to use his feet and pull that delivery to backward square from Tom Price. Didn't really get up much. No, that's the end of Price's over. 6 overs, 1 for 26. Saman Akhtar's bowled 5 overs for 9. And Worcestershire with 36 on the board, 141 in front. Now, Dreich is a kind of day. It's not stair odds rain. It's that sort of low cloud, miserable, poor visibility kind of day.
Yeah. They like them in Scotland, don't they? They do like those.
They do get quite a few of them.
Time for a bit of Paul van Meekeren.
Australia 5 down in the test at the Oval.
Yeah, Jimmy's just got one.
153 for 5. In reply to England's 283.
Here's Paul. Nice shot, well fielded there by Chris Dent.
So Australia still with Steve Smith in, but Khawaja 47, Warner 24, Labuschagne 9, Head 4, and now March for 16 of the men out. So Carey has joined Steve Smith. Wicket shared, 2 to Broad, 1 to Anderson, 1 to Wood, 1 to Wokes.
And Meekeren stayed right till the end of the quiz last night. I think that's just worked into the onside there by Libby. I think Van Meekeren is someone who appreciates his position in the game, doesn't he? He's good with the fans. He's good with us, media-wise. And I think he's a credit to the game of cricket, actually, and to himself. Approachable guy.
And he also knows that you never know with injuries. It can be a short career for some players. So you appreciate it while you have it.
Yeah. And he comes to Azhar Ali, who just whips him through the onside. Throw comes in.
Van Meekeren wasn't looking there, and
it's hit him in the derriere.
Yeah. He thought it wasn't going to bounce that far. Oh, Kent, 85 for 9, having been set 407 by Notts at Trent Bridge.
It's a miserable year down at Canterbury, isn't it?
Let's have a look at that second innings scorecard there. Where's the damage come from?
Libby defends. Soft hands.
Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson have shared all 9 wickets.
Hutton's had a fantastic season. Brett the Hitman Hutton. He's been wonderful this year. Normally Luke Fletcher, but Hutton has been top draw. Worked square there by Libby on the offside. But Miles Hammond, quick there, pounces on the ball.
So let's go. I'm just going to go back to that Division 1 table then for a moment. So Northants scrabbling to try and get a draw in their game at Old Trafford. So they're in their 10th match. They have 54. Kent in their 11th match have 81. Middlesex, having played 10, have got 84.
Oh, that's a strange old shot.
And
what a strange shot that was from Libby. That's in the over.
Who now look set to improve their position, have 98. So it really does look to be 2 from 3. And Middlesex look like having a great week because they have won, and neither of their rivals will have won. In fact, Kent, very well, they're 1 wicket from losing at Trent Bridge, and so a step taken towards safety by Middlesex in this round. And Championship cricket, of course, returns for most in September, when Gloucestershire have 3 games. Some teams have 4. South Africa Hart into the attack.
Yeah, I think it could be a bit of a dreich day here, Ian.
No, Dan.
Well, I think it might be on its way. Look, it's getting a little cloudy. Last Saturday was a dreich day.
It was. It absolutely was. So Zafar with a reasonably hard ball, 17 overs old, bowling to his fellow Pakistan international Azhar Ali. Batting at number 3. He's in because the Price brothers removed Gareth Roderick with a fine catch from Ollie Price at second slip. Zafar in. Azhar Ali just pushes that up to Dent. So similar tactic here from James Bracey, with Dent in at a short catching position on the offside, almost a short straight mid-off there. After going round the wicket, and Azhar Ali defends. That was the way that Worcestershire in the end got rid of Ollie Price, with a short straight mid-on in the Gloucestershire innings. Zafar around the wicket. It's a bit short really, but Azhar just comes forward and defends that on the offside. Did you say to me, Dan, this morning that...
No.
You did? I'm
no,
sure you did.
No, not me.
As he uses his feet, tries to work that past Jack Taylor, but can't do it. The belief was this pitch would not break up.
Yeah, well, that's what the general consensus amongst the players has been.
Tossed up from Zaffa as Ali uses his feet, and it's gone underneath Josh Shaw, and that's going to go away for 4. He was just on the edge of that college square, which doesn't make it an easy bounce. And now, I think, what was there seemed to be an inference there of something wanted at the college lawn end. Now, what are they bringing out here? Something to mark the crease line with? Or is it? It's an unusual gadget.
Yeah.
What is it? Is it where? It's where Van Meekeren is sort of his takeoff, his launch into the delivery stride is. So is he wanting a marker put down there so he's not going to bowl a no ball?
No, I don't think so. I think he just, I don't know. We've got some community news, Ian.
So here is Van Meekeren.
Libby pushes it through.
That'll be from Pete Lamb then.
No, I think it's from Jess. Jess Jones, the delightful Jess Jones. Gloucestershire Cricket is excited to be once again hosting 2 community days in Bristol and Cheltenham this summer. The much-loved community days represent a chance for members of the community to come together over a shared interest of cricket and to take part in fun games and activities provided by many local businesses, organisations and charities. As Van Meekeren comes in, as Libby plays that square on the offside. The first community day will take place at the Cheltenham Cricket Festival on Tuesday the 1st of August during Gloucestershire's one-day cup match against Derbyshire. Come along to test your football skills with Forest Green Rovers. We'll take part in other fun-filled games with the likes of Gloucester Rugby and Gloucestershire Fire at the Cheltenham Cricket Festival. Well, I think we had a mascot race here last year, didn't we? And Gloucestershire Police put in somebody. Played out to mid-on. I think they had a crocodile as their mascot, the Gloucestershire Police. I think he told me that his hobbies included biting criminals.
Was it Lanky who won the...
Yeah, Alfred didn't take part, did he?
He was ill, apparently.
Potassium poisoning. Short and pulled, but with no venom. Only dribbles out to Josh Shaw at mid-on.
So Gloucestershire with no Matt Taylor on the field because of his
just seen him
infected toe.
Just had a chat with him. Struggling to put his foot down. He's on antibiotics. He thinks he'll be okay in about a week or so.
So that would probably rule him out of the first 2 games in the One Day Cup, then you would think, because
possibly
the second game is next Friday.
Possibly, yeah.
Certainly that would be not for Tuesday then, on that basis.
Had a chat with his parents as well. Got a rather boisterous dog as well. Very nice dog, lovely dog, very friendly dog, but boisterous, it has to be said. Libby plays into the offside. Don't mess around with Dent in there.
Particularly on to his left hand as well.
Yeah, 42 for 1. Van Meekeren and Maiden. He's none for 2 off 2. Libby's on 14. Azhar Ali is on. That's just disappeared.
11, I think.
Is it 11? He is on 11.
So Gloucestershire with 2 sub-fielders out at the moment, because Ed Middleton and Josh Shaw, but Shaw's just going off. So he must have been temporarily on the field for Tom Price, who's just trotted back into what will be the leg side for Zaffa. Shaw makes his way, and Ed Middleton is at deep backward square. So I'd like to have a long bowl here. 14 overs gone in this Worcestershire second innings. 71 overs to bat today if they get that far. I would certainly hope to. But the question is about the pace at which they score. Are they really looking to try and win the game or make sure they don't lose? Actually, somebody said to me at lunch that sometimes teams almost get into a slightly negative mindset about not losing rather than wanting to win. I think it's possibly true on occasions. You almost want to say, right, it's got to be 75-25 against losing rather than 60-40.
Yeah. We saw Gloucestershire lose a game trying to set something up early in the season against Leicestershire.
And do you just a single to Azarali, do you think that day then was more about the approach in the batting to try and get the extra runs rather than playing cautiously? And the pitch wouldn't have suggested that there would have been that late collateral wickets?
Yeah.
Because ultimately Leicestershire bowled, it wasn't as if it was a declaration. Leicestershire actually bowled Gloucestershire out.
Yeah, they did. The Gloucestershire tried to get quick runs, didn't they, to try and make things happen, and got suckered a little bit.
Zafar to Libby. And respectful defence. So neither of these two actually herring along, but leads 148. They've still got 56 overs to bat today. Do you think, so to come back to that, just extend that sort of point, would Worcestershire feel safe with a chase of 350 for Gloucestershire on the last day? Would they want more than that?
I think they probably want more. They don't want to lose the game. They don't want to undo all their hard work. It's Van Meekeren. That's gone away. Azarali calling for a new bat as well. Don't think he liked the sound of that. Goes away for 4 runs. Now the question is, Ian, is James Healy going to open up his milk chocolate hobnob?
Has he not opened the packet yet?
Or is he going to open up his wine gums first? That is the crux of the matter.
That's the drama of the afternoon. I think he's going for the wine gums.
Gone for the wine gums, yeah.
A bit like the...
Oh, that's ramped. That's in the air. Yes. Caught down there. It's Ed Middleton on a sub. Azarali ramps it down. He can't believe it, Azarali. Extra pace of Van Meekeren working.
An unexpected involvement for the subfielder.
Yeah.
And Worcestershire lose their second wicket, and possibly the man who might have anchored that innings, actually, because he can, as he's shown in his Test career, bat long, and he's angry that he's got out, because that then brings in the inexperienced Kashif Ali,
who's on a pair.
Who's, as you say, on a pair. And then you get into the hosed Oliveira scenario. I mean, so, I mean, again, in a way, the game, we're talking about how many would Worcestershire want. The game would move on if Gloucestershire bowled them out, wouldn't it? That would make it a fascinating final day, potentially.
I think Jim has opened up the lucky wine gums. They're the lucky wine gums here. So they have attracted wasps.
They've attracted Dan Whiting to consume them as well. But Middleton gets a good round of applause for that catch, because he needs to be aware that Azhar Ali might play what seemed to be a really safe shot. It's the biggest, it's the longest bomb boundary on the ground. He steered it well over the infield and couldn't believe he picked out the one man really there for, probably not for that shot, but he was for the hook.
Van Meekeren to Kashif Ali. Oh, that's a strange old shot there. Trying to pull that first ball from outside off stump. Got very high backlift, almost baseball style. Lucky he didn't get a bottom edge on that and pull it on, chop it on.
47 for 2.
Here's the Dutchman into the crease. Oh, Ali leaves it alone.
So, I think you'd say, with those 2 early wickets, you could say Gloucestershire pushing back a bit against
Yeah.
this Worcestershire side, who, as we've intimated, they would like to win, but they certainly wouldn't want to lose this game and lose ground on those around them.
Punch, lovely stop there by Chris Dent. Keeps him on a pair. Increases the pressure on the youngster.
So at the moment, Worcestershire, having taken their points tally in this game up to 7. They are now 118, Glamorgan 115, Sussex 113, Leicestershire 111.
Now the guys in the office have realised that we've opened the wine gums, because I've gone and opened my big fat mouth on commentary and it's brought them over here. That's pulled nicely by Kashif Ali. That's a good shot, in control of that. They've come over here and they're like hyenas circling an ailing wildebeest, about to pick the bones off the carcass of the wine gums.
Those are the wildebeest that operate in Torquay.
They're the ones. Yeah.
Sorry, that's a sideways reference to a Fawlty Towers sketch.
The Hanging Gardens of Babylon.
Yeah. Worcester's 50 is up after 16 overs. But
Livy's the one they want. He's the man.
They've lost 2 wickets getting there. Libby again goes back, works that away to point for 1 run. He's a steady accumulator, Jake Libby.
Yeah, he's passed 800 runs for the season as well in this innings.
Joe Phillips is coming back in again with those lightweight pads under his trousers to field at silly mid-off for the new man Kashif Ali.
You average 56, which he's doing on a wicket like New Road, which has done a little bit this season. You've got to have something about you.
Middleton's at deep backward square now, having taken that catch, just chatting with one of the supporters. It's to our right hand side. Again, Kashif defends. And just after settling in for a full hour's work here, I would think, up until the tea interval from this one end. Kashif this time steers it past Phillips, but not for a run, because Jack Taylor is covering on that offside. He and Dent patrolling in front of the square, in front of square. Kashif again, straight to Jack Taylor got a first baller this morning.
I thought it was a little unlucky. It's quite a long way down the track. We've got a good vantage point here. Side on. Did look a long way down the track.
Kashif on the bounce, defends.
He's had a couple of rough ones, hasn't he, this year, Jack Taylor, with the stumpings in the Durham game. I think it was umpire Shanmugam. His foot didn't actually move.
Was that in the Chester Street match or the?
No, the one in Bristol.
One in Bristol.
Yeah, he was. Sorry, Jim. I'll take these away from me, please. These wine gums are. I'm not to be trusted around them. Van Makeren. Libby leaves alone.
What you should do, Dan, really, is munch them during the over that I'm on commentary. Because then nobody would know.
No one knows anyway. No one knows. No one can hear. Forward the break, cries Bracey. Nice shot from Libby off the back foot. Punches it. Chris Dent's quick across the ground. And hurls it in over the top of the stumps.
Just go back to the Exiles quiz we were talking about last night, because you and I were on different tables. Was Tom Price contributing?
Very much so. Very much so, as you'd expect a man with a first in PPE from Durham University.
What, philosophy, politics and economics, is that right?
Yeah, he's a bright lad, Tom Price. Into mid-on. Can't see who that is. He's just had a shy. Tom Price, the man with the first from Durham. Yep, he, as I said earlier, he knew what colour the second O is in Google. He knew what colour Mickey Mouse's shoes are. And he knew the colour of Fred Flintstone's tie. That's why these boys go away to university. We had a good chat with him as well. He's a lovely lad.
Chris Dent asking about the shape of the ball here.
He's a lovely lad, Tom Price. He's engaged well with the fans as well. Spoke to everyone on the table. Handles himself really well. Very mature individual.
So Chris Dent's request for the ball to go through the hoop, or at least to be judged to go through the hoop, has been turned down by umpire Chantry. So Van Meekeren's got to continue with what Dent believes is a slightly irregularly shaped delivery.
There's another wicket in the test. Van Meekeren. Kashif Ali plays a full shot there. Who's out there?
I'll check the board.
Carey smashes it to cover. Ben Stokes does the fielding off the bowling of Joe Root.
170 for 6.
Ooh. Now I do apologise if we've got any Australian listeners in.
Notts have beaten Kent by 321 runs.
That's a thrashing. Van Meekeren. Nice shot by Ali.
I'll just check how long that Kent second innings lasted. They were chasing 407 and they were all out in 21 overs and 3 balls.
Now, Ian, I'm a fair man, but I do apologise to any Australians listening in here. And I hope we give them an absolutely good stuffing at the Oval. I think we've been the better side in this series. And I think they deserve to go back on a Qantas flight with their kangaroo tails between their legs. Oh, that's in the air. Corn bowled. Van Meekeren leading edge from Kashif Ali, and he has to depart now for just 4 runs. Paul Van Meekeren, 6 wickets in the game.
Arguably the more inexperienced of the 2 batsmen out, but it's still another wicket. And Kashif makes his way back, caught and bowled by Van Meekeren. And actually, one of the simpler caught and bowled opportunities he will probably receive.
Yeah, 4 at the break there. James Bracey said a few moments ago. There's one of them.
And Adam Hose out at number 5. This is a bit like the Worcestershire first innings, isn't it? Where they looked a bit rocky.
Yeah.
And then the
middle
order and the
order.
lower order dug them out of a hole.
Yeah.
They've had that on other occasions this season as well. Even in that big chase of the game that they won at home to Leicestershire. I think they were left to get 280 plus.
Yeah.
And they won by 3 wickets, but again it was the Roderick at the top and then the lower order at the bottom who largely got them to their target.
In the first innings they were 18 for 3, then 99 for 5. Ended up getting 406 for one of the best comebacks since Lazarus was a lad.
Van Meekeren 2 for 13 now from his 4 overs. And Zafar to continue. And
they can get Libby now. The door is ajar.
yeah, the lead at the moment is 160. Zafar to Libby, and Libby and Hose probably know that as well.
Yeah, they're both experienced campaigners.
Just the one slip in. Libby goes back and chops that away. That's been just missed by Joe Phillips, and it's going to run down towards the boundary at backward point for 4. Libby's going to, it strikes me here, he's going to play one of those innings where, and we've seen them before this season, a lot of his runs will come either square off or behind the wicket.
Yeah. He's
there might be the odd drive in there, but not in the main.
He's an accumulator, isn't he, Jake Libby?
He's going to play late.
He's on 22.
He goes back here.
Needs another 59 to surpass the score of the other Cornish opener in this game.
So he's just got past 3,000 first-class runs for Worcestershire after his move from Notts.
In 3 years or 4 years?
4th summer.
Very good going. Very good going.
Tidy from Zafar. Continues to try and button things up at the College Chapel end. At the other end, though, Van Meekeren has Azhar Ali and Kashif Ali. There's nobody else Ali for Van Meekeren to dismiss in the Worcestershire batting order, but he's got 2 for 13. And
was Bill Ali not playing? Was he Somerset? Wasn't he Bill Ali?
Yes, I'm sure so.
Yeah. Umpired as well, didn't he, Bill Ali?
My memory says yes.
Yeah.
On that.
Yeah. Here's Van Meekeren to Hose. Bouncer first ball. Welcome to the crease, Adam.
Yes, Somerset and New South Wales. Bill Ali.
New South Wales. Not many English players have played. Did he win a Sheffield Shield there? So I can't think of too many English players who won a Sheffield Shield.
To be fair, only for 2 winters. 45-6 and 46-7.
Defended there. I can only think of, did Mason Crane win one the other year with New South Wales? Saying he played grade cricket. I thought he played for New South Wales. Vic Marks won a Sheffield Shield with Western Australia back in the, I think it was the year that England were out there, 85-86. So Vic Marks has won a Sheffield Shield, but I can't think of too many other English players who've won Sheffield Shield. That's defended off the front foot.
He also umpired 10 Test matches.
Bill Ali?
Yep.
Yeah. He had a rather, I think he had a decent nose on him actually, I seem to recall. Worcestershire 406 and 59 for 3 plays Gloucestershire's 301. So Worcestershire still in the driving seat. Van Meekeren comes in. Oh, Hose nearly sneaks through Hose's defences there. The Dutchman 2 for 13 off 4.
He's even at the quiz last night, he was trying to sell some raffle tickets at one point. And you sense if you gave him a reply, there would always be a one-liner coming the other way. A one-liner coming the other way.
He's great. I've got a lot of time for him. Bouncer. He's had a very good Cheltenham, hasn't he? 6 wickets in this game. 3 against Glamorgan. Dismantled David Lloyd's helmet as well. Smashed it into about 5 pieces. So he's taken 9 wickets.
I don't think there is an award for a Cheltenham Player of the Season.
Well, Ollie Price has got to be up there, isn't he?
Festival.
Ollie Price is probably shading it, but Van Meekeren taking 9 wickets on flat pitches. Worked off his legs there by Hose, just the one. Yeah, to take 9 wickets for,
if he took 5 for 50 in both the 50 over games, he might be there or thereabouts.
Yeah, he's probably averaging 25 with the ball here, something like that. He's had a good couple of games. His contract's up at the end of the season.
He's bowled 5 overs. I wonder if that, he's taken a sweater, so that might indicate that.
I think he's taking his sweater every over, yeah.
But again, given his shortage of red ball cricket, a much longer spell might be. Or it's a short straight mid wicket actually, I suppose, really, because he's got a man Zaman Akhtar at mid on anyway. Zafar Hose again forward, and forward for him is basically one stride, one long stride. Taylor and Dent in front of square on the offside, but Hose is on this occasion playing that into the ground to Jack Taylor on the Sanford Road side.
Worcestershire have had a few overseas this year, haven't they? Obviously has already, but they've had Taylor Cornell. Is he overseas? He's overseas, isn't he? No.
Zafra around the wicket to Hose, who's nudged.
Saini?
Yeah, Saini only played one match. He was the bowler who I think was called away to the to international duty. He was signed for 4 games but only played 1.
Well, he went 1 for 122 off his 29 overs that he bowled.
Maiden for Zafar.
Had Jack Brooks in for 1 game as well from Somerset.
Right, Paul van Meekeren, I think, is going off here. So there will have to be a bowling change at the college lawn end. And I think Zaman Akhtar is being brought back. Yes, he is.
Looking at Josh Tongue's record for Worcestershire as well. He's taken 16 at 30.31.
5 of which were in that game at Oakham School last week, where he was the nominated replacement for Adam Finch. There were 18 wickets on the first day. He wasn't involved in that, and came back and took 5 wickets in the second innings to help win Worcestershire the game. No such subbing here.
Worcestershire's leading wicket takers, Reg Perks, leads the way with 2,143. Zaman Akhtar comes in. Libby leaves that alone. Then comes Norman Gifford. He was around a long time. Slow left armour, wasn't he?
Not all that slow on occasions, actually.
No, he liked to push it through a little bit. Ed Giddins told me once when he was coach at Sussex. Sussex got bowled all out for about 83, and Norman Gifford had the strop of all strops and took away the chips that they were eating for lunch. Wouldn't let them have any chips. Libby defends. Then there's Jack Flavell, Fred Root, Dick Howarth, Brodie Jenkins, Peter Jackson and Len Caldwell. But they've had some decent bowlers over the years. In my time, some good overseas. Van Burn Holder, he was a good bowler, wasn't he, at Worcestershire? Brian Brain went up to Worcestershire after, didn't he, after leaving Gloucestershire?
I thought he came the other way.
He came the other way, did he?
Yeah. Yeah, Brain was in the 77 Benson Hedges team, having been at Worcestershire.
Paul Pridgeon, decent bowler. Zaman Akhtar here. Oh, that's nearly, Libby's nearly pulled that to short mid-wicket. Neil Radford, good bowler. Picked up lots of wickets. Nice shot by Libby. Going to find Chris Dent.
Yeah, Brain came to Gloucestershire in 1976.
Okay. When did he start at Worcestershire?
He started at Worcestershire. So kind of 2 spells in first class cricket. So 64-5, he went on a Worcestershire tour.
Oh, that was close to Josh Shaw at short mid-wicket. He's going to get 4 runs, but he was in the air for a while. Yeah, he's a good bowler, Brian Brain. His name played havoc with dyslexics all over the country.
Worcestershire not finding it that easy out there at the moment, are they?
No, I think there's a little bit in it.
but more because of the bounce still than sideways movement, I think.
Yeah.
These two know they have a key role to play if they get the Worcestershire lead up to where they want it. Hosen wants a single, and he'll get it out to a sliding dent in the offside. An ambulance went past yesterday during the forum, and Will Brown had to wait for the ambulance to disappear down the Sandford Road so he could actually complete his point. Zaffa around the wicket to Libby. 26
Is it me, or is Zaffa bowling a little slower today? Giving it a little bit more air, tempting the batsman more.
It's a small fraction, but I think you're right on that.
Hey, going all right? All good? Rumours of wine gums around here. Oh,
Cameron Hasty into the box with
On the hunt for wine gums.
You heard rumours of wine gums.
you two. You two boys. Who's at the most? Elliot's been here, hasn't he?
He's going to just shop somebody there for whoever might be down as the largest consumer of wine gums in the marquee. Zaff around the wicket, hose into the ground, out to Jack Taylor at extra cover. Our emails on hobnobs, wine gums and any other topics you may wish to discuss with us, including cricket, are open. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. James will put the graphic up at the end of this over, which is in one delivery's time. Zaffa in again and hosed again. Thought about setting off for one run, but not to the left hand of Dent. So there we are. That's our email address, and just conscious it's been quite a newsy day cricket-wise with the details of the Yorkshire penalty, which I'll call it as a penalty. So they have, in relation to the what you might call the Azim Rafiq affair, a 48-point deduction for the 2023 County Championship, still running, and a 4-point deduction for the T20, which obviously finished some time ago, and then a financial penalty as well, some of which is suspended.
Zaman Akhtar. Nice shot there from Libby. He's going to get 4 runs. Very strong in that area. Square the wicket on the offside. Ian, I've got a burning question for you.
Yes,
it's something I need you to answer honestly and profoundly.
Okay, I'll just briefly tell you what. There were 4 charges against Yorkshire. They were 4 sets of fine: 80,000, 50,000, 135,000, and 135,000. 300,000 of the total was suspended for 2 years. The rest they have to pay.
Zaman Akhtar here. Again crashed by Libby. Can't bowl there to him.
What were we saying about runs square of the wicket?
Yeah.
In the absolute majority.
Yeah.
So what's the burning question, Dan?
The cake that you baked for the team yesterday.
Yes.
Where is it?
Well, the remains of it is in my rucksack.
Ah. It's still here.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you'd taken it home.
Well, I took it home last night. I didn't leave it for any animal to chew.
Because you do have a track record
of what?
Taking cakes home here. We had one made for us here by
Adrian Charville.
It was Adrian Charville. Again, 4 more to Libby. Just gets that one a little further up in front of the square. But I think with Jake Libby, you have to get him on the front foot. If you bowl Sean wide outside the off stump, he'll crash you through the covers.
And in 1 over, Libby's just made up for the break that's been applied a little bit at the other end.
Yeah, I agree. So, will this make a guest appearance at tea?
It could well do.
Oh. You know, I'm a big fan of your rascal cake. Short. Libby. He's got a funny pull shot, hasn't he? He doesn't sort of hit it, he just sort of paddles it.
I would say it's almost like a tennis smash, isn't it?
15 love.
Half an hour to go until tea. Going to be a long session after tea for the Gloucestershire bowlers. Could be 40 overs after tea.
Well, I need some sustenance, like some cake. That's an absolute rascal of a cake. Played into the onside.
Cry of no, unsurprisingly.
Talking of rascals, we've got Ben Feasy in here, who's our match day announcer. Ben would describe himself as maybe a cad, a bounder, or possibly a rotter. But I just think he's a mere rascal. Akhtar to Libby, who again pulls but without any venom in it.
He knows where he can score his runs, doesn't he? If it's cuttable or square drive, that's his go-to area in particular. And Zaman, I suppose, 7 overs for 25.
Do you think I've been harsh on Ben Feasy? They're calling him a cad, a bounder, or a rotter. The words that aren't really sort of used so much in the English language anymore.
Is it that Ben's the only person in this marquee wearing a blazer? Is that the reason?
He's the only person I know who owns a drawbridge.
Zafar to continue from around the wicket, and again the cries of no. Hose he made 2, and at the moment can't seem to pierce the field. Zafar around the wicket. Hose edges wide of Ollie Price at slip. It's going to race away. Joe Phillips is on the chase. It will beat him to the boundary at third man. Not a chance, I don't believe, judging by the angle. Would have been an absolute grab. Price have managed to cling on to that. Zafar wants Phillips to go a bit finer. Absolutely a backward point now. Not just behind square, was to the deepish gully almost.
Did Paul Van Makeren's team win the quiz last night?
No, they didn't. No. Up the Gas won the quiz.
Ah.
You can guess who was in that team. Hose waiting for Zafar with the chapel behind him. Sun's gone in just at the moment. Hose cuts past a dive of
fielded by Tom Price.
Jack Taylor, but Price is out on the Sanford Road boundary because that was cut hard. It was only ever going to be 1 run. 83 for Worcestershire. Add 105, you've got their lead. 188 therefore overall. Around the wicket, cut by Libby into that favourite area of his, and Tom Price will allow just 1 run.
I've had a question put to me, Ian, and it's got nothing to do with cricket at all. How many times can you fold a piece of paper despite the size? I'd say 6, maybe 7 perhaps. 7 is the answer, is it?
The answer is 7.
No matter what the size?
Yep.
7 is the answer.
Yep. 7 is the absolute answer. I've got a question for you, Dan.
Go on.
Where are Gloucestershire on the over rate?
-2.
-2.
-2, that's unheard of. We've
Even
learned something from last week.
even with Zaffa bowling, they're still -2.
They can get that back.
So Tom Price coming back really because Zaffa's last over had 3 boundaries in it, and James Bracey doesn't want to.
2's fine, you can get that back.
Yeah.
4 was worrying last week.
Bracey doesn't want to doesn't want to leak runs here though cheaply.
No, he doesn't.
So he's bringing Price back for a second burst, probably up till tea.
I'd have a deep cover to Jake Libby. He's so strong in that area. Deep point, deep cover point.
Hammond is by the umpire at the moment.
Again, Libby through that favoured area. Chris Dent's after it. Hurls the ball back in. Warm round of applause. The chap sitting down to my left in the stand with a fantastic Panama hat with MCC headband around it.
Quality.
Class. You can't buy class, Ian. You just can't buy it. Unless you spend 25 quid in the MCC shop. Then you can buy it. Price in, bouncer. Libby has nothing to do with it.
He in the end had nothing to do with it, but I wonder whether he wanted to take it on initially. Jack Taylor's coming back into the cordon, I think, or is he having a chat with James Bracey? It's more of a chat, I think, in terms of something he may have seen. Taylor's a short mid-wicket. It's the 26th over of this Worcestershire second innings, still 45 more today.
Oh, slashed away. Van Meekeren down at third. Does the fielding. One more to Libby's total, takes him to 43.
So Libby's last 4 first-class games before this one, as Adam Hose just prefers to take strike, includes an innings of 198 and 4 other 50s.
He's a good player. Price in. That's the square drive. Picks out Miles Hammond at point.
And when I say 4 of the 50s, one of those was a 97.
He's a good player. Well respected.
Quite a quiet team on the outfield, Gloucestershire, aren't they? Some teams are constantly encouraging almost every ball. There's not a lot of
Hose defends.
Banter out there. I suppose as an umpire, and you umpire at a good level on a Saturday ordinarily when not on commentary duty, do you have a word with the fielding captain if you feel that the chat in the outfield is excessive?
It has to be really excessive. I think if you played the game to any standard, it has to be really excessive. Hose defends. One thing I have got an issue with is people talking when the bowler's running in. That's a definite no-no. That's
End of Price is over.
I'll stop the game if that happens, and then have a word with the skipper.
The end of Price is over. Once again, Shaw's had an over in the outfield for, I think, Ed Middleton. He's now back on the field again, so there's going to be a change. Ollie Price is going to bowl from the Chapel end. So Zafar, I mean, not really. He's been tidy, but
got a knack of picking wickets up though, Ollie Price.
yes, but nothing much happening for Zafar from that end. 7 overs for 18. So Ollie Price is trying, with this slight slope across the square, he's trying to turn the ball up the slope here from that end with his off spin.
Maybe he's just going to sort of work on drift, perhaps.
Livy stands as tall as he can and forces, but not in a big way, Ollie Price's first delivery to backward point for a single.
Or you do wonder whether he's, trying to just move the over 8 along a little bit.
Yeah, 20 minutes to go until tea. I think it might be a little bit of both. If nothing's happening for Zafar. Hose has pushed that out to deep cover, and they've come back for 2. So actually, it's quite rare to run a 2 on to that side of the ground. In fact, there was a sprint along the rope to get the ball for Joe Phillips, made it possible for them to get 2 runs. Hose this time goes back and defends to the Centurion from Gloucestershire's first innings. Ollie Price of about 5 paces to Hose. That's worked into the leg side, straight to Hammond. Field is quite well spread here. Mid on and mid off, fairly deep, definitely on the 1. Dentist at extra cover, Hammond at a straight mid wicket. Hose pushes back to the bowler. Zaman drops out. Almost too long on, but Hose goes square in the end to Van Meekeren at deep mid wicket. Last ball of Ollie Price's first over, 4 singles from it, and Worcestershire's lead is 196 with still 44 overs to go on the day. A lot of potential there for them to get.
I wonder if Gloucestershire might be batting today even. Maybe a little go at them tonight before the close of play.
Zafar's going to change ends.
Perhaps.
I'm not sure they'd have quite enough runs at that point. They'd have to increase the rate from where it is at the minute.
If they go at 5 and over. What are they going at the moment? 3.4. If we went at 5 and over from here in, it would give them 396, wouldn't it? So a 400 lead.
That would be enough, I think.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Maybe just had 2 overs at them tonight, or maybe 4 overs at them tonight. Zafar Gahar. That's Spun a little, I think.
So he too, with the slope, trying to turn it against the natural fall of the ground by bowling from the
Against the grain.
College lawn end.
That's driven square.
Only 5 boundaries in Libby's 44, by the way, including that 3 in that 1 over. So apart from that, he's been very workmanlike.
Defended back to Zafar. Or Zaffy, as he's called by his teammates. Again played out to point. He's got a lovely action, Zafar Gahar. You can see his spin comes not just from the fingers, but actually from his body. He gets over that front leg and his body comes through. You watch his action slowly. Just played out into the covers where Jack Taylor fields. Don't know if we can have a look at Zafar Gahar's action slowed down. But spin doesn't just come off the fingers for any spinner. If you look at John Embury, that's the over maiden for Zafar. If you look at John Embury back in the day, he would all give it a good rip, but he would pivot over that front leg which was braced and his body would come through, and that's where the spin came through the action as well as off the fingers. And that's how you get drift as well.
Sorry, Dan, in the test, Australia 186 for 7 in reply to England's 283, so they're trailed by 97. Steve Smith has 40 and Pat Cummins has a single. They're the not-out batsman at the moment.
Here's Zafar. So you see gets really side on and around. His body comes through. Let's have a look at him again. Slowed down. Here we go. Front leg is braced. And there. Gets right through his action and follows through. Beautiful.
So that over from Ollie Price was just to allow Zafar to change ends. And Tom Price will try once again from the chapel end here at Cheltenham. Worked by Libby into the leg side. There should be one here. And despite the efforts of Zaman Akhtar, they pick up one more. It's going to be a long final session for these Gloucestershire fielders. Probably 39 overs, maybe 38 if they can squeeze an extra one into this afternoon session. Tea will be taken at 4 o'clock. Price to Hose, who pushed that out on the offside. He's not started very aggressively, Adam Hose, but he knows there is time after tea to go up a gear or two.
Yeah. Bracey wanted 4 at tea as well. See if he can get 4. Gloucestershire can winkle one out. They'll feel they've been in the ascendancy in this afternoon session. Especially if it's Libby.
Hose stands very tall and shuffles out of his crease to meet that delivery from Tom Price again. Squeezed out square to Phillips. Gloucestershire today started 212 for 4. They were all out for 301 at lunch, with Matt Taylor really batting on one leg. Last out for 6. Ollie Price made 115, that was a career best, and brother Tom made 46. Wickets shared for Worcestershire, 3 to Leach, 3 to Pennington, who bowled well today, and 3 at the end to Adam Finch. Libby then waits for Price and he tries to force that off the back foot, but only as far as Miles Hammond. And then in this Worcestershire second innings, Roderick caught by Ollie Price off Tom Price for 10. Azarani caught by Ed Middleton for 16 at deep third man, trying to ramp a ball from Van Meekeren. And Kashif Ali caught and bowled little dolly of a return catch to Van Meekeren for 4. Libby waits again for Tom Price. He goes back into his crease, but he won't get the single he was looking for. Up to Dent. And when this second innings started for Worcestershire, they had 71 overs today, so there's only one new ball to face today. And I would venture to suggest probably only one new ball to face in this innings. If they want to win the game, they won't be batting beyond 8 overs tomorrow. Price in worked by Libby to deep mid-wicket. There's a chase on for Van Meekeren. He reaches the ball now, and they'll come back for 2.
Libby's got very good placement, hasn't he? He knows how to, knows where the fielders are, and he just works that one, and he knew immediately there was 2. Runs the first one hard. As any youngsters taught in the coaching manuals, run the first one quickly.
More chat from Miles Hammond to Zafar as he prepares to continue. So we will be the only Championship cricket, once again, as in the last round, will be the only Championship cricket being played tomorrow.
Send an email. I'll leave you to read it out. That is played out to Van Meekeren at deep cover. Turn there. You want to read that one out?
Well, that was one of the questions in the quiz last night.
It was one of the questions in the quiz.
So
also, I think we discussed that this morning.
We did.
Yes. Zafar. Played into the offside there by Jake Libby.
Yes. I mean, it's one of those ones you kind of set the bar quite high first up, which was one of the 3 biggest countries in the world that don't have an airport.
Yeah.
And I must confess, I did wonder about the one because I'll come back to that at the end of the over. This is Dan's over.
Zafar. It's actually technically Zafar Gahar's in, but you know, I'll take full credit for it if he takes a wicket. Played into the covers. Driven firmly, Chris Dent equal to it, short extra.
Who's not quite timing things yet.
No, a little bit clunky. Tries to drive that one firmly. Zafar parries it, and they run one on the missed field. That's the end of the over. We've got 8 minutes to tea.
8 minutes to Dan's slice of rascal cake.
Yeah.
So in a previous life, I would often have my annual holiday in the winter.
Yeah.
And therefore a friend of mine was a skier, and we went skiing periodically, and therefore Andorra came into my head about airports. I thought, well, where do you fly to if you go to Andorra? Because it's only a little place. And ultimately, of course, that was one of the 3 right answers. The other 2 were Liechtenstein and Monaco.
Yeah.
So it's a bit. I mean, the other questions were. There was a roundabout. Were you there for the roundabout birds?
Yes.
Were you? Okay. So,
I think.
So, a Premiership rugby club?
Yeah, Newcastle Falcons.
You
I've got
that?
that.
Yeah, so
I've got
for
that. Kingston
example,
Park.
Yeah.
Yeah, got that one. And got Goldeneye.
Tom Price into Hose. He's pulled that quite forcibly. Umpire Saggers has to jump out of the way. Goes all the way to Paul Van Meekeren at deep square. How about the... I got the 1960s instrumental by Fleetwood Mac. Did you get that?
The
1960s instrumental by Fleetwood Mac.
Was it the Chain?
No, that's the Grand Prix. That's the Grand Prix theme.
No, go on. I didn't get that.
Albatross.
Ah!
You must have got that. There was a roundabout Kings as well, where the Price in, steered away by Libby. And get one to take him to 49, down to third man. I got the as Worcestershire's 100 is up in the 31st over.
Yeah, well batted.
So the lead now 205. How about the footballer who spent all his career at a club in North London?
Tony Adams.
With the surname King?
Ah, Ledley.
Correct. Price into Hose. That's cut away. That will be 4. Phillips won't get that.
Time that.
That's a good shot. That's the best shot he's played so far. And crunched away into the offside boundary on the Sanford Road side. How about the radio presenter engaged to an England cricketer? Molly King, thank you. You're getting the hang of this now.
I am, yeah.
Price into Hose, who's again found the same gap and picks up one more. 50 partnership between these two. Came together when Kashif Ali was out. Caught and bowled by Van Meekeren. 55 for 3. Bit of inspiration from Gloucestershire at that point. Might have really set the cat among the pigeons, but it's just been pushed back a bit by Worcestershire in the period since. Price to Libby on 49. He won't get his 50 there. One ball to go in this over. Might get 2 more overs in actually. If South Africa is going to bowl from the College Lawn end, the clock says 3:57. Field change might stop that. Worcestershire might not be too fussed about getting another over in this afternoon session. They've done well enough. They've scored 4 balls in this over.
Still -2 over 8.
And Libby will get his 50 with a little squeeze off his hip. Out to deep backward square. 120 minutes, exactly 2 hours. Just 5 boundaries, but it's another significant contribution from, dare one say, just he's a good county pro without perhaps really being somebody who's going to threaten to get into the international arena. I'm not being unkind to him there, but he knows his game, and he's just trying to be a really efficient operator.
Got to change of bowling here.
Chris Dent.
Chris Dent.
Just 1 over up until tea.
The man with the golden arm.
And he's going to bowl his medium pace as well by the looks of it.
See if he can make something happen.
Keeper Bracey standing up too.
Oh. Libby just turns that one into the leg side.
Yeah, big question is how these two start after tea now with a lead of 212. If they can survive this dent over.
Hose chops that away. Fielded there by Van Meekeren. 2 more to the total. Played to mid wicket by Hose.
What was your line during last Sunday's play, that James Bracey did not want to get out to Chris Cook, the
no, he did not.
wicket keeper? And would the feeling be the same for Hose against Dent here?
I think Dent's got a bit more about him. Played to mid wicket. Dent's got a bit more about him. I mean, he's an occasional bowler, but I mean, not, you know. I mean, Chris Cook bowling, I think you've got more chance of seeing a unicorn trot down Sanford Road there, haven't you, than seeing Chris Cook bowl here. Driven nicely, Zafar Gohar fielding the ball at mid-off. Oh, good Yorker from Dent. Almost sneaks through Hose's defences. And that will be tea. So, Worcestershire go in at 109 for 3. Jake Libby just got to his 50s on 51. Adam Hose is on 21. So, Worcestershire's current lead is 214. We're going to take a quick break for about 15-17 minutes. Come and join us on the resumption for the final session here from Cheltenham College.
So umpires Saggers and Chantry suitably refreshed. Back out to the middle for a 39 over final session. And if Ben can just pass me his binoculars, I can just check what the over-8 position is with Gloucestershire at this point. They are still -2. So they start the session with a small deficit, and Worcestershire start with a lead of 214. The question will be, how many do they think they need? I still am of the view that they want to make absolutely sure that Gloucestershire cannot win, and that might mean batting for part of tomorrow if they have that option available. And I think when I say part of tomorrow, I mean that might be as little as half an hour, just to keep the option of the second new ball in the game for maybe 8 overs if
I'll just come to a video.
that is necessary. Paul van Meekeren's going to change ends and bowl from the chapel end at the start of this post-tea session. And we've got the joy of a guest as well after tea, which I'll tell you about after this ball from Van Meekeren, which is pulled by Jake Libby on the bounce to Zaman Akhtar. David Payne, good to have you with us.
Nice to see you. Good afternoon.
What was the chat at tea about the tactic of where the game is at the moment?
You're going to be really annoyed because I actually
you
was not in the
chat.
I had to phone my wife to sort out our plans for the rest of today and tomorrow, and a bit of family admin, unfortunately. So
right.
I can speculate what the chat would have been, but I'm sure you've got as good a guess as I have.
Van Meekeren into Libby, who pushes that out on the offside. No run.
It's probably a bit of a no-brainer, isn't it? I think in the position this is in, we need a couple of quick wickets. You probably don't want to be chasing too much more than 300. I imagine that's what they'll be talking about. The lead 214 at the moment, but it's gonna be quite difficult. The other side of that is just keeping the runs down, just stopping the flow of runs so they don't score too quickly. If we're not taking wickets, we don't want them to be scoring quickly, because the quicker they score, the earlier I guess they can declare, pull out and have more overs to bowl at us. So it's both sides at the moment. We need to be tight with the scoreboard, but obviously trying to push to take as many wickets as quickly as possible.
Meekeren back at the end of his run. Into Libby. Pulled a cry of catch, but it dropped well short of Zaman Akhtar. For somebody who's not played red ball cricket for a long time, Paul van Meekeren's had quite an impact at this festival, hasn't he? Is it because of the combination of the length he bowls and the pitches he's been bowling on?
Potentially, there's always a bit more pace and bounce, isn't there, at Cheltenham, which would suit Paul the way he bowls. He likes hitting the wicket hard. He likes hitting the middle of the wicket. But sometimes things click. He looks like he's had one of those games where things have clicked for him.
Here he is. That is, again, as David said, it's certainly short of a good length and ducked under by Libby, taken by Gareth Roderick. Do you also think then that, taken by James Bracey as you were, Worcestershire would want to bowl tonight? If you were in their shoes, would you want to bowl tonight?
Yeah, I think so. That's what I was getting at. The quicker they can score, they can have their eye on having that little 5-6 over period at Gloucester tonight. And I think it's always a tricky little period as a batter.
Libby's gone to play the pull on that as a yes-no wait call. And ultimately it was untidy all round there. Let's have a second look at that on the screen. He's tried to pull that and it's gone between James Bracey's feet. But if they, for example, got to, so like say with 340 lead and 6 overs to go, would they think that was enough? The danger is you might lose with that tomorrow. Van Meekeren in, Libby down the leg side, very, very fine, and it's gone for 4. Despite the fact Zaffer's quite fine himself there on the boundary at fine leg, that was very, very much a feather. And Worcestershire scores, advances by 413 for 3 when that ticks up. And their advantage is now 218.
Yeah, so I think it's a good question you asked. That balance is the important question. You need to have the right amount of runs on the board that you feel that you're really in control and the opposition aren't going to chase that. I think that needs to outweigh just that small possibility of having a small 5-over spell to try and pick up 1 wicket. So I think the important first thing, the priority for Worcester is to get enough runs lead that they feel comfortable, but then we can. They might even go to a point where they say we want to be at 400 with however much tomorrow morning, because then they think, oh, Gloucester won't even go for it, and they're just prodding about, and we just attack.
Always played on. Hose plays on to Zaffer. Going back, he was here. Different ways got runs in the first innings. And now it's again on the middle order. And the game moves forward, I suppose, if Gloucestershire bowl Worcestershire out as well. You know, that's the other thing, isn't it? If there was a chance of bowling Worcestershire out by the close, probably not wanting to bat though. To be fair,
well,
or even 9 down would be fine, because the concept of possibly Worcestershire having 2 new balls available in the second innings was something that Dan and I had spoken about, so that you didn't necessarily want a 75 over chase where you only have a new ball once, but an 85 or an 88 at least gives the fielding side just the option, if they need a couple of wickets at the end, they've got the potential of a new ball to do it. D'Oliveira's come in then to join Libby, and Worcestershire they're kind of, at the moment, they're sort of dictating where the game is going, but Gloucestershire can still wrestle that initiative back.
Such an interesting, important time of the game. Like I say, Worcestershire is certainly probably controlling the state of play, but I've seen this position on the other foot many times where you can get too far ahead of yourselves on thinking about that lead.
D'Oliveira immediately away with a single, and that may be that these two are just going to try and manipulate the ball because of the way they play. They are accumulators, and we may not see much crash bang from them here, but a lot of rotation.
Potentially, yeah, and as I said, that's the thing. You can try and move the game on too quickly and find yourself from a commanding position, ending up on the back foot because you've lost a cluster of wickets, and then your lead is only 250, and you're suddenly 7 or 8 down. You're realising we haven't got the lead we wanted, and things can turn very quickly in positions like this.
Savakar in, and there was no better example of that as Libby plays that defensively out on the offside than the game with Leicestershire earlier in the season, when at lunch on the final day it appeared to be how many did Gloucestershire want to set Leicestershire, and in the end exactly what you said happened. You have the cluster of wickets, and it was, can we make whatever we've got enough? And it wasn't.
Exactly that, and it's a strange thing because it's that mindset. You become fearful of, you try to be positive, but then say you become too positive, too aggressive, and you lose 1 or 2 quick ones, and it really puts the pressure on the, like you say now, the mid to lower order to get those runs.
Success for Zaffer in that over, 1 for 22 from 10, and it will be Van Meekeren to try again from the Chaplain. Actually, let's just talk about the slope here at Cheltenham, because we haven't really had a chance to talk about this with a player much. On the members' side, the Thurston Road side of the ground, if you look across the ground, it does look as if it falls away. Is that is that drop away, the way is that slope worse for a quicker bowler when the further across the square you get towards the Sanford Road side?
I wouldn't say worse. Like, I actually always flip it, or try and flip it into a positive.
And Meekran to D'Oliveira, that's that guy outside the off stump.
So the way I see it is, when you've got a slope, my mindset is I look down that wicket and think it's always going to do something, or it feels like it will, because you've got a slope that if the ball's old, you still might have balls that go down with the slope and almost react with the slope. So I've always found them as quite a positive thing. Yeah, I've always thought of it like that they're not a hindrance. I think when I was younger, I do remember you've got to learn how to bowl with the slope, because it can make you lose your action. So if I'm bowling with the slope, it can make you fall away.
And Meekran in, and they wanted a single off a partial misfield there, but it wasn't there because Chris Dent covered for Van Meekran, no run.
So yeah, I think once you learn how to bowl with a slope, that battle, then I think you turn it into your advantage. That, as I say, certainly at Cheltenham, I've always found it exciting to come and bowl because it always feels like there's something there. What I've seen, I believe these wickets have been a little bit drier than what I've seen in the past. There's not been as much pace and carry probably as we've seen in years.
D'Oliveira just drops that down to the offside, and does it make it more likely? I mean, we've seen some bowlers struggle with no balls here. Does the slope impact on that or not?
I don't think so. I personally haven't found that. I don't find that a difference because nothing's changing in that direction of you running towards the crease. I think, as I say, it's more about the slant that then your body, as you go try to bowl, you can find your top half either falls away or vice versa, pushes you in and could just change things.
So it's more a line problem potentially.
Yeah, I think so, exactly that.
Van Meekran in again to D'Oliveira. He goes back into his crease and defends. Have you bowled much at these two batsmen in particular? Can you remember Jake Libby and D'Oliveira in your career?
Jake Libby, not much at all, but D'Oliveira, bits and bobs from when we've played against Worcester in Red Bull cricket in the past. I think Libby, from what I've watched, seems very clear to me that he's a strong offside player. Every time we've missed slightly outside the off stump, he's punished us, but actually anything at him, whatever length, because he's playing that pull shot. I think there's a couple of times it looked like he could get out playing the pull shot, and that's something I think when I've been watching that looks to just not miss on your line to Libby. At worst, he's going to tuck you down to square leg for one. He doesn't look like he's going to hurt you there, but you might get him out. D'Oliveira, classic, probably just bowling good balls to him. I think again he's quite a small guy, probably preys on anything short, the cuts and pulls, your typical smaller guy, smaller batter. I think a general good length on off stump four. So I think of Tom Price's hat trick is what I'm thinking of, because I think D'Oliveira was the hat trick ball, and that sort of delivery to him.
Van Meekran again to D'Oliveira, takes one hand off the bat, and a maiden to Van Meekran, who in the innings against Glamorgan and in the first innings of this match was quite expensive in taking his wickets, but he's been more economical in this innings as Worcestershire just try and manoeuvre themselves into a position where they could hunt 10 wickets on the final day and give Gloucestershire a target that's perhaps teasing but ultimately too challenging. Do you remember I go back in my mind to the 400 chase? Was that Nash of Kent here, 2013? Whether you were playing then, whether you'd been in the side then. There was a chase here. Brendan Nash got 190 odd.
Oh, I do, in the incredibly hot weather.
Yes, correct.
I remember, I don't think I was playing, but I remember being here because Nash, right towards the end when he was as he kept going, I remember him, did he really struggle towards the back end with the heat? And
I think he actually came off. Might get the card for that in a minute when you're on with Dan, but that was that's a chase of a 400 at Cheltenham, which is, you might think is possible, but even with the small ground, it's unusual.
The usual things you think of when you think of Cheltenham is, as I say, that a good wicket, that value for shots, value for value for runs because it's usually a quick outfield with the slope. It runs down the slope quickly. And one thing I believe in this game, from what I've seen, that pitch doesn't look like to me that it's deteriorated too much, that it's changed too much through the course of the game, which should fill Gloucester with some optimism that whatever they are set, it will be chaseable if you bat well.
And if it's not chaseable, it's certainly, from a defensive point of view, a pitch on which you can save the game.
Exactly. So you start in the positive mindset, like you say, and you try and go for the win. But then, if it doesn't go to plan, you can revert to plan B.
Zafra around the wicket and up to Hammond at mid-off.
It's funny how there's already seems like a very different feel to the game. 1 wicket, and now you can see Gloucester are up and about, flying between. There's a lot more voices I can hear, and they know they're 1-2 wickets away from really flipping this game on its head, and suddenly only having to chase between 250 and 300, which we just touched, would be very, very doable.
Van Meekeren will continue from the Chapel end. So 2 wickets in this innings, 4 in the first and 3 in the Glamorgan game, of which obviously there was a lot of rain impacting on that, but all results just about possible from this position. And making into D'Oliveira, who's ramped that, and it's gone away over where cover would be, and Chris Dent's on the chase down to retrieve the ball as it thudded into the boards in front of the Sandford Road.
I think Meeks is trying to play on that scenario at the moment, that knowing, for one, probably that D'Oliveira is a batter that likes to score, but 2, that also Worcester are going to want to keep this scoreboard moving to give themselves that position that they will want either at the end of today or tomorrow. And thinking of how D'Oliveira got out in the first innings as well, I think Meeks is certainly hoping right now that he takes on that pull shot and shoots one up the chimney.
Oh, here's D'Oliveira, just trying to play that sort of forced cut away through the offside. Van Meekeren walks back, hands on head. Here's a second look at that last delivery. It's the Rampy very nearly got a feather on that.
He probably wants his line to be slightly tighter and more at the body to try and enforce that pull shot, but it's it looks like at the moment it's exciting. It looks like a tactic that might well work and take the wicket, because D'Oliveira's not backing down at the moment.
Jack Taylor in at short leg for Van Meekeren. That's further up. And you said about Paul, he says he likes to hit the pitch hard, not necessarily pitch it up too much. Does he have that good Yorker though that he can pull out? And we saw a good Yorker yesterday, albeit it was a no ball from Adam Finch, but that was a prime example of how to bowl one. Has Paul got that?
He has. What I would say is, when we talk about with your actions, everything, you have a very natural length that it comes in if you close your eyes and you just try and bowl fast. It's natural length of that, but he can. So I wouldn't say that the Yorker's natural, but he's certainly got it in the locker.
That's the short one again.
So there's certainly no reason he couldn't fire one in. As I say, we saw him. I thought how well he bowled in that T20 World Cup for Netherlands. There were plenty of pace, plenty into the pitch, but there was the odd Yorker in there as well. So I say, when he's in rhythm, he's actually a very, very skillful, high-paced bowler. He can really get his tail up, which it looks like he has done here, and looks like he's got bowling with some good pace at the moment.
Back at the end of his run, which starts on those worn wickets on the College Square. In again, and D'Oliveira has to have both feet off the ground to play that. Out on the offside. The wicket of 4 since tee. Adam Hose bowled by Zafagahar. He made 21. So Matthew Waite due in next 2 if Worcestershire do lose wickets. Waite and Leach both quite capable of putting bat to ball, but both naturally aggressive players, which opens the door to wickets potentially. round the wicket from Van Beekeren to finish the over. The lead then is 223. I'm going to leave Dan with David, and I can put the kettle on. 118 for 4 Worcestershire. Remember, they're 105 ahead on first innings.
It has just become a little bit more overcast again. I'm not sure whether I think the weather comes from behind the college, and it looks like it's quite cloudy over there, so we might have some overcast weather for the rest of the evening, which I don't know if that plays into Gloucester, or hopefully it will at the moment.
Yeah, it should do. Afternoon, David. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I've got the cricketers who's who here.
I knew you'd come with something.
I've got to, haven't you? Got to. Is Africa?
I've got a feeling I know what you're going to say as well.
Well, firstly, where does the nickname Sid come from?
Oh.
Are you allowed to say? Are we going to get in trouble if you?
No, not at all. It's the other. It's actually a very boring story, unfortunately, that just began at a very, very young age.
Zafar around the wicket, bit of turn there.
Yeah, I just, for some reason, when I was I think it must have been literally 5, 6, 7 years of age, and I decided I didn't really like my name, David. I thought it was a bit of an old man's name, I think, at that point. And so I just went through a stage of nicknames. I've got an older brother.
Defended there by Libby.
And yeah, I think I remember him calling me different names. The way my dad tells it, they went through a stage of nicknames, and Diddy Dave and Diddy Did and Diddy Sid. I think there was even some character maybe back in the day of some program. But yeah, anyway, it evolved round to Sid.
Okay. Driven by Livy with no power, no run. And
Sid stuck, but it stuck to such a degree that by the time I got to school and stuff, certainly secondary school, teachers believed it was my real name. I would end up on registers as Sid Payne and not David Payne.
Oh, that's got to be close. Let's have a look at this.
I think from the reaction, it looks like he must have got an inside edge on it.
Going down, possibly?
Going down, maybe, yeah. Not a huge amount going for it.
Zafar around the wicket. So, I mean, what I can't believe is that you thought David was an old man's name, so you went for Sid. I mean, what's all that about?
Yeah, I guess naivety as a young child at that point.
Yeah.
I don't know. It seemed to stick and say. And if I go back home, if you kind of came back home and went around my school friends and my family, all you hear is Sid. It's all I'm known by. I get nothing else when I'm back around Poole and Bournemouth.
Okay, and that's where you started off, and you haven't got a house in Sandbanks, have you? You didn't get that as your winner's bonus for
I think that was the dream. That was the dream when we used to go there and you drive and. Remember they'd be like, oh, that's Alan Shearer's and that's Harry Redknapp's, and
yeah.
I think even Cheryl Cole had one for the X Factor at one point.
Sol Campbell, I think he's got a play.
Yeah, it is a beautiful kind of drive through those houses, some amazing houses. But no, I don't think we even afforded a beach hut when when we were down there. But it's a beautiful beach to go back and visit.
It's a nice part of the world, though. And you started off there at Parley Cricket Club.
That's right.
Are they in Poole?
Do you know what? I think towards Christchurch, I believe.
So more towards Bournemouth,
yeah,
that way.
Yeah.
Because that's where Dean Park is. We spoke about outgrounds, didn't we? Where Hampshire used to play.
So I do remember I've got a...
Cut away. That's going to be 4 runs to D'Oliveira.
Yeah, I do. I remember... I think I did only go there once and went to watch a Hampshire game there once. I remember Alan Donald was playing. I remember as a young kid, my dad encouraging me to go and get his autograph, and kind of a disgruntled Alan Donald turn around and kind of disgruntledly give me his autograph, but making me aware that he didn't want to do it at that time. But no, so I remember sitting in the stands there, but then having played at Parley, actually Dean Park, once I played for Parley and moved on the adult leagues, moved to Bournemouth to move up the leagues, and that was their home ground. So actually I called Dean Park my home ground for 2 years or so.
Okay. Were they in the...
Wait, that's actually a lie. Complete lie. Parley's home ground was Dean Park for a little bit, and Dorset. Bournemouth was Chapelgate, but it was such a nice place to play back then.
Cut away. That's going to beat the man out there as well. Beats Joe Phillips. It was such force there by D'Oliveira. Takes the score on to 126. D'Oliveira's on to 13. I'm a big fan of Monkey World in that part of the world. Is it Wareham?
That's in Poole, I believe. That's in Poole Park.
Yeah.
If my memory serves me right, which is a bit dodgy at times, but I remember going there as a kid, and As far as I'm aware, it's still there.
Yeah, I believe so. I passed it a couple of years ago. Had a little cheeky weekend in Weymouth, which was
Beautiful.
very nice.
Here we go.
You know I can't resist it. It's Van Makeren. Bouncer. D'Oliveira weaves it. Your perfect breakfast.
Oh, this is okay.
A bacon and avocado toasty. Then pancakes with banana Nutella. Was it banana and Nutella?
No, they're banana pancakes. You know when you mix them. My wife actually makes them. That's what I was probably thinking of. So you put in one of those mini blender type things, like a banana, a couple of eggs, some flour, mix it all up to make the pancake, and then I just slap a tub of Nutella all over it, probably, with some strawberries and blueberries as well, something like that.
D'Oliveira just defends that one. Yeah, because I mean, I'm more of a filthy fry-up man myself, you know. I don't know if you can tell with my svelte-like appearance, but in this part of the world, this part of Cheltenham here on the Bath Road, I've been searching for that dirty, filthy bacon and egg sandwich in the morning, and all you get is avocado, bread, sourdough, you know, and I want something a bit more, bit more me, David, a bit more me.
And you're struggling to find that at the moment.
I am struggling to find it, yeah. And Makeren in, that was quick. Let's tickle that one round the corner. Zafika Hard doing the fielding down at fine leg. I might have to go to Gloucester if I want that sort of stuff.
Maybe find a services on your way up in the morning.
Yeah, exactly. Pay about 10 quid for a cup of coffee and a bacon sandwich. And you love a Disney film.
There it is. That's what I thought you were going to
Yeah.
I can't. Do you know what? I find it those every year we get the Wisdom Who's questionnaire come through and ask to fill it in. It becomes quite a stressful event of trying to think each time. I think there's always like an interesting fact that they want to know, and I always think you try. I guess I think you don't want to put the same fact in there every year. So I'm always like, I need to give them something new.
And Makeren bounces. Libby, no ball. Was that overhead height?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I really racked my brain, and I think I must have been watching a Disney at the time, maybe, or something, as I was filling out the questionnaire. Maybe that's what I thought. Oh well, maybe I can share that my love of Disney films.
Yeah.
With the world.
What's your favourite?
Do you know what I have really enjoyed is all the remakes. You know, where they've turned them into, using real people, and of course you love the nostalgia of the cartoons in the early years.
Yeah.
But
I've have you down as a Beauty and the Beast man. I didn't sort of.
But that's what I think. Cartoon-wise, it probably wouldn't have been up there. But now, since the remake is out, I've really enjoyed all the remakes. To be fair, I really enjoyed them. I was a big fan of Moana when that first came out.
Yeah.
There's probably I'm not going to pick a favourite. Everyone asks me for a favourite, but I've got too many. When Aladdin came out, when Will Smith was the genie.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed that one.
Robbie Joseph there just walking past. Can't believe what you're talking about there, I don't think. Just gave a really odd look over.
So yeah, no, the cat's out the bag. One of those things that I really look forward to as my daughter gets older, being able to introduce her to the world of Disney.
Yeah.
I'm kind of trying to rush her to grow up just so that I can put those films in front of her.
Driven away, well fielded by Dent. Don't rush anything, mate. Honestly, before you know it, she'll be at university costing you a fortune. So I speak from bitter experience here. So, best batting. I'll come on to it after this ball from Zaffa. 67 not out in Cardiff against Glamorgan, 2016. Who do they have in that attack? Hogan.
I remember Van der Houten consistently trying to hit me in the head that game.
Yeah.
2017, you say? I think.
That's cut away. Middleton on the sub is going to field that. Running between the wickets as the tempo's increased here, isn't it? They're looking to actually set something up for the end of play here, you can sense.
Just something D'Oliveira's always been good at, always something you'll mention, especially when you do the analysis in white ball cricket. That's one of his super strengths, one of the speed he is between the wickets. One of those players that can turn ones into twos that not many players can. So like you say, it's an easy way for him to keep that scoreboard moving.
Defended. Yeah, so, I mean, we spoke the other day as well. You took 4 in 4 balls against Essex. We spoke in the marquee in front of a crowd. There's obviously people at home who weren't sort of, subject to that chat we had. Zaffa there, defended by D'Oliveira. Can you remember who the 4 were?
All right, I'll take a guess. I think one was Graham Napier.
Yeah, good wicket. Dangerous man, dangerous customer.
One was Jake Mickleborough.
Yeah.
One was, I've forgotten his name, one was a left-hander. I think it was the Essex's spinner at the time, possibly. Came in, I remember it being left-hander because I remember him just kind of thumping it towards deep square leg. Phillips, was it a Phillips? No.
Yeah.
Was it?
I
thought you had
Phillips.
Tim Phillips. Right.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't got it. It's
no, I thought you were going to give me the
no.
answers.
Yeah.
I think that was 3. And actually, I don't actually know. I'm thinking maybe a Mark Patini or a Tender Scarter, or I know Flower got 100 in that game. Was he potentially one of the first of the week? So, unfortunately, I can't actually give you the 4th. I'm not confident.
Okay. Tom Price is coming back into the attack. Worcestershire 131 for 4. You listen to me, Dan Whiting. I'm joined by David Payne. We spoke as well about your England debut. It was against the Netherlands in was it Amstelveen?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is that Amsterdam?
Yeah, yeah.
Is that the same?
Yeah.
I'm just checking though.
Yeah. I mean, how much of an honour was it to represent England?
Huge. It's probably proudest moment of my career, because that's the sort of stuff you dream of as a kid.
Libby turns that one around the corner for a single.
I was one of those, the classic child, I guess, that really probably ignited my cricket love in that 2005 Ashes, watching that, and that was probably one of those moments where I was sat there going, I really want to do that. I really want to wear the 3 lions on your chest and represent your country, and then everything up until that moment, that's what you've been striving for and grafting for, and that moment when you just stood in that huddle and you've got your wife and your child stood next to you as for me, Mark Elaine was presenting my cap. As I say, it is one of those moments you had the tingles going up and down you.
Price in. Did that keep a little low there, perhaps? Maybe not.
So it was, as I say, proudest moment of my career, and it's almost one of those, there's no words to describe it. It was just one of those moments you'll never forget. Yeah. Well,
however your career finishes, they can never ever take that away from you. Can never ever take those 3 lines away from you. So, you've sort of achieved what is the pinnacle of the game, and I think it's fantastic. Price comes in. D'Oliveira defence. What about winning the Big Bash League? That's got to be up there as well. That was a big moment.
It was an incredible month from the late signing of, obviously, what happened really unfortunately to Miles Mills and his daughter, and for him to not be able to go, for them me getting that call saying, can you come out, and also very aware that it was just to be a part of the bowling attack, and not that you'll be playing every game, and not sure it will be injuries dependent and stuff like that. And it just felt like one of those months, everything for once in cricket went my way, and the whole month was almost like a perfect month, it felt like.
No ball there from Tom Price. 2 more to the total.
Yeah, and it was just Perth, incredible city. The tournament I found a great spectacle to be a part of. The Perth side was just so welcoming. It felt very much like a Gloucester family feel type place.
Okay.
The way it was run. To have a couple of friendly faces there already with AJ Ty, Cam Bancroft and Peter Hatzeglu. As I say, I was very well welcomed, and they made me feel right at home. And then just, as I say, as the month went on,
worked into the leg side there by D'Oliveira. He's looking for 2, but Akhtar's quick, doesn't allow it.
Yeah, I've run the drinks, I think, for the first 2 or 3 games, and then get your opportunity, and then it just seemed to, I think I took a wicket with my second ball or something. It was just felt like, as one of those times, I'd say things just seemed to go my way.
Yeah. Things click.
Yeah, and it was just one of those times, like sometimes those things, the same delivery could have been belted for 6. You almost have no control of the ball. You send it down there, and the batter dictates what happens next. And it just seemed, as I say, one of those times. That
just defended there by Libby. And Toglu had a decent T20 with Glamorgan as well. He's got a funny shuffle at the start of his run-up, hasn't he? Where he sort of starts moving from side to side. You're thinking, you know, where's this guy come from? Is he like playing sort of third? But he's actually, you know, he's got it. He's definitely got it.
He's a fantastic character. He's got a great personality, and actually at Perth they play on it. So he spins the ball between his hands before he bowls. And as he gets going, they're shouting, they're counting the amount, because it gets up to like 13, 14 sometimes.
Wow. That's chopped away. That's going to be 4 runs. Beats Phillips out there. Both these batters very strong through that region. Libby especially. Anything short outside the off stump, he's punished. Talking of batters who hit you for 6, is there one batter on the county circuit who's absolutely panned you all around the place on a regular basis over the years? Or are you allowed not to say it? Is that a no-no? Are you not allowed to say that?
There's certainly a batter. The good thing about a sport, one of the things you almost develop is that ability to forget in a way.
Yeah.
Because then when you come up against it, but there are players. Instantly, if I think about the Blast, James Vince. Almost every time I play him, I just think, I don't think I've ever got this bloke out. And he always, as a team, I feel like he always gets 50 against us. He's always winning the game for Hampshire against us.
Didn't get many this year. He got run out, didn't he?
No, he did at Bristol, didn't he? Yeah.
Who ran him out? I can't remember who ran him out. Ben Wells ran him out, yeah. Zaffa on.
But I think he did get 60 not out or something at the Rose Bowl the Aegeus Bowl.
He's a wonderful player.
He is, and
very easy on the eye as well. He's really good to watch, James Vince, isn't he? His cover drives a thing of beauty.
He is, as you say, very easy on the eye. No, thankfully, I guess the idea is in sport that if a player gets you one game, then you do your homework and make sure he doesn't repeatedly do it in games to come.
Yeah.
So I say either I've got the very good ability of managing to forget, or hopefully it hasn't happened consistently. I've learned from my mistakes when someone's got hold of me and try to put it right next time.
Now I'm not going to put you on the spot and ask you who your bunny is. All right, I wouldn't do that. That's just squeezed out there. D'Oliveira's going to get probably 2. Actors in pursuit. Yeah, it's going to get 2. Yeah, I wouldn't do that to you, David. But whose bunny are you?
Oh,
who gets you
question.
out? Who gets you out? Who's got you out the most in your career?
Oh, where's our analyst, Harry? Surely you know this. I guess the difficulty for me is I'm not a huge stat-based person. So you almost, within the dressing room, you'll have those guys who know everything. So I think Tom Smith's quite a good one in our dressing room. Will know a lot of stats.
Cut away. Great stop by Actor. They get through for a single. But that's brilliant work. He saved 3 runs there.
Yeah, so I think my problem is I've kind of maybe got a very basic knowledge of my stats and stuff like that, but not almost obviously don't take it in too much who's got me out the most amount of times and stuff. So I don't know if, say, Harry might be able to delve into the archives there and find that out.
That's a dot ball. We've got a batting average 18.72. That's respectable. That's decent.
Yeah, it's not bad. The unfortunate thing is actually that was something I think maybe 2-3 years ago I looked at it and it actually at one point crept into 20, and I was really proud of that. But I think as soon as I looked and saw it was 20, it's only gone one way since then.
And bowling average in first class cricket 29. It's respectable as well.
It's so okay.
I mean, you're in the all-rounder category then.
I'm not sure about that. I'm trying to move myself up the order in white ball. I think I think that's one almost positive for the game in a sense of franchise leagues and white ball cricket, that with those opportunities I don't think there is the idea as a bowler that you can't bat. There might be the odd one around the world if you are some of the best in the world that you can hang back at 11, but most these days offer something with the bat at the back end. And I'm really determined to be able to do that for Gloucester and really be able to just be like, if I'm coming in at number 9, the dressing room are still backing like, well, Payne can still hit us a couple of sixes and help win us a game at times.
Yeah. Well, we'll only keep you one more over, but talking of batters, Ollie Price, second 100 of the summer. Wonderful player, isn't he? He's got a massive future ahead of him.
He has. I was so pleased for him. I remember going for a lap last year with Ollie, and just having a general chat about life, about cricket and his aspirations. And I loved it because he was telling me all about how he wants to be England's next best spinner and play for England, like huge aspirations. I love that when a cricketer has those big dreams.
Here's his brother in to D'Oliveira, and he squeezes one through his defences.
And alongside that, with those, he's an incredibly hard-working guy, incredibly humble, but he hits more balls in. You know, he's one of those that's always there at the end of training, just doing an extra half hour, 1-to-1, doing everything he can. So I was so pleased for him to say up at Yorkshire when he got his first one, and then to do it again now. I think it's really nice to see someone like that reaping their rewards for their hard work, and I do really hope and believe that he has got a really bright future, not just for Gloucester, but potentially with the Three Lions in time.
Yeah, I think he's. I certainly think he's worth a place on the England Lions squad over the winter, without a doubt. That was a dot ball there. Yeah, no, he's a wonderful group. They're very polite as well, aren't they, the Price? Well, I was going to say they're the politest cricketers out there, but I think Joe Phillips is about to usurp them, isn't he? he's again.
It's a really lovely group of young cricketers we've got coming through in that dressing room, like you say. Dom Goodman's in that category, one of the politest guys, one of the nicest guys. They're the Price brothers, Joe Phillips.
Cut away. That's going to be 4. D'Oliveira punishing anything short outside the off stump. That wasn't even that short. He just latches onto it. Finally, I mean, sort of before you go, Gloucestershire, you've been at Gloucestershire now for what, 14 seasons, something like that?
Something like that. I think I debuted in 2009, yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah. What does the club mean to you? I mean, how sort of, I mean, it's like a big family, isn't it?
It is, and I think that's, you know, that's why I've never really wanted to leave. It's obviously the times on the field can be really challenging at times with a club like this, that we're not the biggest club, we haven't got the biggest budget.
Yeah.
But it's that family vibe, that family feel, and the pull together as a changing room that keeps you coming back.
It's just defended there. And
it's no different now that I look at this group, and you know, we're probably going to go into a bit of a stage of development again, that there's a lot of young cricketers. And you look at that T20 campaign, it's easy to say that it wasn't a great campaign, but actually I look at that and think, well, we have 8 or 9 debutants overall, but 6 or 7 of them from our domestic players, and they were all under 24 or something. I look at Zaman and Ajit and Meeks and the bowlers, the bowling group we've got now. We've got some real pace in there that I'm not sure we've had in the past. And actually, so then if you're looking at the next 2-3 years going forward.
Price in, cut square, but can't get it past Jack Taylor.
To me, that's really exciting for the future. Let's say build around people like the Prices, Charlesworths. The future for this club does, to me, look really exciting if you work with those guys. Then you put some experience around those guys. So you've got your Chris Dents, James Bassey's now played a lot of cricket coming through. Your Jack Taylors, Miles Hammonds, and I think that's where you get a really nice balance. But like you say, there's just something about this club for me that's always kept me coming back and makes me want to keep playing for Gloucester, and makes me like, no, I'm not going to, when things are tough, I'm not going to turn away from it.
That's a gorgeous shot, but well fielded there. He's a wonderful fielder, Denty, isn't he? He's magic. Anyway, David, you've been a wonderful guest. Thank you so much.
No problem at all.
Why you're a fan's favourite here, and it's been fantastic to have a proper chinwag with you, discuss all things Disney films, what you like for breakfast, and wish you well, and hope to see you back from your injury pretty soon, and hope to see you out there in white ball cricket, and let's give the 50 over competition a proper go.
Definitely. Thanks very much for having me.
No problem. There's David Payne, everyone. Top man. Great bowler.
You, Matt? Good? Cheers, Dan.
Talks about young players being polite.
Yeah.
Takes one to know one, because he's a very...
Oh, he's a gent. Here's Afagahar.
Very, very polite man.
Yeah. Yeah, an absolute gent.
Thanks to David for spending half an hour with us.
Zafar around the wicket, turned into the onside there to mid-on. Tom Price does the fielding, but he's sort of a bit too deep to cut the single off, and not quite on the boundary either.
Score was 113 when these two joined forces.
Defended there by Dolliver. 109, wasn't it? I've got 109. Maybe I've got that wrong.
113 when Hose was out. I think the board hadn't caught up.
Ah, he's done me again.
But Dolliver has had the senior role in terms of the board since then.
Look at those skies up over Cleve Hill there.
Yeah, but the hill is still clear. So I don't think there's any issue.
It's not coming from that way anyway.
It's not, no.
Oh, a little half appeal there, thinking it might be pad first. Yeah, that's gone around us, but that looks full of rain, doesn't it?
Worcestershire lead now over 250.
Played into the offside there. Jack Taylor doing the fielding.
So, would you take 20 overs? Would you take 330, Dan, and a declaration tonight, or do you think that's not enough?
No, I don't think Worcestershire would even offer a glimpse.
So
that puts the door ajar slightly, doesn't it?
and that's
He's a bit lost, isn't he? I think that plane there.
I think
It's going from Milan to New
the
York.
greater likelihood is they will get to the close and they'll have 30 minutes of mayhem tomorrow morning, just to, as you put it, close the door.
Yeah. That plane there going from Milan to New York. I suppose they go up, don't they, and up over sort of Greenland that way.
Via Prinish.
It seems to be sort of going over. Where's it going over? It's going over.
James Healy's got a website on his computer which can track the flight paths of planes.
It's going over Brockworth at the moment. It's that way.
That's right.
Yeah.
You're not missing anything at the moment because
No.
Tom Price is going to come in from the chapel end to Dolivera. He's on 25. And he'll... Oh! Does that drop short of Ollie Price?
Let's have a look.
It was a play with soft hands. Ollie Price is the only slip.
Oh, yeah. Well shot.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he'd have caught it.
Catches pigeons.
He does. He does. He just snaffles everything.
I say, with now, along with James Bracey, both have 18 catches in first-class cricket this season. Tom Price to Dolivera. Steered that past Ollie. There is no third man. That's going to run away. Will he haul it in? He will, just about. They'll come back for 3, though.
Oh, good arm.
That was a good arm. And 150 up for Worcestershire.
Yeah, well batted.
Are these two getting Worcestershire back into the box seat again, do you think?
Yeah, I don't think they really ever got out of the box seat, if I'm honest with you, even at 109 for 4. When you see how their tail wags like it did in the first innings, I don't think they ever sort of got out of the box seat. They've always been in control, really, of this game. And I think that Gloucestershire will be quite happy to save this game from here in.
Punched out again by Libby past Phillips. There's a chase for him down towards the Sanford Road boundary, but that's gone for 4 as well. And Price just a bit expensive in this spell from the chapel end. And what does skipper Bracey suggest here? 26 overs and 3 balls still to go today.
Yeah.
Worcestershire should get another They get another 100. They're 350 in front, and they've definitely. Then it's the how many do they want scenario.
Keep your emails coming into us. We've got 26 overs left in the day. Keep them coming. Our email address is ian.randall at... No, it's commentators...
See, funnily enough, my actual email isn't that at all.
No, it's not. I wouldn't give out your email address.
No, I know, but it isn't an obvious one. There's ours, commentators at glossccc.co.uk.
Yeah.
And if you have a thought on what Worcestershire would want as a target to defend, and what Gloucestershire might be happy chasing, let us your thoughts on that. David Payne seemed to think that anything over 300 wouldn't be easy on a fourth day here, even on a small ground.
Yeah, I don't know. I think when Cheltenham gets hot, it does break up, but I don't think it's had the heat to actually break it.
Libby clips that nicely through the leg side. Chase for Josh Shaw, who's on the field as a sub at the moment, and they'll come back for two. Good throw, a good running from D'Oliveira, and I say these two have put together a handy partnership. 44 at the moment. Elliot Lake is from the same tea making group as Cameron Hasty.
He looks like he's used water out of a lake. He's brought a lovely cup of Bill Roffey for me though.
By Libby out for a single. See, that's the colour of Earl Grey tea, isn't it? Thank you. It's the colour of Earl Grey tea. What I should have done actually was shown you the tea I made at breakfast this morning and brought a photograph of that in, because then that would have told you that I don't always drink tea.
Do you drink Earl Grey at home? Is that your tea of choice?
It's not the tea of choice, but I don't mind a cup of Earl Grey, must be honest. It's a very light tea.
You do know the story about Earl Grey. I think I said it last year, but I'm going to tell the anecdote again. Mark Regan, Bristol lad.
Bristol in England.
Yep, hooker.
Known as Ronnie.
Yeah, known as Ronnie. And he went to Buckingham Palace after England won the World Cup back in 2003. And they're all sort of hanging around there in the morning. Here's Zafago Ha, defended. They're all hanging around, and one of the Queen's equerries has come forth and sort of said, can I get you a drink? He said, that'd be lovely, Bab. And Zaffa comes in. He said, cup of tea would be lovely, Bab. He said, Earl Grey. He said, pleased to meet you, Earl. Mark Regan. Chopped late there. Nicely played by Libby. That might go all the way. No. Van Meekeren is in pursuit, and Middleton hurls it in.
I can tell you a similar story. I've not heard this one before. A gentleman stopped me on, what's today? Friday. Might have been yesterday before play actually, and said, really appreciate the stream that the club put together. And he said, where are you commentating from? I said, we're at the small marquee over on the far side of the ground.
Zaffa comes in. One run.
And he said, since COVID, he said, you've always been in the marquee, haven't you? And I said, yeah, that's right. He said, in the first year, when we had the marquees in, but the crowd was much more sporadic than it is today.
Nearly sneaks through, no run. Yep.
Apparently, two spectators on the ground. One turned to the other and said, I think that's the COVID testing centre. They go in there, they never come out again.
Well, I feel like I've done a long stint in here, it's got to be said. That's chopped late, that'll be 4 runs. Nice shot there. The late cuts there from Jake Libby. Takes him into the 70s.
Looks like he's very comfortable in where he's scoring his runs in this innings.
Yeah, 50 partnership up as well. D'Oliveira's got 29 of them. Libby 20 comes up in just over 3/4 of an hour and took 79 balls.
Just to recap on matters elsewhere in the championship today, match at Scarborough in the second division abandoned with no play for the second day running. So Yorkshire and Durham draw. Derbyshire have drawn with Glamorgan. Their second innings following on 360 for no wicket. Lewis Rees and Harry Kame batting through. Rees 201 not out, Kame 141 not out. I don't think Glamorgan overworked their quicker bowlers there. There was a lot of work for the spinners. Kieran Carlson had a long bowl, which tells you everything you need to know about that particular pitch. So game drawn there. And in the first division, Notts have beaten Kent by 321 runs. The only other game in progress is at Old Trafford, where Northants are 200 for 5 in their second innings. The final day there, of course, and they trail by 2. So it looks as if they might be just about doing enough to save that match. Zaman Akhtar coming on for Gloucestershire here. 25 overs to go in the day. Oliveira cuts again. That's another forceful shot. If you had one of those pie charts of where he is scoring his runs, I would say 70% are in a very, very narrow area.
He's cutting with such force, isn't he? I mean, the man's out there on the fence. He's only about 8 or 9 yards to the left of him. And he's cutting with such power, he can't cut it off.
Akhtar was cut 3 times from the opposite end of the ground. D'Oliveira steers this one into the deep gully. Jack Taylor's there.
It's like watching Robin Smith in his heyday, isn't it?
Yeah, so James Healy's got a little wagon wheel here. Well, he probably can't put it on the screen. He might be able to give you an idea about where D'Oliveira is scoring his runs. He's only made 33. I say only. But Libby's not the worst cutter of a ball either. D'Oliveira pulls this one out to Ed Middleton, that deep square leg for a single. And perhaps Worcestershire have thoughts of just trying to press the accelerator a little bit.
Yeah, you can see the tempo is just increasing a little, isn't it?
Lead 275. Even if it was only 3 overs tonight, might just be awkward. Libby into the onside as Zaman just drops them back of a length, and they'll pick up 2.
He's good, that Harry Clements, isn't he? He knows his stuff. Good stuff, Harold. Are you a Harold or a Harry?
Harry.
You're a
Harry.
You're a Harry.
You might be a Harrison.
Oh yeah, it could be a Harrison. Just a Harry, not a Harold.
Someone in again, and this time Libby wheels round to find Middleton at deep square leg. Akhtar 7 overs and 5 balls for 33. That rate is climbing a bit. Zafar reasonably economical at the other end, but just the 1 wicket. Gloucestershire need certainly another. Well, they do with a couple quite quickly if they could get them. D'Oliveira's squeezed that down to Van Meekran's.
He spilt it over the boundary there.
Yeah,
bit of an untidy throw. Bracey's giving him the look. The Winterbourne wither.
Yes, and we must mention in all this that Matt Taylor is not on the field, so Gloucestershire are in effect a bowler short.
Yeah.
And that is impacting on things because
There's D'Oliveira's pie chart. There we go.
There we are. That tells you where his runs are chiefly scored. Perhaps James can just explain. The yellow shots are boundaries, aren't they? And then it gives you a very good idea about nothing down the ground at all, as you can see.
I think it's worth pitching it up to him. Thing is, with short guys like that, though, you know, what is a good length to someone of, I'm not going to say normal height, 'cause that sounds really rude. Zaffa comes in to Miles Hammond. Oh, hits it, direct hit. Libby gets home, no problem at all. Or is it D'Oliveira gets home? Yeah, I think the shorter guys suddenly turn good length balls into short balls, don't they? And I think you might have to, as you would bowl slightly shorter to a tall man, bowl slightly fuller to one of the wee guys, as they say in Scotland.
But Libby's in his own little bubble here, isn't he?
Yeah, he's gonna, you know, he's inevitable. He's gonna get 100.
Just ticking the score up.
Can't believe the cricketers who's who. They say he's 5'9".
9 fours for Libby in his 79. But D'Oliveira picking up the pace of this innings. .64 they've added. And James Bracey is trying to find 14 fielders to plug all the gaps at the moment. That's probably how it's feeling for him. He's only got the one slip in.
Zaffa's going to go over the wicket. Libby D'Oliveira boots it away. Ball pitching outside leg stump. Can't be out LBW.
Jack Chantry's just moving to go to the point side of the ground rather than square leg, so he's not looking into the sun.
Again, D'Oliveira kicks it away. As I said earlier, the laws changed after body line, something to do with Bradman not being able to play the short ball, I believe. Again, D'Oliveira kicks it away. Who's going to blink first here? D'Oliveira kicks it away again. Well, that was probably the most entertaining over that I've ever commentated on. I think D'Oliveira's kicked it away 5 balls out of 6 there. 4 balls out of 6.
He wouldn't do that for very long, I don't think, in this situation. Not with the match as it is, the lead as it is.
The other thing you can do there is, if part of the ball is pitching on leg stump, you can think it's outside leg stump and sometimes get your geometry wrong. Kick away a ball that's actually pitched on leg stump and then you're in big trouble.
Australia 240 for 8 at the Oval. Here is Zaman Akhtar here at Cheltenham. Appeal for looked high for an LBW shout. England have, I'm sure, taken the second new ball. 240 for 8. Last man out, Steve Smith for 71.
Ooh.
Caught by Bairstow off Wokes. So Cummins and Todd Murphy are the not out batsmen. Akhtar in pleasant evening sunshine again now. Forecast was just about right this morning, actually. It was a bit murky first thing. Gradually the day has bit by bit got better.
A bit like James Healy yesterday when he turned up with a hangover. He was murky first thing, got slightly better as the day went on.
pulled by Middleton, who didn't see it. It's gone away, very, very long way in front of him, actually, to a straight mid-wicket for 4, but he didn't see that. He didn't pick that up against the Sandford Road stand background, I don't think.
No, I didn't pick
He
that
wouldn't
up.
have stopped it anyway.
He's also looking straight into that red marquee, which I don't think is helping fielders. He's not the first one who's lost the ball here in the games, either against Worcestershire or Glamorgan.
Axter with the chapel behind him. Into Libby, who's pulled that. He'll get at least 2. Middleton's on the chase. Can he hold it in? It's gone. Just beaten him.
Yeah, he got that further in front of square.
So 1 cleanly hit, 1 not quite as well struck, but it still did the job. And it's racing away towards where the players' area is. Here at the College, Libby to 87.
22.2 overs left in the day.
Axter bounces that out. 3rd bounce to Miles Hammond. Ed Middleton has spent a lot of time in the field today because Matt Taylor's toe is preventing him from fielding. He just about batted. Did hit an important 6 actually to get Gloucestershire over the 300. But in reality, he was almost batting on 1 leg, and Middleton might well play in the Wiltshire game on Sunday with the National Counties Challenge match, as it's called. Axter to Libby. Cut! Oh, and Hammond's... Does he put that down? I think he has.
Ollie Price, isn't it? No, it's Hammond.
Has that carried?
Is it Ollie Price?
It is Ollie Price, and
He doesn't drop many.
to me that was one of the ones that was just about to him on the full. We haven't got a camera that can show you a different angle, I don't think. So
Ian's prowling, looking for that angle, looking on our producing screens.
So only Ollie will know, I think, whether that was... My hunch was it was just about a catch for him.
Yeah.
So Worcestershire try and motor on.
Zafar over the wicket. D'Oliveira kicks it away again. Can we pre-record my my voice here and then I'll just hit a button?
Can I tell you a Dave Bradley story?
Go on.
As this is happening, Dave Bradley, a very well-known voice to Worcestershire followers in particular, covered Worcestershire cricket for a long, long time on the BBC. Here today, doing the
Nice bloke.
doing the very, very funny man.
Yeah.
And
Zafar appeals for that one.
Dave used to do a Saturday morning programme, still does, I think, on BBC Hereford and Worcester, and there was a weekend where Worcestershire had a T20 game at Chesterfield in the afternoon.
Right, at Queen's Park. Kicked away.
And so Dave did his programme in the morning, and at 2 o'clock he was at Chesterfield for the game to start at 2:30.
Right.
And the following Saturday, a caller to his programme said, "Hey, I listened to you last week." He said, "It'd be illegal for you to drive to Chesterfield without breaking the speed limit in time for the cricket." How did you manage that?
Kicked away again.
And they said, "Oh, it's no problem." He said, "I recorded the first hour of the match commentary."
Very good.
What had happened, of course, in those days, you could do it. He had effectively pre-recorded the second hour of his programme.
Right.
So that at 5 minutes past 10 after the news, he pressed play on the tape
Yeah.
and left the studio.
There you go. There you go.
But his answer to the caller was, "No, I recorded the first hour of the cricket."
Ah, wonderful. No, he's a funny man. Frank Watson as well. Had a beer with Frank last night. Good man.
So Ollie Price to come on from the chapel end. And he bowled the 1 over. To enable Zafar Gahar and Tom Price to change ends back in the early part of the innings. And here Jack Taylor's gone back into slip for him, but he's got a very defensive field. 4 on the single. Ollie Price from the chapel end over the wicket, and a cry from Waite, as you could hear from Jake Libby. I went straight to Zafar Gahar.
The weight there is a real Cornish weight there, wasn't it, from Libby?
Tries to spit to him again. He's cut that. That's out of the reach of just about everybody. It's a long chase around the boundary, and once again,
a nice shot.
Joe Phillips had a lot of those chases around that Sanford Road rope, and 4 more, and Libby applauded by D'Oliveira at the other end.
Libby's placement has been superb, hasn't he? He's just gone along at his own pace. He's been very serene, hasn't he?
Yeah, he knows where his scoring areas are. We haven't been looking down the ground, as that wagon wheel showed. We've not been looking down the ground very much.
No, we haven't.
They've been effectively they've been attacking the shorter boundaries square.
Yeah.
190 for 4. D'Oliveira with a little dab past, well, not past Jack Taylor. Good stop. Close catch is completely gone now. D'Oliveira waits for Ollie Price. Again, he goes back. He's got plenty of time there. And Worcestershire, as they recover from 4 down and from 55 for 3, this will be part of their worry in terms of what they want to set. That's why they'll probably say we want a figure, and he might even add 50 to that figure. If they think 350 is enough, they might want 400. I can't see them wanting more than 400.
No, well, they're nearly up to 300. 20 overs left in the day.
And the overs analysis. So for the for Gloucestershire now in this match, it's gone from -2 to +1 by having the spinners on, having Zafar on for a considerable period of time from one end.
It's -1, we think, Ian.
I will check that. I think you may have looked through the binoculars. I must admit, see, the negative ones are in yellow, and I wonder whether that's actually a white or a yellow, that number. But I think if it's a yellow, it's not as discernible. But 1 over is neither here nor there.
Here we go. Zafar. I think that might be the 11th ball in a row that Zafar's put it outside D'Oliveira's leg stump, and he's padded up.
Obviously, I think the runs can be attained from the other end.
Oh, that's hit him in the venerables.
And that perhaps might, would that infer a change of strategy now? But you can do that for the best part of 2 overs, and then you get one wrong.
Yeah, 2 balls left in the over. And just about for Mr. D'Oliveira. You can see his whole body buckled as that hit. I shouldn't laugh. Why is it everyone finds it absolutely hilarious when anyone gets hit in that region? That's a wide. Yeah. Everyone on the ground thinks it's the funniest thing that happens, apart from the poor sod who is normally on the deck, gasping for breath, writhing in agony. D'Oliveira wasn't in that sort of state, but I don't think he enjoyed the experience. He was twisting his body to make sure that there's no turn there. $194 for 4, 52 overs gone. Zaffer's 1 for 41 off 19. Jake Libby, he's on 94 from 139 balls. D'Oliveira, 37 off 67. Worcestershire, 299 in the lead. His whole body buckles there. The immaturity in this commentary box was all finding it hilarious. It's a joy to behold.
Ollie Price into Jake Livy and just pushes a single to give Worcestershire a 300-run lead. 18 overs to go tonight. Not quite probably enough to prompt a declaration.
I don't know. I think they might have a thrash here. 12 overs.
Even 14.
They've got 380.
14 overs.
Would they leave? Yeah.
No, I think they're not quite going to get there. Be my steer.
No. Probably not now.
Price from the chapel end. And going round the wicket to the right-handed D'Oliveira, but D'Oliveira's not playing the pad game with Ollie Price.
It's a little more dangerous to play with an off-spinner. Turning it back into you. Turning it back into the right-hander.
Zaffer dropping out to deep mid-wicket here. D'Oliveira just works that to Zaman Akhtar at deep square leg. I've just seen Harry Clements just ask Zaman Akhtar whether that Ollie Price chance carried, and there was a little nod from Zaman which says it was a drop or not, be it not an easy one, but Ollie's got such good hands, it was a rare one to put down.
Got an email from Zach Bailey. Hi Dan and Ian, just talking about the game. On a day 4 pitch, spin will be important. Here's Zafar. Tickle round the corner, they're going to take one and they get through quite comfortably. On a day 4 pitch, spin will be important, so Baker will be vital. I think if we get a lead of around 320, then declare with about 5 overs to go tonight to have a bowl at them. Try and pick up 1 or 2. Thanks, Zach. Zach, good to hear from you. Hope you're well up in sunny Worcestershire, wherever you are up there. I think you might get a bit more than 320 with 5 or 6 now. You probably wrote this maybe... Yeah, I see you wrote this about half an hour ago. So things have moved on a little since then. I think you might be looking at about 380 lead possibly by the end of play. I am commentating on this game, but Zafar Haas chucking it outside the leg stump, and both batsmen are padding up here. Libby actually defends that one. But Zach, I think your team have played very well. I think Dylan Pennington this morning was very impressive, and from 18 for 3 on the first morning and 90 odd for 5. As Libby defends that one. Your side have been in the ascendancy all game. Oh, is that a little feather behind? It's hit something. Bracey's interested. Oh, he's given a wide. To guffawing from the members' stand to our left. It could only have been bat because it wasn't a pad. Definitely not the pad. I wonder if his bat hit the floor there, perhaps. I don't know. Sankers has a good view. Work round the corner. Libby just 4 away from what would be very, very good 100.
I've just seen a note of the squad for Wiltshire for Sunday, and it will again be captained by former Gloucestershire all-rounder Ed Young. Bowled a bit of left arm spin.
Arthur Godsall in that side. Ex-Middlesex. Played for Ealing Cricket Club in the Middlesex County League.
Ollie Price to continue from this chapel end. They'll be on 96.
Quite a different side from last year by the look of it.
Worked fine, but straight to Middleton. No run there. So that game on Sunday, remember, is an 11 o'clock start. Normal 50 over rules apply. They'll be back to bowler Ollie Price in his 4th over. Trots in. Libby clips that up to long on. Just a single. Tom Price is up there. And Worcester's 200 is up, so that's a 305 run lead at the moment. And basically an hour's cricket to go tonight. Oh, Jolivera used his feet. Played the dummy to play the forceful shot and then played the little dab into the leg side and just picked up the single. I wonder if James can put the full bowling card up at the end of the over for the figures. This is the 55th over of this Worcestershire second innings. Turned away by Libby. He'll try and take one. It's a sharp single, but he'll get there and he'll keep the strike. Here are the bowling figures then. At the end of that over, wickets for Tom Price, Van Meekeren and Zafar. But Zaman's had a couple of expensive overs in that 9 overs of 42 analysis. Might be another burst for Van Meekeren possibly, but Gloucestershire should be a bit careful here. They don't want Worcestershire to get right away from them. As it is, they'll be chasing north of 300 if they want to chase this target. Libby though on 98. The subplot is, can he get the extra 2 runs? He doesn't play Zafar at the no-shot game. 2 behind square on the leg side for Zafar. And that is down the leg side, but it's gone to one of those, which is Jack Taylor. Be called as a wide? Yes, it is. So Martin Sager's getting quite hard on Zafar here. Just played this time by Libby back to the bowler. So we've had 10 wickets fall in the day's play today, which has been more than on some other days during the festival. Still feels like the batting side is on top though, and Libby will get 1 here, down to Zaman Akhtar for, down to Phillips in fact in front of the scoreboard to take him to 99. So it's just gone in. D'Oliveira really is deciding he's not going to play a shot there. I'm sure he's got a figure in his head that he wants to defend. Maybe it's a time thing. Maybe it is a runs and time equation. He goes down the ground here to Zafar though. He's picked that one up, and that's gone all the way for 4 down to the long on boundary. Having probably played no shot at maybe 10 or 12 balls from Zafar in succession, he picked the one to attack. Zafar staying over the wicket, and we go back to the previous strategy. Zafar 1 for 50. Gonna need a good September to get somewhere near his wicket tally for last season. It's not been as productive for Zafar Gahar with the ball. Josh Shaw back on the field temporarily for Chris Dent, who's just trotted off, maybe for a comfort break. 10 minutes to 6, but still 15 overs to go on the day. And Worcestershire, who don't have the worst record by any means here at Cheltenham. They won in 2014, 2010, 2008 and 2004. The last 2 games though, one was a draw and one was won by Gloucestershire. That's a misfield, and it's going to be at least 2 to Jake Libby. And Libby goes through to his century with 12 fours, just over 3.5 hours, 154 balls, and he is in really, really good form at the moment. Very functional kind of batsman. Knows where his productive areas are, scores in those. Third 100 of the season in the Championship. And even if Worcestershire have a bit of a crash from here, in terms of wickets going down, they still would feel they've got a sporting chance of making life difficult for Gloucestershire, but they can get themselves into a very, very secure position with another hour's batting tonight of a positive nature. 2 more to Libby. He knows that he's got Waite and Leach to come. You can both attack. They want to just keep ticking the runs up. Ollie Price into Libby again. One more there to Zamanakhtar at deep square. And 100 partnership between these two. Libby 49 and D'Oliveira 44, so 93 between them off the bat. If they're not aware already, they will be aware at the close that Glamorgan haven't won in their game at Derby. Swept, reverse swept. Good partial stop from Josh Shaw. D'Oliveira will only get one for that. And he will keep the strike. He's got 45. So with all the other games in the second division now complete, this is the table. Durham 174 with 3 to play. Worcestershire 118 pending the result of this match. Glamorgan 116. Sussex 113. They have 4 left, not 3. Leicestershire 111, also with 4 to go. Gloucestershire at the moment technically in the live table are at the foot, but Yorkshire have a big penalty to take off their points, so they will be bottom. Zaffa in and worked away by D'Oliveira. The cry of no for the second run as Shaw does the fielding. So Yorkshire will go down, in fact, with a 48-point deduction to 50 points from the 98 currently. $215 for 4, lead 320 for Worcestershire. One more. It's such a risk-free shot that for these two batsmen. The little nudge behind square on the leg side. It's a bit shades of Lewis Hill for Leicestershire earlier in the season. Played that shot a lot at Bristol in that 100 that he got in the game that Leicestershire ultimately won. D'Oliveira again just works that out with his pad. Didn't play a shot on the leg side. D'Oliveira's got 46. Oh, that's come off the pad, but got, rather than go away on the leg side, which is generally what's happened, that's just flicked the pad and gone out to slip. Zaffa staying over the wicket, and D'Oliveira plays no shot. End of the over. 22 overs for 52 for Zaffa, and we have 13 overs left on the day. The lead is 321, and this partnership has taken the Worcestershire total from 113 to 216. It looks like the
consensus amongst...
Go on, the power of the Worcestershire team, if I can use that power with a small p, seems to come not from the top order but from the middle.
Yeah, the consensus around though is, you know, they thought Worcestershire might have a little bit more of a dip here, and there's potentially some rain around tomorrow morning, which, if there is, you know, surely Worcestershire might want 4, perhaps 6 overs at Gloucestershire tonight.
I don't think they're going to take that route.
I don't think they are either.
They haven't quite got enough.
No. But they've only been going along at 3.7, whereas I thought they might be going along at sort of 4.5, 5 to try and set something up. But anyway, what do I know?
Van Meekeren back into the attack. Libby plays a really odd shot.
No ball.
It's a no ball. And Van Meekeren looks ruefully at the ground as he walks back.
Hey guys, I didn't think that was over. Shoulder height.
350 will be their benchmark for tonight, I would think. And then they will judge that in the morning. If they lose any time, don't need to bat.
Nothing tomorrow. By the look of it.
Libby pulled and aggressively pulled for 4. Van Meekeren too short.
See Saturday morning. Jimmer, can we go to Saturday morning?
Looking on the rain radar.
A little bit around Gloucester maybe at 10 o'clock.
I think you were bold a red herring there, Dan.
Meteorologists here. Not what they used to be, Ian.
Van Meekeren. Seen Libby play the cut shot and the forceful pull through the leg side quite a bit. That's an unusual stroke to Miles Hammond at backward square. They've scampered again through for 1 run. I think Worcestershire will not bat for more than 8 overs tomorrow. I think possibly even less, possibly even as little as 6.
Yeah.
Because they'll want the second new ball involved in the game. Dolivero goes for the ramp.
Ollie Price was interested there from backward point.
What did he hear off that delivery? So making around the wicket.
And Meekeren was interested.
Yeah, but that wasn't a really convincing appeal though, was it?
No.
That dark cloud that was heading over Cheltenham Kings has disappeared. And Dolivero this time gets inside another short one. And another no ball called by Jack Shantry.
So on head height. Let's have a look.
The lead ticking up with extras at the moment. Van Meekeren 2 no balls in this over already. What's he going to do? Is he going to...
In a bowl off spin.
He's putting a marker down there. He's moved his marker from the end of his run almost to put a marker down where he wants to land effectively his back foot.
It's a front foot no ball.
So that
it's
he's
a front foot
yes,
no ball.
but if he gets his back foot in the right place, the front foot won't overstep.
Yeah. No ball.
So Worcestershire ticking up here without actually having to do anything. Van Meekeren's return not going to plan. Australia only 5 behind in the test. 278 for 8. Going back over the wicket now, Van Meekeren, that's a better idea. And Dolivero dabs it out into the offside. If you've joined us on the stream latter part of the day, 6 o'clock now, and you're curious about what's going on, or what has gone on, Gloucestershire started 212 for 4. They were ultimately dismissed for 301. Matt Taylor did bat at number 11. He was last out, having hit a 6 to get Gloucestershire over the 300, and then dismissed by a top edge induced by Adam Finch, who took the last 3 wickets. Van Meekeren in, and that is Ollie Price's catch. He's got that one, and it's steered comfortably to him by Dolivero. That was like shelling peas.
Yeah.
It was a little gentle lob of a catch, and Dolivero goes, but he's put a good innings together here for his team again. 46 he's made, and Worcestershire are 227 for 5.
Yeah, 136 runs in the game for Brett Dolivero. been very good. But I think he was just unsettled by the short stuff there. Didn't know whether to stick or twist, and in the end just ended up steering that gently to Ollie Price.
Another wicket for Van Meekeren as well.
7 in the game.
So Matthew Waite coming out at number 7. And as we know from what happened in the first innings, he can put bat to ball with some force.
Yeah, I think Worcestershire needs something like this, actually. I think they need probably just to give it some Humpty, push it along a little bit.
So, just to complete that Gloucestershire card, 301 obviously all out. The mainstay of it, Tom Price, who himself went on to make 46 this morning, and Ollie Price, 115, his career best score, and his second championship 100 of the season. Joe Leach, 3 for 51. Pennington, 3 for 39. Finch, who finished with the last 3 wickets, 3 for 72. And Matthew Waite, 1 for 58. And then that left Worcestershire 71 overs to see what they could build in their second innings. And the wickets to have fallen, I will give you in full at the end of this over, because there's only 1 ball in it. And here is Waite to face Van Meekeren. And he just blocked that out onto the offside end of the over. Roderick caught by Ollie Price off Tom Price for 10. Azhar Ali caught by subfielder Ed Middleton off Van Meekeren for 16. Kashir Ali caught and bowled by Van Meekeren for 4. Adam Hose played on to Zafar Gahar for 21. And then in this over that's just finished, Ollie Price and Van Meekeren combining to dismiss Brett D'Oliveira for 46.
Ollie Price is going to have a little go from the College Lawn end.
And Van Meekeren has 3 for 44 from his 10 overs.
Bowled very well. Thought he bowled very well in the game against Glamorgan as well.
Interesting, the seamers run rate. Tom Price 1 for 63 from 12. Zaman Akhtar 0 for 42 from 9. And Paul Van Meekeren 3 for 44 from 10. All at 4.4 or higher. Zafar much lower.
Ollie Price going around the wicket. Libby just works him around the corner to deep backward square for a single.
One wonders how the Worcestershire will use Baker when the time comes to just try and dry the runs up from one end.
I can see that. I can see that, definitely. There's Ollie Price going over the wicket to Waite, who plays that out to mid-on.
As you said, Dan, that isn't a command.
Waits off the mark, just works one around the corner. Bracey just adjusting his field. Scattered now. Libby still finds the gap, works it for 1. Zaman Akhtar out at deep cover. Does the fielding. It's a rather large gull flies across his path there as he's about to get them. There it goes again. Waite just turns that one around the corner.
So interesting that last week Glamorgan started the day on 300 with a lead of 317, and they couldn't come to any kind of agreement with Gloucestershire about a target.
Round the wicket.
Worcestershire don't
There's 11 overs in the day.
Worcestershire don't have that challenge of needing to set a game up here. They're dictating whether or if there is a meaningful target for Gloucestershire.
Well, I'm wondering if they might have a dip here. 5 overs. So if they got 40 or 5, they have 376.
I still wonder whether they think 400 is the magic number. It's such a delicate balance. They tried to set up a game at Durham earlier in the season and lost chasing it. Now, different situation here because they are the side bowling last, but they will have seen what this pitch is like, and it's not easy.
Yeah, but they go and win.
To run through a side.
They go and win here, and it's a massive boost to their championship credentials.
Short again from Van Beekeren and another no ball. Hasn't quite got the radar in the right place since starting this spell. Van Meeken will try again. Wait. Tries to flick that away. Very, very fine, but there was nothing on it. And Bracey takes. So there's 4 Van Meekeren. There is a deep square leg just in front of square, as well as a very fine leg. And effectively a leg gully, Miles Hammond, and then in front of square on the leg side, Jack Taylor and Ed Middleton are patrolling. Van Meekeren to wait. He's pulled it past Middleton. He's on the chase. Will they be able to haul it in? It's a long boundary up there, and the ball is going to win the race, and it'll go for 4 to probably the longest part of the ground. As we found out in the first innings, Waite does hit the ball very hard.
Oh, I've had a response on Twitter from Justin Perkins regarding knockdown ginger. Apparently in this neck of the woods in Cheltenham, it's known as cherry knocking. There you go.
And Harry's is the simplest description. Van Meekeren in. Oh, that's hit a long way by Waite. That's a big hit. That's gone for 6.
In the road.
That's probably come back off the balcony, I would think. Waite's, he knows that short boundary is short on that side of the ground. There's our small white marquee. Van Meekeren has been dispatched by Waite. Lead up to 348. So 2 overs between innings, remember, if Worcestershire wanted to have a bowl tonight. So they've probably only got another 4 overs. Wait to clip that into the leg side. Zaman Akhtar is there, and he's on about the 3rd bounce. Gets to it right on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and they'll just pick up 1. 4 overs. 350 the target then, 349 the lead at the moment. It's so delicate, this. I think, Dan, don't you?
It is, and I think Worcestershire can really make a statement here, jumping up the table, if they win this game. Go on to 127 points. They go 14 clear of Sussex.
Van Meekeren. Around the wicket to Libby. He's got that away very, very fine, and that is 4 more. So how many runs with 1 ball to go? How many runs off this over, Harry? Can you tell me? 17 off the over, including the extras. Just the sort of thing that Worcestershire would have wanted. just to give them perhaps a chance of a declaration, although the light is just, it's not, it's closing in, would be wrong, there's quite a lot of blue sky about, but there is some more threatening cloud coming from the chapel end of the ground. Van Meekeren again to Libby. Oh, he ducked underneath that, and that is the end of the over, a tumbling take.
Yeah, an expensive
from
one.
Bracey. So Van Meekeren now 3 for 61 from 11. And if Worcestershire want to have a bowl tonight, they've probably got no more than 5 overs. That 5 would leave them 2. They probably want 4, I would think. So maybe it's 4 overs batting maximum. Ollie Price to continue from the College Lawn end. Field well spread, as you might imagine.
Yeah. Wait, smashes that one into the marquee, onto the roof.
Right, I think the message is fairly clear.
I think so. I think we might have a declaration coming, and I think Gloucestershire might have potentially 2 overs tonight, 4 overs maybe.
I think Worcestershire would like 4. That was a big hit from Waite.
Well, I think they're going to probably have 2, maybe 4 more overs. See what happens. But Waite's obviously come out with instructions.
The ball just about retrieved from the Old Patesians marquee on the far side of the ground. That's the, by some distance now, the most crowded of the marquees.
It gets lively in that marquee as well.
It's one of Cheltenham's oldest sports clubs.
I'm singing No Nay Never in there. I don't know if they've got an Irish connection. But they were certainly enjoying themselves last Friday in there. Price to Waite. Can only play that back to him. I think this is it. I think Waite's batting by numbers here. There we go. That's gone a long way as well. That's gone over the marquees and into Paolo's ice cream van, I think.
Depending on exactly, I mean, it could have even gone out of the ground through the railings that are on the perimeter. I think that may mean a different ball. There's a line of trees on that perimeter of the ground on the Sanford Road side, and there are a set of railings beneath those trees. Now, whether the ball can go through those railings or not, I don't know. I wouldn't have thought that it could, but somebody's retrieved it. Well done, gentleman in a looks like a blue top.
Blue top.
Well done, he's retrieved the ball. Not sure what shape it's in, mind you.
Saggers wants to have a look.
I don't think it'll matter much for the next 2 or 3 overs, do you?
No, I don't.
Wait, 19 off 12.
Waite gets off strike.
I think that ball hasn't quite caught up. He's 25 off 13. Now 26 off 14.
What can Libby do here? Blocks it. 1 run. That completes the over. 15 off it. Worcestershire. Oh. No declaration yet. So it can't be far away.
The last 2 overs have cost 32. With a 17 and a 15. So what will Van Meekeren do here to Libby? He's going to come back around the wicket. Libby will want a single, I would think, to get weight on strike. The Worcestershire lead is 367. Van Meekeren around the wicket, and again it's short, and what will umpire Chantry say? He'll say that's fine, and it's not classed as a no ball. Van Meekeren having a bit of a chunter as he walks back to his mark. In this light, Van Meekeren would be quite quick, I would suggest. To the naked eye, the light is a little darker than it is on your screen. Libby pulls into the air, and Jack Taylor will take the catch. So Libby goes, another wicket for Van Meekeren, and the Centurion has to depart for 117, but he's done a very good job for his team. He's put together the glue of a second innings pursuit of a platform to declare, and he's done it really well.
Yeah, what a fantastic innings. Really good. Played with panache, style. He's placed the ball extremely well, and he's punished anything outside off stump or front and back foot, and I think it's been a really, really good innings. Now, Ian, I've got a question for you. Wonder what Joe Leach has been sent in to do.
I don't think anybody would have too many doubts about that. Leach due in at 8 anyway. That's his normal position in the batting order.
Yeah.
But it will be to play his natural game, and probably he's actually already been sent to just push the singles and give Waite the strike.
He's on a pair. Waite's had a good game.
He looks like somebody who, I say, he looks more of a batting all-rounder than a bowling all-rounder. Tidy with the ball without being very, very dangerous. So 262 for 6. Van Meekeren with 4 wickets into Leach, who slapped that away for 4. First ball past Hammond, who didn't move, and down to the boundary at backward point. Something's always happening when Van Meekeren's bowling, isn't it?
Certainly is.
It's either the ball to the boundary, or wickets, or no balls.
Well, he's got 8 in the game. You need something a little bit different on this wicket, I think, and his extra pace. He's gone for 150, but you take 8 for 150 as your match figures.
Leach, open stance as you can see. Oh, that's a short one again, and ducked under by the new batsman. So I didn't really give you the whole of that Worcestershire card. The Libby figures 171 balls for his 117, and he hit 14 fours, a minute shy of 4 hours for that knock. And as you can see on your screen, the Worcestershire lead 371 with 8.2 overs to go. Maybe 3 overs might be a compromise if they wanted a declaration tonight. Van Meekeren to Leach. More trying to steer that. Not sure he saw much of that actually. And through to Bracey.
It's got a little murky here. It certainly has.
Not that it's going to rain.
Not it's going to rain.
It's just
and not that the umpires offer the light to the batting side anymore. They just make a decision, don't they?
They do.
It has got a little murky.
Gloucestershire are now level on the over rate, which they will be relieved about. Leach for the boundary first ball, nothing off the next two. Van Meekeren to him. Oh, he's gone for the big swat at that, and he's got an edge, and Van Meekeren's got 5, and Bracey's taken the catch.
That is a very popular fifer here.
Leach having a swing at this, and Bracey.
Good catch by Bracey.
Taking a good catch, and a 5 wickets haul for Paul Van Meekeren. Worcestershire trying to crash their way to what they can here. Now, Baker, Finch and Pennington are the remaining 3 batsmen. Leach out for 4.
Is that Ian Baker Finch, the old golfer?
It is interesting. Adam Finch coming out at number 9. So Finch ahead. It is Baker. Sorry, I saw the number on the back of the shirt and thought it was Finch, but it's not. It is Josh Baker.
Leach, caught by Bracey off the ball with Van Meekeren for 4. That's 5 wickets in the innings for Paul Van Meekeren.
565 from 12 overs.
Zafar is going to have a bowl from College Lawn End. 8 overs left in the day. 2 will disappear due to change of innings.
If
they do
that
declare.
happens.
But I think they will. Here's Waite. Let's see what he does here. Works the 1. Turns the strike over to Baker.
I wonder if it got to a stage where Worcestershire thought, right, we'll go for it tonight. If we get there, we get there, and if we don't, it won't matter because we'll be very close anyway. So that the need to bat for long tomorrow would be almost irrelevant. They would literally may only need 3 overs in the morning.
Played up to mid-on. Could have been 1 there. Miles Hammond's quite deep.
They basically got 95% of what they probably need here now. I still think 400 will take an awful lot of getting.
Zafar. Defended there by Baker. Is this the ball where he winds up? Mid on and mid off, halfway back. Just adjusting his field. Tom Price just going into backward square, fine leg area.
To give Baker a single here.
No, they don't want weight. Well, force ball, I suppose. I think we're beyond that, aren't we? I think we're beyond that. There's a single. Baker retains the strike. 268 for 7.
Gloucestershire won't mind that.
No, they'll take that.
Because it will reduce the chances of them having to bat tonight, you would feel. So 373, 5 overs playing time left if there is to be a declaration. Somebody will be checking when Van Meekeren last took 5 wickets in a first-class match. And check whether he's actually taken it at all.
There's a little bit of chat out there between Van Meekeren and Waite. Still going. Still chirping.
No, he's never taken a 5 before. His best previous was 4 for 60. So a first ever 5-wicket haul for Paul van Meekeren.
So he goes around the wicket at Josh Baker. Ducks it. One for the over.
You can see why he would frustrate some coaches.
Here he comes.
Van Meekeren around the wicket.
Baker can only defend that. This is good from Van Meekeren. The Aussies are all out. Oh, that's a good catch. That's a great catch. Is that Stokes out on the boundary? Takes it over the boundary, throws it up in the air and comes and catches it on its return.
Van Meekeren from the Chapel end again. That was not quite as short, but Baker still ducked underneath it.
There's definite chat going on there between Waite Van Meekeren.
It's Matt Taylor's birthday tomorrow.
Oh, happy birthday to
Sorry,
Matt Taylor.
forgive me. Oh, his birthday was on. Sorry, I've got that. I've read my note wrong there.
Oh, Ian.
Sorry.
Oh, just out of the reach of Jack Taylor at short leg. Here we go. This will be interesting. Van Meekeren and Waite.
No,
I'm not expecting this to be in Waite's half of the wicket.
no. So
There's been a little bit of chirp between them.
I wonder whether Waite might use his feet, therefore, to get to the somewhere to the more towards the pitch a bit.
Got to be a brave man.
Well, Van Meekeren's going. Is he going back over the wicket, or is he staying around? Staying around. 6 overs to go after this one, as you can see. The lead 3-7-4. Van Meekeren to Waite. Hauled that. That's gone a long way. That's 6. Away over deep backward square. And there is an entrance to the ground just to the right of our marquee. It's not a wide entrance, but it is possible that the ball has gone through there and needs to be returned from somewhere in the road.
Miles Hammond just saying it's gone in the road again.
Waite does hit the ball very powerfully. Worcestershire up to 380 as a lead. Clearly that wasn't the figure they wanted, because they're still out there.
Yeah, he nailed that one.
I'm convinced the magic number is 400, Dan. Because
Yeah.
the lead is 380 now, and they're still out there. So
Well, we'll see after this ball, because then if they declared after this ball, it'd leave 4 overs at the end of play.
yeah,
So it might be 380, and after this ball, they might call it a day. It'd be interesting to see.
as in, well, they've got a chance to get another 6, if potentially.
Yeah, if they 386, and then that awkward 4 overs could be, I mean, you know, nip one out tonight, especially nip Dent out tonight, you know, it could be crucial.
The ball is back. Miles Hammond has returned it to Jack Shantry, who's passing it on. Yes, Matt Taylor's birthday actually is of course July the 8th, but he is 29 on July. He was 29 on July the 8th, and I read that as being the 29th of July is his birthday, which of course it isn't. So, Waite having pummeled Van Meekeren for 6. What's Van Meekeren's response? He goes again. This is flatter, and he'll just get one. Zumanakta and Miles Hammond with a bit of relay work on the boundary.
I didn't pick that one up at all. Flinched.
Kept it down.
They haven't declared.
So we're now into the concept of less or fewer than 4. Only 3 overs now maximum. Waite and Baker still having a chat. If the thought was, can we get to 400 by the close, they're going to get very close. But I mean, I suppose even 1 over would be a, particularly if Leach bowled it, you know it would be accurate.
Yeah.
Would Gloucestershire send out a night watchman to try and take the 1 over? I've seen teams do that.
Yeah, Middlesex did it the other week. They sent Ethan Bamber out to open.
Zafar to continue.
Waite smashes that one into the Sanford Road stand. Waite's just smashing it for fun here.
Off 18.
Oh, and they're going to run a bye. Waite has a big swing.
I mean, he's done just exactly what Worcestershire wanted. He's hit 5 6s and 1 4 so far. Somebody told him it's not the One Day Cup.
Just getting his eye in, isn't he? Zafar to Baker. He's a textbook forward defensive. Again, just plays that out to Middleton at cover. Phillips has a shy at the stumps. Baker gets off strike.
See, Waite's fireworks have pushed the rate up now to 4.3 overall.
Yeah. Waite's also gone past 100 runs in the match as well. Joins D'Oliveira and Libby.
And Ollie Price.
And Ollie Price, who've all done the same. Baker's 22 away from that milestone.
Waite's just checking where the fielders are. 1 ball left in this over.
I think you could put them in Gloucester, and I'm not sure it'd do that much good. He's picked that one up as well. He's spanked that one. This is pure vandalism from Matthew Waite.
Worcestershire now.
Worcestershire's still not declaring.
They want 400. They want 400 as the target. Would be my scenario. So that they know in their head Gloucestershire are not going to chase 400 tomorrow. That's their opinion.
Gloucestershire are going to chase 395 tomorrow. It's just not going to happen.
But the psychology of 400. So they're 395. So they'd have 2 overs. They can have this over as much as they want it as they want, and they would have 2 overs at Gloucestershire tonight if they declared.
Yeah.
Van Meekeren to Baker, who surely his stance here is just to pinch a single.
Tell you what, I wouldn't like to be Jack Taylor at short leg. I bet he's not in there for weight.
That's Baker to duck underneath it. It's been an explosive finish for those who've stayed to the end of this
Yeah.
third day. That's for sure. 6 sixes and a 4 in a 20-ball 46 from Waite at the moment. Gloucestershire's target as it stands will be 396. Baker defends.
Waite's backing up a long way here. He obviously wants to get on strike.
It didn't look until half an hour ago, maybe 20 minutes ago, as if Worcestershire might have the chance to declare tonight. They still might not, but Waite has given them the option, you would feel. Oh, Baker tries to withdraw the bat and does get just inside the line enough. Bracey, for once, very rarely with nothing on his head.
Yeah, sans cap, sans brim hat.
Yeah, nothing at all. Van Meekeren back at the end of his run. Never had 5 wickets against his name in first-class cricket before. Has it today? And Baker just defends that back up the pitch. And this onslaught from Waite has sometimes been off a very limited number of balls in any one over, because Baker's maybe soaked up 2 or 3.
Baker's chewing them up.
And pinched a single and left Waite 1 ball. He's taken 3 out of this over already. Van Meekeren to Baker, again defends. What would you think if it was 1 over?
Might happen. Might happen.
Is that almost worse for the batting side?
No,
1 over?
I think 2 or 3.
It would, so at this stage it's 2, isn't it? If they go off at this point, it's 2.
Go off at this point, it's 2.
I fail to see why Worcestershire would want less than that. I mean, they're virtually there. If 400 is the figure they wanted, they've almost got there. Van Meekeren around the wicket. Last ball of the over, down the leg side, taken by Bracey. And Van Meekeren has bowled a maiden.
Van Meekeren signalling to the umpire he wanted a wide there. I think he wanted another ball.
So Gloucestershire, well, they know what they've got to do tomorrow. They've got to bat all day.
Who's going to have a bowl here? Tom Price.
So what's going to happen with 4 overs left? Tom Price coming back. So what will Waite do here? So it will now only be 1 over
Yeah.
if there is a declaration. The flip, I suppose, of this, and David Payne spoke about sort of flip thinking. Would they not declare and then go out in the morning and bat? Because Gloucestershire might think there is a declaration coming and, you know, say bat for 2 overs and then come in. It would be a weird thing to do, given they've batted so aggressively tonight.
If they end up 9 down at the end of play, they'd kick themselves, wouldn't they?
They would. It was a wide. Price starting with a wide.
Yeah.
But I think if you'd have said at 5 minutes to 2, for Worcestershire to be 291 for 7 at this point, they'd have said yes, thank you very much.
Swing there from Waite. Tom Price is going to shove this as far as he can outside the off stump. He's got a third, he's got a backward point, he's got a deep point, he's got a cover, he's got Chris Dent here at extra cover and a long off. So they're going to try and stick it as far outside Waite's off stump as is possibly legal.
Because he's been hoiking everything into the leg side. Bottom hand in that too.
There's his 50. Well batted. Matthew Waite. Good innings.
22 balls, 2 fours, 6 sixes.
Two very similar innings for Waite.
Yeah. 50 off just 22 balls. It's pretty good going, isn't it?
In 4-day cricket, that's not hanging about, is it?
No. I think there might be a little bit of rain in the air here.
And the lead is now 400.
Yeah.
Ollie Price has gone right across the ground from deep point to deep square leg, just to strengthen the leg side field.
Here's Tom Price. Comes in past Saggers. There's a wide. Well, yeah, Waite's batting about 4 or 5 inches outside off stump here. Let's have a look. Tom Price is going to go around the wicket. Cat and mouse here. There's, look at his bat, where his bat's coming down outside off stump. There's another wide. That was wide.
Yeah, that was very wide.
That's well bowled. Waite can only take one there. Goes out to Zafar at long off. Squirted out, or driven quite firmly actually, but Jack Taylor at backward point stops that well from Baker. I think that's the 4th legal delivery of the over, isn't it? Just trying to count this. Yeah, 2 balls left. Driven firmly. Actor does the fielding out at cover. $2.99 for 7. Worcestershire.
I think we know that the new ball will again be important at the start of the Gloucestershire second innings tomorrow, first hour.
Definitely.
Going to go a long way to deciding the game. That first hour, Gloucestershire get through that. Could be difficult for Worcestershire to take 10 wickets. We've seen 13 wickets today, but we've seen a lot of attacking batting.
Played firmly out to Zafar Gahar at long off. Is that the declaration from Worcestershire? There's the 300 up. And no.
So there will not be
Oh, okay.
a need for Gloucestershire to bat tonight.
Okay. I'm surprised at that.
Because with only 3 overs to go, if they're not declaring now, then Ollie Price coming back from the chapel end. And Worcestershire are very much playing the safe game here.
Certainly are.
And they might still think that 96 overs is enough.
Yeah.
I think what would be a little odd would be for them to bat on tomorrow. That would be very strange to bat on tomorrow. Ollie Price to wait. Just plays that off the back foot, almost orthodox. Up to Jack Taylor at wide long on. Worcestershire have the game exactly where they want it at the moment. The question is, can they force the issue now with their bowlers? The bowlers have had 2 sessions with their feet up today. They did all the work this morning. That's a good shot from Baker out beyond Tom Price, and he's going to have to chase that up towards the scoreboard, and he won't haul it in. That's 4 more.
Few Worcestershire fans down in that corner enjoying themselves.
They'd have enjoyed what Waite's offered today. That's for sure with the bat. And Baker with a single up to Tom Price, and now the field dispatches to the rope. Waite, what does he do? He goes big on the leg side, and it's going to go for 4. He's picked the gap. He's not quite middled that, but it's gone away to the left of Zafar, and 2 bounces for 4 at deep backward square. Waite not hanging about. Ollie Price around the wicket, more orthodox this time, a little bottom hand again. Out as a MATCHDAY for a single. End of Ollie Price's over. 8 overs for 51. Kind of tells its own story, really.
2 overs left in the day.
There are 2 Gloucestershire bowlers who've both conceded the same number of runs off their overs. 73 off 13 from Ollie Price, and 73 off 14 with 5 wickets for Paul van Meekeren.
But Tom Price.
Tom Price, correct.
Yeah.
But Worcestershire have scored 311 in 69 overs, and that rates up to 4.5, and it was creeping along at barely 3.5 for much of the afternoon.
Certainly was.
You really have thrown the kitchen sink at it.
Let's see what Mr. Waite wants to do here. Tom Price. Good Yorker. They're looking for 2 here. They're going to take it on. They get home.
So when D'Oliveira was out, they were 227 for 5.
Waite plays that out to long on. They're not going to get 2 there. Not to Miles Hammond.
They were 227 for 5 after 59 overs. So in the last 10 overs, they have added 87. Much of the damage done by one man.
It's just run down by Baker. down to Joe Phillips down at third. But if Gloucestershire end up 9 down tomorrow, Worcestershire will be kicking themselves here, because you don't need 420. You don't need that much of a lead. I thought Worcestershire should have had a go at Gloucestershire tonight. 2, maybe 4 overs. You don't need this many. And if Gloucestershire end up 9 down tomorrow, Worcestershire will kick themselves. Waite plays that out to Hammond at long on. 50 partnership. Waite's got 36. Baker 10. It's coming less than half an hour off 40 balls.
So when D'Oliveira was out, you see the lead was 332. So they just needed someone to make sure they actually got the required runs from there, and Waite's definitely done that.
Baker plays that up to mid-off.
He's looked a tidy bat too.
Yeah,
in this
he's
match.
all right. Yeah.
1
He gets
over left
75 in the
after
first
this.
innings. He's got 85 runs in the game. Played up to mid-on. They turn down the single. So that completes Tom Price's duties for the day. 1 over left. Worcestershire are 316 for 7. They've got a lead of 421. And Ian Randall will take you through to the close of play.
Yes, you've had an uninterrupted day again here at Cheltenham, so 2 in a row. And Ollie Price will bowl the last over. Waite got 64 in the first innings. He's got 62 in 30 balls here this evening. I say this evening because he's only been at the crease for 49 minutes. He's worked the first ball of the last over away to Zamanachta. It's gone all the way to the boundary, and he's turned down the single.
Waite half went. Baker half went. They probably both did a half of the pitch before going back.
Ollie Price to Waite once more. And he's wound himself up, and he's going to be caught behind. And are they coming in? They are coming in, because obviously that is it for the day. So a catch for James Bracey, and Matthew Waite departs for 62. But what an acceleration he has provided for Worcestershire at the end of this third day. Waite 62 off 32 balls, 6 sixes and 3 fours. And if we watch anything in the One Day Cup, Dan, as belligerent as that will be a potentially a match changing knock.
Yeah, it certainly will. It was a great innings. And I just thought that Worcestershire might be a little more adventurous. It might not matter tomorrow. They might bowl Gloucestershire out cheaply. You never know. But if they, as I said earlier, if they only have them 9 down at the close of play, they'll be not very happy. They won't be very happy pairs. But they've had a good day at the office. 316 in 70 overs was probably what they were looking at, wasn't it? And it was a magnificent knock from Jake Libby that underpinned that score. 117.
There's the match summary on your screen in terms of the full situation of the game. Worcestershire lead by 421. There is certainly no need for them to bat tomorrow. You can't believe that they would.
No.
Libby 117. D'Oliveira 46, and then that fast 62 from Matthew Waite in the last hour of play. The bowling figures: Tom Price 1 for 78, Safa Gohar 1 for 67, Ollie Price 1 for 51 with a wicket at the end, and Paul van Meekeren for the first time in his career 5 first-class wickets in one innings, 5 for 73 from 14 overs. Ground staff getting ready to do their thing at the close of play, and as things stand, we don't know if a declaration is coming or not, but we would anticipate it would. The target for Gloucestershire tomorrow: bat all day, all make 422 to win the game. Worcestershire need 10 wickets, and they'll need Leach and Pennington firing at the outset. We've had an entertaining day here at Cheltenham. We've had 14 wickets, the most on any day in the festival this season, and indeed more than were in the whole of the Glamorgan match. Worcestershire take 10 tomorrow, they win. Gloucestershire have to see the game out. They'll start slowly, whether they'll ever have a chance of getting that sort of a total on this pitch, I doubt, but then cricket's a strange game on occasions, and form can be turned upside down. Join us tomorrow for that. The forecast is reasonable, so should be a good day on the second Saturday of Cheltenham. From James Healy, from Dan and myself, thanks for your company today. Thanks for everybody who's worked on the stream, and we'll see you tomorrow at 5 to 11.